bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at smokeybear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time. It's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs. So I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. Feedthepig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel?
Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
Let's break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
All right, deal.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Knicks and Jalen Brunson will likely sign a new extension at the end of the week. Jayson Tatum says him winning a championship end all debates people have of him. And Cooper Flagg, yes, Cooper Flagg calls Michael Jordan the GOAT and Kawhi Leonard the greatest defender in NBA history. And much, much more here on the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the referee? No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, the Speedster. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is hot It's dreary. It's disgusting. I'm sweating in my underpants. Speedy, how are you?
I am back from Connecticut.
You am back? You on my back?
No, I'm not on your back. That would be weird. But
you just said you were on my back.
No, I am not on your back. No, I stumbled because I didn't.
Listen, I don't want you to jump on it.
No, I don't.
Stay away from my back.
I stumbled because I didn't expect to come in that fast. But yes, I'm back from Connecticut, and my first W in an NBA game. I went to the Connecticut Sun game and went to Mohegan Sun. Only gambled a little bit, obviously. I don't have a lot of money. We were trying to find these $20 tables. They didn't really have anything like that. So
what do you like to play? Blackjack?
That's what we were trying to do. We were trying to find like a $10, $20.
Are you actually good at blackjack?
I'm decent.
I don't play blackjack. I'm not a very big fan of blackjack. If I'm going to, I will play craps if I have a chance to play something. And I play a couple of, I like the dollar slots, the $5 slots.
That's what I did. I did one of those.
Those get a little
just got
expensive.
$1 back.
It gets a little expensive.
Well, yeah, you lose $4 doing it. I only bet $5 and I got just $1 back. So.
I mean, once in a blue moon, you'll win something and then you'll lose it all. But anyways, we have a very special guest in the studio. He hasn't been in here for a pretty long time, and he was my old partner. I know everybody's excited. I was surprised that he walked through the door into the studio, and that is Mikey C. Mikey, what is up, my friend?
What's going on, man? How's everything?
I'm good, man. Now, we speak all the time. Me and Mike speak a lot about sports. He travels out to Connecticut. I'm all around here during the day, so we're on the phone talking sports every single day when he calls me, and we could spend 2-3 hours when it comes to that. So it is great. I'm very happy to have him on, and obviously Fish, the executive producer, and Tommy Scoops, our Sports Minute. So we have a lot to get into, but a little bit later in the show, I know everybody's excited for this. We've had him on the show before. We will be talking to former Titans and Giants All-Pro linebacker Keith Bulluck. He is fantastic. He's a great personality. He was an All-Pro player, Pro Bowl player. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he was. If he had 2 or 3 more good years, I think Keith Bulluck is a Hall of Famer. He was a great linebacker for many, many years, played for the Giants. I would love to hear what he thought about Hard Knocks if he's watching it. And the Tennessee Titans and where they're moving. And Tom Brady said something very interesting about their quarterback this past week. So we will get into that. I know Speedy doesn't have it posted, but I read something about what Tom Brady said about the Titans' young quarterback. So very interesting. At 8:30, we'll be talking to former Devils and Blues winger Cam Janssen. He's been on the show. Very, very funny. And he has great stories. Very, very good stories. So Cam will be joining us again. He hasn't been on the show for a while.
Yeah, I think May last year during the playoffs was the last time we had him on.
Yeah, so Cam will be joining us a little bit later in the show, too. So we'll speak some hockey with him. We'll go to the offseason. Where does the Blues go? Where do the Devils go after adding a goaltender? I think they absolutely robbed from the Calgary Flames. So we will get into that a little bit later in the show. Jalen Brunson, ladies and gentlemen. I want to get into this first because this is, to me, with being a New York Knicks fan, and for all the New York Knicks fans that are listening to the show right now, everybody's wondering when Jalen Brunson's going to sign his extension. And the Athletic Fred Katz reports that Jalen Brunson and the Knicks could have an extension done by the end of this week. Reports say that the extension will go for 4 years, $156.5 million. I said 160, around $39.1 million per year. Brunson would be taking $113 million less than what he would be eligible for if he had waited for 1 more year and made it to another All-NBA team. Katz says that Brunson wanted the security of the deal now, and he has no thoughts of playing anywhere else but the New York Knicks. Brunson would likely play out this season's contract, worth about $24.9 million, and the extension would start in 2025. 2025. Brunson averaged 28.3 points per game, 3.6 rebounds per game, and 6.7 assists per game last season. I think this is a great deal for the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson is practically giving the Knicks an opportunity to sign other players. And to me, what Jalen Brunson has done for the Knicks is open up a window, and not just the doors, windows for the Knicks to make moves at the trade deadline if they need to add a player or two. If they need to add a center, I've been hearing Brook Lopez's name being brought up. over the last couple of days. Maybe he's the center that would fill in Hartenstein after him going to OKC, signing a $29 million contract a year. I don't know, but Jalen Brunson is that type of guy. He's a great player who has been the best point guard in the Eastern Conference this past season. For the last 2 seasons, I would say he's a top 5 point guard. He has done everything for the New York Knicks. When was the last time the New York Knicks had a point guard that averaged 28 points? Never. Not even Walt Clyde Frazier averaged 28 points a game.
He never averaged 20.
Yes. So, and just think
But
about
the game is different today.
No question. And here's another, Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony was the last player to average 28 or more points per game in a season. He was the last Knick to do that. How long ago was Carmelo Anthony a part of this organization? 6, 7 years ago? So it's been about 7 or 8 years since the Knicks have had an offensive juggernaut like Jalen Brunson. Now, Jalen Brunson has changed his game since he's come to the Knicks. He's become a better defender. He's not a great defender. He's a better defender under Tom Thibodeau. He for a guy his size, he's averaging about 4 rebounds per game. And he's giving you 6.7, 7 assists per game, which is amongst the league's top 10, top 12 when it comes to the point guard position. So when you look at Jalen Brunson and what he gives to the New York Knicks, he gives a lot more than just scoring. He gives leadership. He gives an opportunity for the New York Knicks to build around him. Now, Julius Randle, would he be that type of player? When you sit here and you look at Julius Randle is a good player. He's a good offensive player. Is he a good playoff player? No, he's not. But would Julius Randle take a pay cut to stay with the Knicks? The answer would be no. He wouldn't take a pay cut. Now, he did sign an extension with the New York Knicks a couple of years ago. He does have 2 years left on that extension. He's making about, if I'm not mistaken, at the time, 35.6 or 35.7. But obviously, the salaries have gone up in the NBA. The new CBA have gone up. The TV deals have gone up. So there's more money to be spent with the NBA and some of these teams. Jalen Brunson is taking a hometown discount. That's what he's taking right now. When you look at Jalen Brunson and what he's capable of doing this year with the players that he has around him, with Mikal Bridges, and now all the other players that they've added, even some of the youngsters that they added in this year's draft, I think the Knicks are in a very good state of mind. Now, the Celtics winning a championship this past year, Jayson Tatum signing an extension. You have Jaylen Brown signing an extension, a $400 million contract last year. Everybody says, well, why isn't Jaylen Brown getting the money? He got his money last year. So at that point, he was one of the highest paid. He was the highest paid NBA player last year. Now it's Jayson Tatum. You sit here today, the Knicks are now competing against one team in the Eastern Conference, and that's the Boston Celtics. You have Drew Holiday. He signed a 4-year extension. You have Porzingis there for the next 3 years. This is a team that's loaded, and Brad Stevens isn't done. I think Brad Stevens will add a piece here and there. He expects the Knicks to be better this year after adding Mikal Bridges. I think when you look at the picture right now, it's top 5 heavy, the Eastern Conference. It is. Miami could add Dame time in the next couple of weeks. I think Dame is waiting. He's not sure if he's going to re-sign with Milwaukee, but his agent has come out and said that he's playing the field. And they're more than likely the team that's going to make the biggest move and the biggest splash for Dame, it is Miami. Now, it used to be the Nets. It was the Nets and Miami before last season. And then before the season that he signed with Milwaukee. And then all of a sudden he gets traded. He gets traded to Milwaukee. And now he's going on his free agency. And now it's not going to be the Nets anymore. You don't have Mikal Bridges anymore there. This is a team that's rebuilding now. So he's not going there. The only team that Dame would probably go to if he doesn't stay with Milwaukee is Miami. So Miami would probably be 5. The Cavaliers would be 4, with this obviously the 76ers adding Paul George, then the Knicks, and then the Celtics. It's really the Eastern Conference is top 5 heavy. That's all it is. I don't think the bottom 6 of the Eastern Conference are any good. I think the Hawks are rebuilding now. They're pretty much the Eastern Conference. Besides the top 5 teams, everybody's rebuilding. Everybody's trying to figure out how they can open up cap room for the future. Because in 2 years, that's when the cap room is going to open up for some of the better young prime players in the NBA.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What's your thoughts on Indiana? since they were the Eastern Conference.
Well,
final.
they didn't make any moves.
Now you know that.
They didn't make any moves, and obviously they did re-sign what's his name again?
Siakam.
Siakam. They signed Siakam, which they expected to. They have Halliburton there, but Halliburton did not stay healthy in the playoffs. And again, this is the same roster they had from last year going into the playoffs. Indiana's a good team, and they had a very good season. But again, Indiana was an offensive team that transitioned in the playoffs into a defensive team. They cannot do that this year because Miami is going to be better this year. They're going to have Jimmy Butler.
You think Miami is going to be better?
Oh yeah, if they get Dame, yeah, absolutely will. Absolutely. And Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero's there. So yeah, absolutely. And that Dame's going to probably take less money to go to Miami. As he said that's where he wants to play. So yeah, I think Miami will be up there. I think the Cavaliers with Kenny Atkinson is going to be up there.
Don't they have to trade Dame there? Because he's not a free agent.
No, he's a free agent. Dame is a free agent. He signed a 2-year deal when he went to Portland. When he signed with Portland, it was a 2-year deal. He signed a 2-year extension. It was $60 million
I thought
a year.
he was still in Milwaukee.
No, he didn't re-sign with Milwaukee. He didn't sign an extension with Milwaukee. He was traded to Milwaukee, and he becomes a free agent. He becomes an unrestricted free agent this year. I'm pretty sure Dame is a free agent.
They get the $60 million. I think they got Portland to pay a lot of it as it was, and
I'm pretty sure he's a free agent
to make the money.
Because I didn't hear him be as a free agent. That's the only reason why I'm questioning that.
But either way,
because he's still on Milwaukee, according to what I know.
But he was saying last offseason, like Miami is like the only team I would want to go for.
Right,
Agent was saying that kind of thing, and that kind of thing.
I think he's going into his final year in Milwaukee this year.
But that kind of thing can still be elevated.
I could be wrong, but I do think Dame is still above.
Miami, to answer your question, Mike, you were saying like, are they actually real contenders? I think Damian Lillard could get them there because they need that offensive prowess. Now, I would still be worried about them not having enough shooting overall, but Miami does need those kinds of guys that can attack the hoop and create for themselves because they don't really have a lot. All the guys like Hero and Robinson, all those guys are catch and shoot type guys. Bam Adebayo and obviously Jimmy Butler is going to help him on the defensive end. Jimmy Butler can score as well, but how healthy will he be? And again, he's had some interesting comments this offseason as well. What's his future like with the Miami Heat?
I think Miami wants to get rid of him, if you want my opinion.
Pat Riley does seem like that.
So Damian Lillard signed a 2-year extension worth $112 million contract with Portland, including guaranteed money of $56 million. That was, I don't remember what year that was that 2000? I don't know when.
I thought it was the 2022 season. So I was thinking the same way as you.
It wasn't.
So if it was
the only reason why I'm questioning it is because I haven't heard him as a free agent to where, I don't hear teams saying, "Oh my God, let's bring him in," or I haven't heard
it's
any
either
of that.
or he can opt
and
out
the
of his
season's
contract.
over. You know what I'm saying?
Either that or he can opt out of his
That's
contract.
the only reason why I was questioning, because I was like, I haven't heard Dame be a free agent because, like, for example, I'm just using an example. The Lakers need somebody, and I'm just playing hypotheticals. If he was a free agent, I could see, trying to bring him in to join that soft group over there.
2021 to 2024 extension. I'm trying to find it. Speedy, you could look it up. How about you, Scoops? Have you found anything? Put his mic on.
It says that he's under contract for 2025,
2025,
26, the 26 and 27 seasons.
But he can opt out of that contract, can he? I'm
Correct,
pretty sure
yes.
he can opt out of
4
the
years, right there. It's brought up.
So he can opt out of that contract. So
in 2025, it's a player option to opt out. So this year he can opt out.
Yeah, so he's going to opt out of that contract. More than likely.
Well, no, actually, the breakdown here, this is his final year. 24-25.
Yeah, this was the year it opted no player option.
Yes, yes. So he can opt out of the player option. And that's what I heard, that he is going to opt out of the contract.
But I would think he would opt out because the season's going to start in a couple of months.
Well, he can still. He's right now getting
He's
healthy.
usually deadline.
He's not healthy right now. He's trying to get healthier. So, and remember,
and to opt out at a $48 million?
Hey, listen, if you want to win, Dame is
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying 34 years old, opting out of $48 million. That's a tough call.
Dame's made a lot of money.
You're right, but it's a tough call.
He's made a lot of money. He's making a lot of money doing his rapping and his hip hop. I don't think Dame's going to look at 48 minutes. He wants to win a championship. Dame is always going to be looked at as a guy that's – look at Chris Paul. If you sit here right now –
Can't win a thing.
He's never won a championship.
And Dame won't win anything either.
I disagree. If Dame goes to the right team. If Dame goes to Miami, they have a very good chance with the team that they have right there, Jimmy Buckets, and they have Adebayo and Tyler Hero. This is a team, and they have the best coach in Spoelstra in all of the NBA. So I think if Dame goes over there right now he's not going to make $48 million, but maybe Miami gives him $30 million or $32 million. So he's making $16 million less. But guess what? He has a chance to win a championship in the Eastern
That's
Conference.
another question. How many teams actually have the cap space to fit him in?
I think
Not many
Miami.
in the
Now
NBA.
Miami
have to trade some contracts.
They would
That's what I'm
trade.
saying,
They would trade Tyler Hero.
Too
That's
many
what they would do.
moving. Too many
Not
moving
some,
parts.
one. They would have to trade one. Tyler Hero's making what? He signed that $130 million contract, 140. They would have to trade Tyler Hero, and maybe they do something like maybe a trade with Milwaukee and trade Tyler Hero to Milwaukee. That's something that they could do. So they can add pieces to that trade. But
So you're telling me, I'm just playing hypotheticals, that Damian Lillard would rather play with Jimmy Buckets and Bam instead of Middleton and Giannis.
Yes, Middleton is a shell of himself. Chris Middleton is not a good player. They have no bench. Milwaukee has nothing on their bench.
Well, that's on them, right? I agree.
And who do you think has a better coach?
Well, I
Miami
mean, the
or
coach is
Milwaukee?
definitely Miami. I'll give Miami that all the way through the whole NBA.
So there's a good chance.
So
that
you're
Dame
opting out of $48 million. Yeah, I don't know what cap space they have
just-
left, but even if you made the trade, let's just say play hypotheticals, you make the trade, it's going to cost Tyler Hero plus, because I don't think Tyler Hero makes anything close to $48 million.
Well, Tyler Hero makes about 38. What is it? Like 37,
Yeah, and then
38?
maybe they try to make something work with either Robinson's contract or one of those other random bench players.
They can move pieces, especially if they want, and Dame wants out. Look at the Knicks. Mikal Bridges wanted out with the Nets. The Nets have never made a trade with the Knicks. The last time they made a trade with the Knicks was 1983. 1983 was the last time they traded with the Knicks, and it was a no-name guy, okay? Nobody's even heard of the guy, all right? I don't even know his name, all right? And now they traded for Mikal Bridges for a bunch of future first-round draft picks. We're probably going to be late 20 picks, okay? And nobody would have thought that was going to happen. As a matter of fact, I watched Jalen Brunson's show with Josh Hart, and both of them said there was no chance in hell that Mikal Bridges was going to be traded to the New York Knicks. They had no thought in their minds that he was going to go to the Knicks. But guess what? Mikal told the Nets organization, you either trade me to the Knicks or don't trade me anywhere, and I'm not playing I'm not playing for the Nets next year. He pretty much, and that's the NBA, and this is why I've gone into the NBA, and I've attacked the NBA many, many times. The players run the league. They could tell the GM, they could tell the coaches they're not playing for them anymore. They'll sit out. And that's their way of control, where they say, you know what, we just want to get rid of this guy. Let's send him where he wants, get as much as we possibly can from that organization. As you saw what the New York Knicks had to give up from Mikal Bridges. They gave up, 4 first-round draft picks to land a guy like Mikal Bridges. So do I think the Knicks won on that trade? Yes. But again, they forced Mikal Bridges forced the Nets' hand. And I believe Dame could do the same for Milwaukee. Why would Dame go back to Milwaukee? He knows that they're not going to win. They're not going to win.
I'll give you $48 million.
$48 million? He made $54 million last year. I don't think Dame cares about $48 million. He wants to win a championship. Look at Chris Paul. He's bouncing all over the place. Now he's going to San Antonio to play with Wemby because he wants to win a championship. So maybe going to play with a young stud and him being a veteran player, it's going to help him or help them get over the top, especially in the Western Conference. If Wemby has that transition in his second year, I don't think he will, but hey, Chris Paul's trying to jump from one team to another. He went to Golden State last year.
Yeah, it worked.
No, it didn't. And that again,
wow. That's sarcasm.
Well, I could take sarcasm, but again, whatever, man.
I love you, buddy.
Well, whatever. Anyways, to get back into the Milwaukee Bucks, I think Milwaukee is going to look to trade him, or he's going to opt out. So he could give Milwaukee the option and say, listen, trade me to Miami, get what you can from him, get a couple of first rounds, get this and this and this, whatever, a package deal, and send me there. He is not signing, or he's not staying with Milwaukee. You could bet my bond. You could bet your own bottom dollar on that. But to get back with the New York Knicks, I think the New York Knicks have a very good chance right now to be one of the better teams in the whole league. A lot of people, as a matter of fact, Vegas jumped the Knicks from 12th. The favorites are winning a championship from 12th all the way to 5th.
Really?
So, yep.
Who are the other 3 teams? Because obviously I know one is probably Boston.
4. There was 4 teams.
Right, I said, who were the other teams?
Denver being one of them.
Okay.
That's what I heard. I heard it was Denver, the Celtics.
Well, I know Celtics.
They
are
were
probably
all
done 3 deals.
OKC was another team.
Interesting.
I don't know. You can look it up. I don't have it in front of my face, Speedy. I mean, Mike.
As long as it's not the Lakers.
No, it's not the Lakers.
I'm getting
It's not the
tired
Lakers.
of that shit.
I don't have it in front of my face, but I know when I saw it after the Knicks made the trade for Mikal Bridges, it was posted, and Fish, you could find that that the Knicks were the 5th favorites on Vegas's Vegas.
No,
list.
they've improved. They got, they're a different team.
But Jalen Brunson taking that $160 million contract, that really saves the Knicks, because now in 2 years when Julius Randle comes off the board, they can sign Mikal Bridges. They can sign other pieces if they choose
Well,
to.
salaries are getting ridiculous in the NBA right now.
So the salary cap will go up, though.
TV deals are going to go up and all that other stuff. There's more TV deals to be had. And I think with the NBA, the way the NBA is growing, not only with endorsements, but again, look what they're on. They're on TNT. By the way, TNT just got rid of Charles Barkley and all those guys. So they're no longer going to be a part of TNT's, NBA or whatever. They do the NBA night or NBA Tonight or whatever the hell they do over there. NBA TV has the contracts with them. TBS now signed a contract with them, and there was another company that signed a contract with them. So, and they're also on NBC for the playoffs. So, and ESPN. So the NBA is growing, and they have so many TV deals, and there's so much money to be had. And I think that with the NBA players, listen, if they can make the money, so be it. Let them make the money. But I think Jalen Brunson taking a home discount to stay home, to play with the Knicks and build this team into a championship team says something about Jalen Brunson. It's not all about the money. It's about winning. And that's why I think if you look at Dame and you look at some of these other guys, Jalen Brunson's 26 years old. He's going to be 27. He's in the prime of his career. He's got 5-6 good years left if he stays healthy. Dame is 33 years old. Dame needs to win now. By the time, just think about it this way. Actually, this year he'll be 35. He's 34 right now. Dame would be 35 at the end of this year. So if you think about it, Dame needs to win now. So if he can get $30-something million or $38-40 million and maybe loses out on $8 million or $9 million to try to win a championship with Miami or somebody else, why wouldn't he do it? It makes a lot of sense on why I believe Dame is going to opt out of his contract or ask Milwaukee to trade him.
Yeah, and you also look at the impact of the luxury tax we were talking about with other teams in previous weeks, that the second tier of that luxury tax will make it hard for them to make any of these secondary moves. And you don't want to have a deal like what the Bucks are dealing with, what the Suns are dealing with, where you can't get a bench player to save your life. And the Knicks have built a good bench as a result of it. Now, the injuries cost them last year, but Jalen Brunson taking on this, plus Mikal Bridges playing out the last 2 years of his deal for $25 million is a combined benefit both ways. It allowed them to sign OG Anunoby. It's going to allow them, like you said, to maybe sign Julius Randle down the road or get a player even better with that kind of money, with what the potential salary cap situation could be like. The Knicks are building it in a very good way, a good process that is finally helping them be able to.
They're building it the same way the Celtics were building it. That's what they're doing. Exactly what the Celtics have been doing, but they did it with Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They drafted him. Obviously, Danny Ainge drafted him. What the Knicks did is they brought in Jalen Brunson and they re-signed Julius Randle, and now they're bringing in Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, and Mikal Bridges. They're building around Jalen Brunson and their college Nova team. So, and it's very smart because all these guys know each other. They've played with each other. They've won championships one another. So they understand what it takes to win. Now, wouldn't you think that Jay Wright would be a good, assistant coach on the bench? That would be fun to watch. I mean, Jay Wright on the sidelines with, a guy like Thibodeau. So I don't think that's going to happen. But
two very different coaches.
Yeah, but I think that Jay Wright is a great defensive mind, and Tom Thibodeau is all about defense. So he knows these players. I'm sure Tom Thibodeau is going to be on the phone with Jay Wright all off season, or if he hasn't been on the phone with Jay Wright. I know they're kind of good friends. That's what I've heard over the last couple of years since Tom Thibodeau has brought Jalen Brunson there, and the Knicks have brought Jalen Brunson there. So, and Jay Wright's been to a couple of games. He's been at Madison Square Garden. He was at a couple of playoff games watching Brunson play, and Dante DiVincenzo and Josh Hart. So I'm not saying that that's what the Knicks are going to do, but very interesting. And I'll say this about the New York Knicks. Leon Rose has been the mastermind of building and rebuilding this team. If you look at all the GMs that the Knicks have had over the last couple of years, or really over the last 25 years, they've all failed. Now, Donnie Walsh, I like Donnie Walsh. He did a pretty good job, but he couldn't draw any of the superstars to come and play with Amari Stoudemire. He couldn't. And the only person that he could was Carmelo Anthony, and the Knicks had to overpay for Carmelo Anthony to bring him here. They had to give up 6 players. Now, I'm not saying they were superstar players, but if you could have moved first-round draft picks like the Knicks did, and that was Leon Rose. The Leon Rose that we've seen over the last couple of years he is pretty much traded away picks and added and added. Even in this year's draft, he traded away first-round draft picks to add more first-round draft picks and second-round draft picks for the future. So Leon Rose has been the mastermind, and Worldwide Wes, he's been there with Leon Rose, and some of the executives over there with the New York Knicks actually know what they're doing. And the one thing I could say about this organization, the owner is not getting involved now. He's not involved in the decision-making for the New York Knicks. And that says a lot about the transition of this team. And that says a lot about Leon Rose and his control over the New York Knicks moving forward.
Yeah, but it's a different modern approach to when you think about Leon Rose coming in. He's an agent. Like, you think, oh, these players are going to sway him. No, Leon Rose is not taking that kind of anything from a lot of these players. And you've seen the Knicks not have to overpay in markets that they're rumored in. Damian Lillard was the first one of that market they were rumored in for a while. Then it was Devin Booker. Then it was Karl Anthony Towns. Now recently it's been Donovan Mitchell, but none of them have bit because the Knicks are not willing to do it, to have that pay that steep price like they do with Carmelo Anthony.
No, and again, Carmelo was the last player that averaged over 28 points a game. And Jalen Brunson has been more efficient than Carmelo Anthony. If you look at Carmelo Anthony's numbers, his three-point efficiency, his offensive game, they weren't even close to Jalen Brunson. Now, they're two different players. And that's the difference between them. Obviously, Carmelo Anthony is a 4 or a 3, and you have Jalen Brunson, who's a guard. He's a 1. He's 6'2" to Carmelo Anthony 6'8". They're different players, but he's not an isolated player. That's not Brunson's game. He uses his ball handling skills. He uses the motion of the pick and roll at the top of the key that opens up the court for him to make his plays and make his shots, and some of the other players to open up the court for him as well. So Jalen Brunson is a different type of guy. I think it's fit for the New York Knicks, and we'll see what happens with Mikal Bridges, because he's going to want his touches. And Julius Randle coming back. Now, some people thought that Julius Randle was going to be traded when they brought Mikal Bridges, but it looks like the Knicks are going to keep him. He still has a player option after this coming year. So Julius Randle is going to be here for at least 2 more years. And, Mikal Bridges has a 2-year extension. He has 2 years left on his extension too. He's making 24 this year and 26 the next year. So the Knicks are in position. Their window is open now. It started this year. They have at least 3 years to win a championship. If they don't, they probably don't win one. So
I want to ask you a question, and I know you're a Knicks fan. How do you view their window? Like, do you really think they could overcome the Celtics with their roster?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they have guys that can play and defend. The one thing that Knicks had problems with over the last couple of years is wing defense. If OG Anunoby stays healthy, Mikal Bridges, you could put him on the wing. He could defend multiple positions. He could defend the 3. I've seen him defend the long 2s. I've seen him defend some 4s. So yeah, Mikal Bridges. And then Dante DiVincenzo is a very underrated defender as well. They have 3 guys that are quality defenders, the whole team. Do you know that the Knicks had the #1 defense in the league last year? And then they fell apart with injury after injury after injury. Going into the playoffs, they didn't have enough guys to defend certain positions and certain athletic teams like the Indiana Pacers. And that's why they had problems with Haliburton, because as good as Jalen Brunson is offensively, he's not a defensive player. And again, Haliburton's 6'6", and Jalen Brunson 6'2". So they were OG Anunoby when he got hurt in Game 3, and he was defending Haliburton in a lot of the games. The Knicks were not the same team. And that's the difference. I do believe the Knicks can compete against the Boston Celtics. Absolutely. They can defend Jalen Brunson. They can defend Jayson Tatum. They did it in the regular season. I know it's the regular season, but the Knicks, what were they Knicks? They were 3-1 against the Celtics this year.
That's like 3 of the 18 losses they had all year.
But Porzingis only played 2 of the games, but they still beat him. They still beat him with Porzingis. So to say that the Knicks can't beat the Celtics in a 7-game series, they absolutely could. The only problem with the Knicks is staying healthy, and health has a lot to do with Tom Thibodeau and how he runs his players into the ground. So he needs to figure that out. He's got a great bench now. You don't know who you're going to start. Your rotation could be very different every single day. Do you play small? Do you put Julius Randle at the 5 and Mikal Bridges at the 4? Do you do that? Or do you bring in a Brook Lopez, put him at the 5, put Julius Randle at the 4, and Mikal Bridges at the 3, and OG at the 2, and Jalen Brunson at the 1? Do you do that? So the Knicks are going to have to figure that out. And obviously the offseason is still going. The USA Olympic team is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. So everybody's talking about Team USA. They're not talking about the Knicks and the offseason moves that the Knicks have made. But you have to give the Knicks a lot of credit. They've made a lot of moves and they're in position. Are they going to beat Boston? Only time will tell. Does Boston think that they're going to beat them? Probably not. But again, the Boston's a very well-built machine. But the only team that could beat Boston right now in the Eastern Conference on paper is the Knicks. I don't want to hear about the 76ers. Joel Embiid, he's coming off a knee injury. Is Joel Embiid going to be the same player? And Paul George, he never stays healthy. So he's another, and I'm going to say this, as nice as I could do. Harden left 76ers to go to the Clippers. Now you have Paul George leaving the Clippers going to 76ers. It was a full swap. Is that going to work? Probably not, because did the Clippers win with Paul George? They never did. Did they ever go to the Western Conference Finals? Once. And Kawhi Leonard, that was the year that Kawhi Leonard was actually healthy. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to make the team better. So, and the Cavaliers are the only team that I see right now, if Kenny Atkinson can get these guys to buy into the way he coaches and he keeps Garland there. Right. They're the only team that I think that could also compete with those other two teams. But I still think that they're missing a player or two they might have to make a trade at the trade deadline.
A couple shooters.
I think, to make that team a team that could beat the Celtics or the Knicks in a 7-game series.
And to get the offensive upside potential of Okoro and Mobley to their full extent.
Yes. Mobley could be traded. A lot of people believe that Mobley is the only trading piece that they have. They're not trading Donovan Mitchell and Garland. They don't want to move. They signed him. They extended him. So they don't really want to move him. Mobley is one of the better defenders, one of the better young defenders. He played very well in the playoffs when Donovan Mitchell went down and what's his name? Allen. Yeah. Allen went down. So I think that they, with Mobley and the way he played in the playoffs, being that he is 23 years old and he still has a very good chance to grow into his NBA body, I could see them moving Mobley. That's the piece that I see the Cavaliers moving, especially if he starts the season strong. But he doesn't play very well with Donovan Mitchell. He doesn't play very well with Garland. So I think you move Mobley. That's the piece that I would move.
It's interesting with the way the thought process works for all these teams, because I think all the Eastern Conference teams are building with these younger pieces, and the Knicks have done it in a way that you trade first round picks. It's unconventional, but they've made it work. And like you said, trading back, and Cleveland's done it with a lot of top picks and then making it work from these guys from other teams as well. And the Celtics have the most natural trajectory with all the draft picks they got from the Nets, and then Brad Stevens making great trades.
Jayson Tatum said during the Team USA practice that him winning a championship ends the debate that he is not an elite player anymore. He added that winning a title disproves anybody that thought he couldn't lead a team and be a top 5 player in the NBA. Tatum said that the Celtics players supported him changing play calls with Joe Mazzulla many times during their championship run. The Celtics went 16-3 during the postseason, the second best playoff record since the NBA expanded to 4 rounds, only to the 2017 Warriors that went 16-1. Tatum recently signed a 5-year, $314 million extension, making him the highest paid player in NBA history. I always thought Jayson Tatum was a top 10 player. I have always thought that Jayson Tatum is that type of player. Is he a top 5 player? I don't think so. Not yet. And I understand that Jayson Tatum thinking that because he won a championship, you can't have any debate about that anymore. He didn't win the MVP. Jaylen Brown won the MVP. Now, I'm not saying Jayson Tatum isn't the best player on a team. He is the best player on a team. But in important parts of certain games, Jayson Tatum disappears. And again, last year, what he did in the Eastern Conference Finals was amazing. I thought he was the best player besides Jimmy Buckets. He was the best player on the floor. And then he got hurt. And that's the thing about Jayson Tatum, too. He's had back problems. He's had foot problems. He's had ankle problems. The guy can't stay on the court. And when he does stay on the court, you see how efficient he is. You see how great he is. He's one of the best offensive players in the league. He creates so many mismatches. But again, he still has to prove himself in the playoffs. You know, I said this about Steph Curry for years. Steph Curry, as good as he is in a regular season, he never showed up fully in the playoffs. It wasn't until recently when they knocked off the Celtics in the finals when he won his first MVP in the playoffs. And that doesn't take away how good Steph Curry is. That doesn't take away how talented he is and what he could do on a basketball court that many people can. And actually nobody's ever done. But again, Jayson Tatum, there's a couple of players that you can compare him to right now in the NBA. There are players that you can compare him to. His offensive style, his game, yes. Now, he's a great two-way player. Jayson Tatum, when he wants to shut down a player, he can shut down a player. He's long, he's lengthy, he can defend multiple positions. So can Jaylen Brown. I would say that Jaylen Brown and Jayson Tatum are almost identical players. I just think Jayson Tatum is a little bit better offensively. Is he better defensively? No, Jaylen Brown is a better defender than Jayson Tatum. So when Danny Ainge built this team, and when Danny Ainge decided to draft Jaylen Brown and then Jayson Tatum, he thought that these two guys were going to work together, that these two guys could play defense and offensive, give them the athletic touch that they have had and what they've developed over the last couple of years. And that's why they signed Jaylen Brown last year to a $400 million contract, and that's why they signed Jayson Tatum this year to a $314 million contract, which makes him the biggest and the most highest paid player in the NBA right now and NBA history. Now, I look at the Celtics right now. There are very few teams that could beat them. And that has nothing to do with Jayson Tatum. That has nothing to do with Jaylen Brown. That has something to do with Porzingis. When Porzingis is in the lineup, he creates more mismatches than those other two players. And why? Because it adds another lengthy player, another guy that can spread the floor, another guy that can shoot the three. You know why the Celtics haven't won a championship until this year? Was because they never had a five that could spread like Porzingis can do on a court. He opens up the court for the other players and really gives them an open option to go to the hole or shoot a 17, 18, or even 19, 20-foot jumper. He's been the difference. He was the difference this year. That doesn't mean that he was the MVP. He wasn't. As a matter of fact, I thought Drew Holiday was the MVP of the finals. I thought he was the best player. He defended Kyrie Irving. He shut down him and White. You want to give it to White? You want to give it to Drew Holiday? They're the ones that shut down Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving going into the finals, everybody said it, including yours truly, thought he was the best player going into the finals because he has the most experience. Now, Drew Holiday did have experience over there with Milwaukee, and you've heard Giannis come out and say that he was the reason why they won that championship. But nevertheless, Kyrie Irving won a championship with LeBron James and was the big factor on really making some of those shots in game number 7 against the Golden State Warriors. So I look at Jayson Tatum, very well deserved. For him to say that he is an elite player, I've always thought he was an elite player. Top 10 players in the NBA are elite players in my book. That's what they are. They're elite players. He is an elite player. I don't know anybody that would argue that. But to say he's a top 5 player, I could take right now. If I go up and down on rosters right now, I could take 5 players over him right now. I would take 5 players. And one of them played him in the finals, in Luka Doncic. I would take Luka over Jayson Tatum. I'm sorry, I would. Now, that doesn't mean that Jayson Tatum isn't that type of player. It doesn't mean that Jayson Tatum can't be that type of player. I just don't know if he is yet. Now, if he feels that he is a top 5 player, tell me who you're better than. Because to me, you weren't better than Jaylen Brown in the finals, because if you were, you would have won the MVP. That's all I'm saying. So for him to say at the USA practice, and by the way, very well deserved, I think Jayson Tatum deserves it just as much as any player on that roster and on that team right now. Him winning a championship ends the debate as an elite player. I disagree. He's always been an elite player. He's not a top 5 player.
Now, again, the argument is going to be skeptical of him being in that range anywhere from like 5 to 8. I think he's fluctuated at that point in his career. I think the top 4, like whatever order you want to put them in, Jokic, Luka Doncic, and then probably Giannis Embiid after that, like 3 and 4. Like whatever order you want to put those guys in, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I might even look at other ways.
Yeah.
I might look at other ways.
Then you have the argument for Donovan Mitchell, somebody like that who's had a really good defensive year as
I
well.
wouldn't put Donovan Mitchell over
He's not
Jayson
better than
Tatum.
Tatum.
Okay. And then you have all these other big men that are coming in now too. But again, I think Tatum, the consistency, the well-roundedness of his game really gives him a case for that top 5 guy. You want to say like a dominant trait for somebody like Steph Curry or something like that. But I think
Curry's just a shooter.
Yeah, Tatum's more well-rounded. I would take Tatum as well. I'm just saying those are the arguments that are people going to have. In terms of the leadership aspect, I don't think Tatum was ever
I would take
doubted with
Anthony
that.
Edwards over him.
Okay.
I would take Anthony Edwards over him. I would. Especially what the Timberwolves did defensively all season long. And he was a big part of that defense. He was as good a shutdown defensive player at his position than anybody in the league. So I think Anthony Edwards right now, if you would ask me right now, if I would to take Jayson Tatum over Anthony Edwards, I'm taking Anthony Edwards 100%.
Going back to the leadership,
you disagree about that? You have every right to.
Yeah, no,
You have every
definitely
right
not.
to.
No. I mean, just because Anthony Edwards had finally one breakout year, I think Tatum's been doing this for 3 straight years. So it's kind of the consistency basis. And that
Anthony Edwards is 23 years old, 22 years old.
Tatum's only 25.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Anthony
I don't
Edwards
know.
has picked up his game at 22 years old better than Jayson Tatum did 3 years ago. I mean,
I don't
he
know.
took it.
Jayson,
He's in the Western Conference. Look what the Timberwolves had to beat to get there to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, they beat
They
the
had
Nuggets.
Rudy Gobert and Carl Anthony
They
Towns.
beat
Those
the
are pretty.
Nuggets.
Those are pretty good.
Carl
teammates.
Anthony Towns. Are we going to get into Carl Anthony
No,
Towns?
I'm saying I know he's always injured, but when he's healthy, he's a viable force offensively. You know that, and I know that. Let's not play it off just because he's always injured. He's a horrible player. He's not. When he's healthy, he's pretty good.
Well, again, nobody said he was a horrible player either, and I think you're right. Maybe the first year breakout kind of thing could take a step for Anthony Edwards too. I think
you're going to tell me that Anthony Edwards isn't a better player than Jayson Tatum? No. Come on, he is 100% better. I'm trying to look at the rankings right now with the NBA, what they did at the end of this season. They don't have any rankings. They only have rankings from last year. They have Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, Shai
is
Giannis,
interesting. Shai is very
Anthony
interesting.
Edwards.
I think him and Shai can go.
Jalen Brunson. They have Jalen Brunson over here. Jayson Tatum. They have Jalen Brunson over Jayson Tatum. All right, but I don't believe that. I would say Jayson Tatum 6. That's where I would think. I put him in that 7, 6 end.
He's going to fluctuate anywhere from 5 to 7. Yeah,
I have because you mentioned you think Embiid's better than him.
I do when
Yes.
he's healthy. Yeah, Embiid does everything really well as
do.
well. Embiid, I don't. This is where I think the leadership thing. I think people question. I think Tatum's a better leader than Embiid is. Embiid will go out of his way to do silly things.
I like
sometimes,
Embiid.
but,
I
like,
just feel that he's gotten to the LeBron James aspect of always looking for a goddamn foul after every call, and
Which is
that
a lot of
kinda-
players,
that,
yeah.
right. Well, that kind of kills it for me in that sense because it's like as soon as he doesn't immediately go back on defense, he's still arguing with the referees until the next play and then try to get the ball down court, from his teammates off a rebound on
And-
quick transition.
Mike, keep in mind, I've also been very skeptical of Embiid at certain points of his career as well. I think his well-rounded game for his size and being able to shoot the 3 and pass the way that he does, in addition to being just a great raw center as well inside defensively, and like even in the Knicks series, like he was dominating inside against the Knicks, who have a lot of good size as well. And yes, his playoff numbers are not what Tatum's have been at certain points, and even some of these other young stars that broke out. Like
Here's another thing, and you mentioned Shai, and I'm going to say why I think Shai is better than Jayson Tatum. He's done it multiple years.
That's why I said I could flip flop because Shai has been getting consistently better year after
and he's
year
playing
the
for
last
a
3
very
years.
young team. He's shooting efficiently.
I
think
look
it's
for
53 field goal percentage.
consistencies in the years. I can't go by one breakout year and automatically anoint you. It's just not happening for me. Not.
Well, again, Anthony
That's
Edwards.
why I
this
said
is
Anthony
one-
Edwards. I can't.
It hasn't been 1 year. I mean, Anthony Edwards was good last year too. He was very.
He was
good
all
last
right,
year.
but he broke out this year.
He's 22.
I understand.
And if you're going to ask me right now, who would I rather on my team, Jayson Tatum or Anthony Edwards? I'm sorry, I'm taking Anthony Edwards because here's the reason. And again, it's very small. It's very small. I love Jayson Tatum. He comes from Duke. I don't like him that he plays for the Celtics. Everybody knows that, but I love Jayson Tatum. I was so upset when the Celtics got him. So upset. And I knew, Mike, we were sitting here. I thought Jayson Tatum was going to be a good player. I did. But I'm going to sit here. You did too. You actually loved that move. You loved that.
I didn't like Markelle Fultz. I thought he sucked.
You did.
And I kept saying that.
And Jayson Tatum went 4.
No, 3.
3? Was it 3 or
3.
4? It was 3. All right. So he went 3 to the Celtics. And a lot of people were questioning what Danny Ainge did. Some people thought that he was a 7th or maybe the 8th pick in the first round. He was going to fall out of the top 5, but he didn't. The Celtics trusted that they knew what they saw and they saw what they liked. And obviously Jayson Tatum has had a fabulous career. He's still very, very young. He's 25, 26 years old. He still hasn't even broken his prime, numbers yet. So I think that he still has another 7-8 good years. I think Jayson Tatum could win multiple championships with the Celtics if everything moves in the right direction. But you see, teams are going to get better. The Cavaliers are going to get better. The Knicks are going to get better. So it's not going to be so easy in the Eastern Conference. And that's why LeBron James for years wanted to go back to the Eastern Conference. Why? Because the Eastern Conference is easier to get to the finals in. The conference is easy. In the West, it's very top heavy too, but much better. I mean, seriously, if you look at the West right now, Denver, the Timberwolves next year are going to be, Edwards is going to be even better. And trust me, he's going to have a light under his ass because he was not happy the way that ended this past year against Dallas. Dallas is going to be better. They added Klay Thompson. Now, I don't know. We've went into this. We don't know how that's going to work, but guess what?
Did you really just say that?
Yeah. He's better than Tim Hardaway Jr.
Well, yeah, but
all right.
Klay Thompson.
They couldn't get anything off the bench. Yes. Klay Thompson gives you 16, 17 points off the bench. Could you win like that? Absolutely. That's what they were missing against the Celtics. They couldn't get any offense off the bench.
No wing defense either.
No. I'm not saying Klay Thompson's going to be the answer to that either.
Yeah, he's
not
off
at all. But
defensively,
at least
too.
it's an upgrade over what they had.
Yeah, so
I like Klay. It's 2 years removed.
Lower
right
his
now.
mic a little bit because it's blowing my ears off.
No, I don't think Klay Thompson individually wins in that series, but it makes it a lot more competitive than it was.
I'm not going to sit here and argue who's better and who do I think is going to be better or who's better right now. Because if you look at both guys, it's very minimum. If you could argue that Jayson Tatum is better, it's very small. And Anthony Edwards, the same thing. They're practically the same player. Anthony Edwards is a little bit smaller. I think he's a little bit more athletic. So, and that's why I'm going to go with the more athletic guy because his skills haven't even fully developed. Jayson Tatum, I'm not saying it fully developed, but I think we know what Jayson Tatum is. I don't know if we know what Anthony Edwards is yet. And that's the difference right now. And that's why I think I'm going to go with the guy that I don't know to the guy that I already do. So that's what I'm saying. But I think Jayson Tatum, there was no argument. I don't know why he brought that up. I think it's in his head right now because there's so many people saying that he is not an elite player. He was always an elite player. I think he's been an elite player for 2 years. I don't think anybody can not consider him an elite player. He is. I do. I think he's a top 7, top 8 player. I wouldn't put Jalen Brunson over him. I would put, if the way Brunson played this year, I put him in the top 10. You have to put Jalen Brunson in the top 10 for what he did. He was the best point guard in the league this year. And you can't argue that. The fact that he's not on Team USA is just a joke. All right. And I'm going to say that for Team USA to hear it. Loud to hear. Okay.
I got a question. If you feel he should have been on Team USA, who do you feel that's on Team USA that shouldn't be there?
Halliburton. I think he was better than Halliburton this year. I think he was a better player than Halliburton this year. For what he did for the Knicks and the injuries that he played with this year, Halliburton, he got injured. He was sitting out. He was back and forth, injured, not injured, injured, not injured. He hurt his finger. He hurt his foot. He hurt his thumb. He hurt his foot. He was out. Jalen Brunson played. He has tape all over his fingers. His hand was tied behind the back. He was wearing a wrist bandage in one of the games because he hurt his wrist. He hurt his ankle in the game. I mean, the guy plays. He's a warrior. If you were to ask me right now, who would I put on Team USA from him and Halliburton? I'm taking Jalen Brunson.
Which also you would want in a smaller sample. With the Olympics, it's only a certain amount of games. It's not like a whole 82-game season.
And that's not because I'm a Knicks fan, by the way. For everybody out there, you're a Knicks fan. That's why. You're wearing a Knicks hat. That's why. That's not why. That is not why. Because I love Halliburton. Speedy, I talk about him all the time. I think he's one of the best point guards in the NBA. You can't even argue it. I think Sacramento's going to wish they never did that, okay? I think they're already believing that they wish they didn't. Even though they got Sabonis. Sabonis is a good player, and he's another piece that I'm very surprised he hasn't been traded yet, because I've heard Sacramento is looking to move him. So I wouldn't be surprised if something happens before the season starts. And by the way, Fox is not signing his extension, so guess who's a free agent next season? Fox is going to be a free agent next year.
Yep, instead they signed DeMar DeRozan or trade for DeMar DeRozan instead.
I don't know, but again, Fox already came out. He's not extending. He wants to go to free agency, which means he does not want to play for Sacramento moving forward. So it'll be very interesting next year when he becomes a free agent where he goes. But again, going back to this, Jalen Brunson deserves to be in the on the USA team. He earned it. I think he was the best point guard in the Eastern Conference, probably in the NBA all season long. And listen, Team USA, whoever's choosing Team USA or picking the players, decided to go with Halliburton. Was he wrong? We will see. We will see how the point guard plays in, for the United States team. Last year, when he played in the World Championships, Brunson did not play well. He did not. Mikal Bridges did not play well in the World Championships. So maybe going with Halliburton, maybe they went with Halliburton because of that. I don't.
Did Kyrie make it or no?
Kyrie is not on the team.
Okay.
No.
I think he refused to be.
Okay, who's on the team? Let me go. I know
Embiid, I know, is on there, and they're saying he was playing for
Kevin Durant, LeBron James. They're the two co-captains of the team. They're going to be the starters.
Two softest players in the NBA.
Team USA. Kawhi Leonard's on the team. I know that.
Right, so he's broken.
No, he's healthy.
So we got 2 vanilla ice cream cones and a broken player. Keep going.
Vanilla. It's the Olympics.
Yeah, I know.
What are we complaining about?
They're probably going to lose.
All right, here it is.
Keep going.
Here it is. Bam Adebayo.
All right.
Devin Booker. Steph Curry. Anthony Davis. Kevin Durant. Anthony Edwards. Joel Embiid. Tyrese Halliburton. Drew Holiday. LeBron James. Kawhi Leonard. And Jayson Tatum.
All right. Who are the reserves? Because a lot of them are going to get broken.
That's the whole team. That's all.
They're all going to be on the IL pretty soon.
That's the whole team.
Every one of them is broken.
I'll tell you this. Has anybody looked at Team Canada? They're pretty good. I mean, their roster is pretty damn good. I mean, they have Shai on the team. They have RJ Barrett on it. They have a good team.
Man, if I was an opposing country facing Team USA, I would literally just throw my body at them and watch them just break and brittle. They're so injury prone. It's not even funny.
Again, I think that obviously, I don't know how Vegas has this, but I'm sure the United States team is heavy favorites.
Oh, they're still going to be, yeah.
Yeah, they're heavy favorites. And if you look at the young players that they have on this roster, I mean, we were just talking about Jayson Tatum and Anthony Edwards. Those guys are top 7 players. They're on this roster, okay? Joel Embiid, which Speedy says is a top 5 player.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid's on this roster. I mean, this is a pretty good roster, Mike. I mean, you're not...
I'm not denying the talent. I'm not saying nothing about
Is Bam Adebayo not the best center right now in the NBA? I mean, besides...
Well, no, Jokic.
Besides Nikola Jokic, yes. And maybe...
Okay.
Joel Embiid.
Well, Joel Embiid, I was going to say Jokic is 1, Embiid is 2.
Yeah.
What do you think of Rudy Gobert in that sense over Bam? Because he has won more defensive titles.
But Bam gives you more offensively, though. Gobert's like not much.
It's not much of a difference offensively, to be honest.
I'm not a big
Bam's
Rudy
a good
Gobert fan.
I'm not a big, Rudy Gobert fan, but in all,
Bam's a better offensive player. And if you look at Bam's numbers this year, they're getting higher and higher and higher. He's getting better and better and better. And Bam, I think, is the younger player. So
no, he is. But I'm just saying, it's hard. As much
I'm
as
not
we
a
all
big Bam fan, by the way. I don't like Bam. So
he's growing on me in the last 2 years.
I'm not a big Bam fan. I never was. I mean, he also plays for Miami. I can't stand that team too. So.
I'm hoping that when Horford retires, he can come over.
And the Celtics' new center of the future.
Come on, man. I'm not stupid. Me and Brad Stevens are always on the phone.
Oh, God. Anyways, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, our very special guest, we will be talking to our friend, ex-Titan, ex-Giants, all-pro linebacker Keith Bulluck here on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the top of the hour with Tommy Scoops to bring you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute. Starting off over in the NFL, the Houston Texans NRG Stadium has suffered roof damage from Hurricane Burrow. The hurricane, which has claimed several lives and caused massive damage in the Southeast Texas area, knocked out multiple roof panels at NRG Stadium, but is expected to be repaired before their home preseason matchup against the New York Giants. While over in the NBA, the Grizzlies announced that point guard John Morant is medically cleared for basketball activities. Morant, who missed all but 9 games last season after getting shoulder surgery to repair a labral tear, team says Morant is expected to be ready to go for next season. Over in the MLB, lastly, the Dodgers announced that they are placing all-star pitcher Tyler Glasnow on the 15-day injured list. Glasnow, who is suffering from back tightness and flare-ups, should be expected back after the all-star break. Heading into Scoops and Scores right now, where I'm giving you a rundown of the MLB scores, because right now the Rays have a 4-1 lead over the Yankees at the bottom of the 4th, with the Cubs having a 7-2 lead over the Orioles heading into the bottom of the 5th. Heading also into the bottom of the 5th, the Guardians have a 6-3 lead over the Tigers, with Phillies having a 9-0 lead over the Dodgers at the top of the 5th. Right now, the Red Sox also have a 5-2 lead over the Athletics, while the Mets have a 4-0 lead over the Nationals heading into the bottom of the 3rd. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
I'm not licking anyone. It's good for both. How thick do you like to be? You like powder on your donuts? That's how you shave.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, and our special guest in the studio tonight, my ex-partner, Mikey C. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Oh, man. When I heard we were getting this guy on the show, we had him on the show a while ago, and I loved the interview. I absolutely loved the interview, and we have him on again. I know before we had him on the first interview, we had to skip a couple interviews because he's traveling. He's doing so much work right now with the Tennessee Titans, and now we have him on the show. We are now talking to ex-Tennessee Titan and Giants All-Pro linebacker Keith Bulluck. Keith, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
You look good, man. I mean, last time you were sitting and you were hanging out and you were relaxing. Now you're standing. I think you're getting ready for the football season, getting ready to work in that booth.
Man, you know what? We're actually going through like a home renovation. So we're between homes. So like in my normal home, I got like the setup like you got. But now I just got to bring my iPad to the basement, it's to the garage and move some stuff around and find a quiet spot. So yeah, you know what? I have been doing this the last couple of months, and I'm liking the stand-up setup a little bit. I've seen those, tech guys with like the stand-up desks, so I might move towards that. I might see if we start something new. I doubt it, but we'll try.
Man, it keeps you young, man. It keeps you on your feet.
Oh,
you know all about it. You've been on a football field for how many years and a successful football player. So I guess being on your feet is what the coaches usually tell you to do. You're not going to want to be on the ground. Speedy, you know all about that.
No,
Anyways.
I don't.
Stay off the ground, Speedy.
I'm trying my best. Don't worry.
Anyways, Keith, why don't we get into it? Because the Tennessee Titans made some unique moves this year, and they added some wide receiving help. They added some defense help. What were your thoughts of some of the moves that they made in the offseason? Does this make them a better team? Maybe does this make them a playoff contender? Did we lose him?
Looks like he froze.
He froze. Did we lose him? Oh, there he is. There he is, Keith. Did you hear what I said, Keith, or do you want me to repeat myself? Oh, we lost him. All right. So, Keith Bulluck, he's down. I think he's in his garage. He says he likes to
he was in the
stand.
garage.
He's in the garage, so maybe the internet's not working in the garage. But we're going to have Keith Bulluck. He's probably going to rejoin us in just a few moments. But Keith Bulluck, fantastic performer on the football field. For 5 years, I believe that Keith Bulluck was a top 10 linebacker in all of football. He was that good. At the Tennessee Titans, I remember when he was playing with the Tennessee Titans, the guy was unstoppable. Whenever they played the Jets, he was all over the place. He always killed the Jets, always. But who didn't? I think everybody and their mother killed the New York Jets. Also, when he went to the Giants, he had, before he got hurt, the only season that he was there, he was having a good season before he got hurt. So Keith, when Keith was at the top of his game, he was good as any linebacker in all of the NFL. Keith, I know we had some problems with the internet. My question was for you. My first question for you was some of the acquisitions that they made in the offseason. They added some wide receiving help for Hopkins, and they added some defense help and offensive line help. What were your thoughts of the offseason for the Tennessee Titans?
Well, I think it was great because it was Rand Carthon's obviously second offseason as GM, but his real first offseason when he could go out and do the shopping for the team. You saw Amy Adams Strunk early in the offseason, relinquish and known that Rand will be calling all personnel shots. And with new coach Callahan in here, I think they hit it off on the right foot, and they, before the draft and all those different things, they figured out what they needed. Coach Callahan said that Calvin Ridley is someone that he has watched since Alabama, and has always had high respect for his game. So to get him in here early with DeAndre Hopkins, who showed and proved that he's the consummate pro, last year. Everybody was on him before coming in here to Tennessee about, does he practice, does he work hard, his work ethic and all those things. And I think he put those things to rest quickly. So they did a great job in free agency. They got the center as well. I believe his name is Quessenberry from Denver. That's definitely going to help those young offensive linemen. I believe that the offensive line core starts with the center. Anytime you have a good center that can communicate and get the guys lined up and, get that unit working as one, that definitely helps a young quarterback that be going to open the offense up with bringing in the third wide receiver that they just brought in
Calvin
from
Ridley.
Cincinnati. No, the
Boyd.
wide receiver.
Boyd and Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, Calvin Boyd. So that's the three right there. You figure D-Hop, Boyd, and Ridley, and you throw a tight end in there, Chigakonkwo or whoever you like. You could go 3 wides and 2 running backs with Pollard and Spears, and really set the defense up to have matchup problems. So I like what they did on that side of the ball. Defensively, they solidified themselves outside at corner with Snead and the young man from Cincinnati. His name's eluding me right now, but I know he played a lot of good football.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's Speedy's there. Speedy's on it, man. Speedy's on it. That being said, that gives them good coverage on the outside and getting Sweat in there. You hope that he can go like you think. But I'd say the thing that they're missing on defense is you need heat. You got these quarterbacks in the AFC that they're gonna throw the ball, especially with your man out there, C.J. Stroud in Houston, and then you got Trevor Lawrence, who's definitely going to try and show up big. He just got that payday, and then Richardson is going to try and make some noise coming off those injuries. So defensively, the Titans need to be able to obviously cover on the outside, which they kind of shored up with the 2 offseason requirements. But where the question mark is that linebacker and pressure on the quarterback.
So in your division, a big quarterback contract with Trevor Lawrence, and we've seen a lot of these big quarterback contracts throughout the offseason. What are your thoughts to the influx of that, and also potential for a QB salary cap we're hearing from the NFL as well?
Yo, you know what? These salaries are starting to kind of resemble like not necessarily basketball, but like those max contracts. They're getting up there. I think that it's gonna be great. The AFC South with all this young quarterback talent. You got Will Levis, who wants to show that he's one of the top quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence just got a payday. He definitely wants to show that he's worth what he got, and show that he is. They've been, waiting for him to play above where he's been playing for like the last few years. He's shown some strides, but nothing really crazy. And obviously, C.J. Stroud is the front runner. I don't necessarily know what you're going to get from Anthony Richardson. I think he had a great year. I was surprised how he started off, Anthony Richardson last year, but C.J. Stroud is the guy in the conference. But with Trevor Lawrence getting that salary, getting that payday, you like to think that Jacksonville is obviously, putting it on his back and on his shoulders to let's get the thing going and, compete with Houston.
You mentioned Richardson, and Richardson reminds me of a skinnier Cam Newton. Now, if he develops and he puts on some size, which if he does that in the offseason, I don't know if anybody's seeing what Justin Fields is doing right now. He put on like 15 pounds of muscle. I mean, he looks great. Even Russell Wilson's put on some weight and looks pretty damn good. I've been looking at their pictures on social media. I mean, Justin Fields is a beast of a man. I mean, this guy he's not the tallest quarterback. He's like 6'2", 6'3". He was 230 last year. They're saying he's about 242, and he still runs as fast as he does. I mean, this guy, if they could get him on the field and they can develop him, something Chicago didn't do, I mean, this guy could be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But we're not talking about them. I'm talking about Tennessee. Will Levis, you mentioned Will Levis. Tom Brady came out this week and said some interesting things about Will Levis. And he said that Will Levis is one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL. As a matter of fact, I think that Will Levis is better than he was when he came into the league. What are your thoughts to that? Do you believe that Tom Brady is just saying this, or he actually believes that Will Levis could be a great quarterback in this league?
Well, I'm going to touch on both that you already brought it up. I like Justin Fields as well. I think he's in a good spot. I think will further develop his career. I feel that a lot of young, talented quarterbacks come into this league and don't really get developed. They just get thrusted out there, and it's like, oh, he sucks. And it's like, yo, bro, you didn't even teach me nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I like that move for Pittsburgh. He should be the starter, I'm sure, by the end of the year. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the starter there by the end of the year. Back to what your Tennessee question. Look, man. Will Levis is way better than Tom Brady was at this point of his career in year two. Tom Brady wasn't expected to start. He wasn't drafted to be a starter. You know what I mean? So that's like a weighted question. It depends. Like, if you're smart enough, you read into that. You know what I mean? Teddy Bruschi even said that 6 years of Tom's career, was pretty much defense carried the team. It was won through defense, and Tom made the plays that was needed to be played. He played his role within that team the first 6 years. I guess when they asked him about the start of his Brady's career and Patrick Mahomes' career. So I think look, we know Tom's the GOAT. We know what he's done over the span of his 20 in the NFL. So it's like apples and oranges. But yeah, I absolutely do think you have to agree with him because Will is a starter and he was drafted here in the second round and Tom was in the seventh round. He had a magnificent career, but yeah, there's some weight to what he said.
So a lot of talk this offseason about the NFL expanding to an 18-game season. Joe Burrow had the most recent comments yesterday saying he wants 2 bye weeks and then the Pro Bowl in the middle. What are your thoughts on the process of the 18-game season and what it means for the NFLPA as a former player yourself?
I mean, look, it's if you can make it through an 18-game season, then that's great. The 2 bye weeks would be great. That would help the players take a load off, but it's gonna be tough because right? Like as fans, you want to see, the number one quarterback and you want to see all the starters playing in the playoffs. You know what I mean? And then if you're plugging people in and, people are already limping to the finish line and, no one's healthy with us, it's hard enough to stay healthy. 16-game season, 17-game season, 18-game season. I think, it's kind of BS player safety and you're trying to add more games and then you pile them up. So, it's there to be said, but I think this is an opportunity for the NFLPA to step up on behalf of the players and really make a statement to the NFL if they put a strong stance and strong foot down.
We are talking to former Titans and Giants All-Pro linebacker Keith Bulluck. Keith, before the show, I was watching Hard Knocks, and the Giants are on Hard Knocks, and I'm getting a chance to learn a little bit about Joe Shane. I'm not a big fan. I am a Jet fan anyways, and you know I'm a Jet fan. You like to take shots at me the last time you were on the show.
Hey,
but,
man.
hey, you know what? I think the Jets
you're
are in a
tough,
better
man. You're strong for that, bro.
Well, what can I say? I mean, but the Giants.
I'm a Mets fan. Hey, I'm coming home in 2 weeks to the stadium, watch the Mets Yankees. Let's go. You know.
Well, that's not saying
right.
much either.
hey, I know how you feel. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. That's right. But as a Jet fan, I got a chance to watch Hard Knocks last year and got a chance to see Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes, and very interesting. And then all the bad luck came, because anybody that's on Hard Knocks usually has bad luck. The New York Giants, Joe Shane, you got a chance to, over the first 10, 15 minutes of the episode, to learn a little bit about Joe Shane, where he comes from, where he developed all the way from an executive for the New York Giants for all the teams that he's worked with as a scout. And he talks about the how many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches he ate over the years, in his car, and he couldn't afford anything. Now he's a millionaire and all that other stuff. And look at the problems that they've had over the last couple of weeks after the Saquon Barkley thing. Now, I haven't really seen past it, so I don't know what happened, but I know they went to Saquon Barkley and told Saquon to find another team that would be interested in you. We are not re-signing you. Now you're going into a season, you don't really have an elite running back, okay? I know everybody says, well, you don't need one. That's not true. The Giants run their offense through Saquon. They've done that for years. And now you have a great wide receiver that you drafted, but you need other weapons around him to open up the field for these guys to really develop, and you don't have it. Now, I'm not saying Devin Singletary's not going to be a decent running back, but is he really? And they brought in this kid Moss. I'm not saying he's not going to be a decent running back after what he did in Indianapolis. But right now, you sit here today, are the Giants a better team now without Saquon Barkley or with Saquon Barkley?
No, they're definitely better with Saquon Barkley, hands down. And, they made the decision to pay the quarterback, That's what they have to live with. If they would have went the other route, obviously, their thing with Saquon is durability, but when he's out there, he's a beast. And him being aware and being very conscious that durability is one of the things that was a knock on him. He took pride in making sure he could get out there when he could. So I liked his toughness, and they're really gonna pay for allowing him to go to the Philadelphia Eagles. But at the same time, what's done is done, and I don't think that was well thought of. They didn't really show him or speak of him too highly in those clips that I saw. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily as a person, but that's in a good outlook to fans to show how they view football players as commodities. You know what I'm saying? You really spoke about him as if he were a commodity, and as a fan, you get to know and love the player. But up top in the office, when it comes down to dollars and cents and stacking the team, obviously we're not going to pay this for one running back line or a you know what I'm saying?
So I want to ask about I was going to ask about the general market for like running backs, and you being a linebacker. We've seen a lot of good linebackers that took a while to get signed. The safety market, like nobody's getting signed with that. Do you really think there's going to be this much position fluctuation going forward? And how could the NFL try to fix that kind of thing to get these guys paid?
Well, I think, man, and I'm seeing that with the linebacker, same with the set. At the end of the day, they're going to pay you your worth. I think that the new I would call it the new or up and coming football player. If you're at one of those positions such as a running back or something like that, you got to make yourself multifaceted. You got to be somebody that can run between the tackles. You can motion out. You can run deep routes. You can do all of these different things. Alvin Kamara 2.0, CMC 2.0, like those are the type of backs obviously that are getting paid. So I feel that you have to be one of those backs that doesn't come off the field. And then from the linebacker standpoint, obviously if you pass rush, you're going to get paid in the 3-4 as an outside linebacker. But as one of those interior linebackers in this day and age, all they do is pass. This is 7-on-7. You got to make it in the pass game, get your hands on balls, tip balls. How effective are you in the pass game? And as a linebacker, you might want to start considering yourself a playmaker because playmakers get paid. Linebackers play linebacker. I look at myself, I was a playmaker. I made plays. Obviously, it was a different game back then. But you think about the linebackers back then, Derek Brooks, Zach Thomas, Ray Lewis, Brian. I'm naming all naming all Hall of Famers, but them dudes was out there making plays, and I don't expect to get a gold jacket, but I definitely was out there making plays.
There was no question you were making plays. And speaking of linebackers, going back to the New York Giants, they bring in and they trade for Brian Burns. Okay. And I'm not saying this isn't a good move for him. I think for them, I think he's a top 5 linebacker in the league. There's no question that he is. And he's a sensational player. He had 8 sacks last year. He did very, very well for a Carolina Panther team that had a lot of loose ends. There's no doubt about that. As they have a new coach there, they have a pretty much new team automatically. And looking at Brian Burns right now, you paid him $141 million. It's a lot of money. You're giving him. He's making about $16 million a year as a linebacker. He's one of the highest paid linebackers right now in the NFL. I'm sorry, not 16, $28 million a year. That's what he's making. So he's making $28 million a year, which makes him, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the highest paid linebacker right now in the NFL. Here's the problem. You didn't pay Saquon Barkley. You didn't want to pay him. He's one of the best running backs in the league. And I know running backs are dispendable. You can get rid of them whenever you want. You don't need them. Okay. So I understand that. But Saquon Barkley has been proven to do it in New York. We don't know if Brian Burns is going to be able to do it in New York. We don't know if he's going to take the pressure over there at MetLife Stadium. And he didn't play on the bad turf that he's going to be playing on over there at MetLife, which is the worst turf in all of the NFL. So is he going to be the same player with the Giants? Or did the Giants overpay for a player that, in my eyes, even though he had a great season, he has been a good player right now in Carolina, might not be the same player in New York?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I feel like, look, I'm happy for him. But as a fan and as if I'm a front office exec, I expect him coming in to have the same kind of effect, maybe as a Roquan Smith. We don't have, as the Giants defense, don't have those pieces around. But I expect him to come in and, even solidify our defense kind of like Antonio Pierce did when he came, from Washington and came on to the Giants. You know what I'm saying? He can only do as much as what's around him, but being in that position as the Giants continue to making it known that he is the centerpiece. So he should be out there 10 tackles a game, tackles for loss, being a playmaker and bringing more guys with him. You know what I'm saying? His role is bigger than just going out there making plays. Who can they put around him to build this defense out as they go? What type of leader is he going to be? And for $140 million, that comes with the territory. You're going to have these little pups up and also prove that you're a big dog in New York City playing for the New York Giants.
My question for you look at Keith, you're a linebacker, the linebacker position. Is there a particular player that you've seen you've watched Brian Burns play? Is there a particular player that you played with in the time that you played that you can compare Brian Burns to?
No, they asked him to, he comes off the edge, he's one of those guys that, they didn't have so much to work with, so they're gonna scheme him and put him in position to make plays. I know they would do that with Javon Curse, but he's a different style player. Maybe I think of TP a lot when I think about it. Just because of the athleticism, the tenacity to come off the ball, run down ball carriers, and to be effective. I think the Giants fans could expect to get that type of guy, a guy with the high motor, But at the same time, for what they're paying, I just feel like his productivity needs to be than it has been. And like I said, some
That's
other
a lot of
guys.
pressure, Keith. You're putting a lot of pressure on a guy. You're giving him $28 million. You're telling him to come to New York on a team, an organization that's trying to rebuild this defense. They don't have Wink Martindale there anymore. He goes to college ball. They're bringing in a new defensive coordinator, a guy that you know over there in Tennessee. So you know him pretty well. So you could tell us a little bit about him. But I mean, you're coming into a whole new style, and you do have a good defensive line. I mean, you have Dexter Lawrence there. So it's not like you don't have beef up front. So there's a lot of pressure on him. Dexter, we know Dexter could do.
I mean, look, they have some guys that hunt, you know what I mean? And like, you know, those guys to me, they are coming into the zone, Dexter, and need to hit that maturity, you know, to take that next step as they approach contract number 2. And that's what I mean by Burns needs to come in and bring some guys with him. You know, he needs to bring those guys, help them come to the next level, bring some guys in the back end, in the secondary, you know, to get to who's going to fight with him, who's going to get in that foxhole. You know, some guys that are definitely going to do that. It's a lot of pressure. Pressure is what you make it. You know what I mean? Look, we all play as players. You want that big payday. I would have loved to been healthy and get a big payday and come home to play for New York. You know, that's like what dreams are made of. If you could do it, then, you know, you're written in, you know, sports archives forever. So I feel like that's what it's about. If he can go there and get it done, then you know, I think that you know, the Giants will be well off. But I tell you what, he'll find out fast what it's like.
Boy, would he ever.
If he's not getting it done.
No question. And the Giant fans are a little crazy. There's no doubt about it.
So my last question last week was unfortunately the 15-year anniversary of Steve McNair. What happened to him? I know you played with him. What was your best memories of him as a teammate, as a person?
As a teammate, man, you know, I just remember, you know, Steve and Eddie and Frank and all those dudes, like they just came from the Super Bowl, and I just remember being real humble. You know, was back to work. You know, as a teammate, making sure like the young dudes are coming along, because Nashville, when I got and wasn't what it is now in 2024. You know what I'm saying? It was way smaller, much slower town. So you know, as a person, Steve always looked out for the younger guys and his teammates all together. As a football player, I mean, he was a gamer. He was a warrior. All those stories are true. I remember my rookie year playing against Kansas City Chiefs. They hit him about 10 yards. I mean, out of bounds into the equipment, into their equipment chassis. He had like a cracked sternum and all this craziness, and he came in through the game-winning touchdown. You know, so when it comes to those football stories, you know, the legends are true. And then just as a friend, man, you know, he's someone that you can count on. You know, I'm an entrepreneur to this day because he was the first person that, you know, he owned a Gridiron 9, you know, over there by Tennessee State University, which was like a little seafood restaurant. But like, you know, he was someone that got me thinking out of the box when it came to life after football and things of that nature. And it's just unfortunate that you know, his time came when it did. But you know, we think about him other than July 4th. But it's always a great day to drink. A great day and a great excuse to drink about 12 Bud Lights in the memory of Steve McNair.
I don't know Steve McNair, but I've heard a lot of stories from different athletes and different players that have played with him or just know him personally, and said that he was one of the nicest, kindest people they've ever met. And he was such a good teammate and such a good leader, not only in the locker room, but outside of the locker room. He was always looking out for the younger guys and the younger players that were coming and drafted. So I do believe that. It's a shame that his career or his life went as fast as it did, but no matter how fast it goes, it's how you're remembered. And I believe Steve McNair will always be remembered as a good, prosperous, you know, person who obviously looked at the game as not just a love, but a passion. So definitely something that I could say about him.
Yeah, it used to be a sad day, but now it's like, like everything that you say, you just think back to, all the good times, and man, you just crack a couple brews and just, reminisce. So yeah, it was cool.
Well, I don't drink, okay? So I'm not cracking any brews, okay? I mean, if you crack
Arizona
a
iced tea,
Coca-Cola,
99 cents.
all right, I could get some Coke. I mean, Coca-Cola.
That's cool.
I'm not.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
not. I'm not talking about the Coke that
Nah, we
Lawrence
good.
Taylor
We
was
got you.
doing. I'm not doing
picking
that.
up what I'm picking up what you putting down.
I could put down a Coca-Cola pretty fast, my friends.
For sure.
Anyways, before we let you go, my last question for you is this new kickoff thing that the NFL has implemented in the game. How does this help the game? And do you think this is going to open up the game offensively like I believe it will?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I've only seen a handful of kickoffs. I've seen some creativity from some offense. I mean, some special teams coordinators, and I think this is going to make the game really fun. I think from a fan standpoint, the kickoff is missed. I understand the violence of it. I used to run down on the kickoff when you can have 3-man wedges, and they were 310-pound linemen hand to hand trying to blow you out of the stadium. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the creativity that could be put into it. Like I said, I saw some of the plays from the UFL, USF league, and I thought it was cool. I think we'll get some new household names as special teams, specialists. Unfortunately, when you think about it, whoever makes the Hall of Fame moving forward with this will be in a class by itself. So, that's something to look forward to.
It's not going to be fair. Okay. Kansas City adding Xavier Worthy, catching the ball in the backfield. That's 20. They can't move until it hits the ground or hits a player. Okay. Just think about that.
You got to build for speed. You got to build for speed now.
Build for speed. I mean, that guy's lightning fast. I mean, that guy's lightning fast. I mean, seriously, you want to talk about a cheetah? I mean, that guy is just as fast as a raptor, okay? I mean, it's ridiculous how fast that guy is. That's not fair. I mean, Kansas City could be starting on the 50 every single time. Every single time. Patrick Mahomes starting on the 50 every single time. Come on, Keith. You think that's fair?
I mean,
the NFL is...
I'm looking to see it. I'm looking forward to just seeing how it goes. I mean, like they have to do something, I guess, because that's a dead play. But yeah, I mean, look, as a defensive player, way to stop by somebody with speed is hit them hard.
Well, it's easy for everybody else to say until you're on the field and you see this guy coming out from the backfield.
Trust me, I know.
He's like a little flea, man. I mean, seriously, that guy. I watched that guy play for Texas this year. I watched him play twice, and everybody said, you got to watch this guy. And I watched this guy. He catches the ball, and he's out. I mean, he's small, and he's out. I don't know how anybody's
Dante, X Factor. I like the X Factor.
Yeah,
Dante, what was his name? Dante Hall.
Dante Hall, yeah. Very interesting. Well, keep up the good work. We'll get you on the show very, very soon. You're fantastic, as you always are. Get ready for the NFL season. I'm looking forward to watching you at some Tennessee Titan games. Why don't you invite us, man? Why don't you invite us to be your guests? I mean,
you
come
guys
on,
never
man.
been to Tennessee before? You guys got to get to Nashville,
Been
man.
to Tennessee. I've never been your guest. I've never been your guest.
All right,
Come
well,
on.
You got to work that out. I'll make that happen.
All right. I like that. I like that.
I know how to reach you. I know how to reach you.
You know, we're going to reach you because we don't want you to forget us.
That's smart. That's smart.
I know you're a busy man. You're a busy man. Aren't we all? But keep up the good work, man. You do a great job over there at Tennessee with the Tennessee Titans. And I'm looking forward to the new season with the Titans and the AFC. So looking forward to it. Thanks, Brian. I said Keith. I said Keith.
I got you.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Brian Burns.
I know what you mean, brother.
But you know what?
Hey, we'll catch
you know
up.
what?
I appreciate you. What's up?
I'll tell you this: you're a better player than Brian Burns. That's for sure.
Oh man, he still got some time. Hopefully, he can prove you wrong. You're a Jets fan, so you don't care.
I do.
Thanks, Keith.
Word.
Keith Bulluck. Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic as always. Busy man. I called him Brian, but he looks like a Brian, doesn't he? I don't know what looks like a Brian. So, Speedy, what do you look like? Has anybody come up to you and said you look like, they called you a name? Like, what does Speedy look like?
That's something I think about.
I'm going to say like Henry. You look like a Henry or a Donnie. What do you think?
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Donnie, right?
Doesn't matter.
Donnie or Danny.
I don't know, and I don't care. We have
know.
another guest waiting. You can ponder on my names after the show.
Well, your name is Speedy. There you go. I am a frat boy. Anyways, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, our second guest, he's waiting patiently. We will be talking to former Devils and Blues winger Cam Janssen. But first, ladies and gentlemen, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tommy Scoops, bringing you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute, jumping straight into the NFL. Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson says there is no ill will between him and former teammate Kirk Cousins. After Cousins left the team this offseason to sign a 4-year deal with the Falcons, Jefferson said on the Rich Eisen show, speaking on the matter for the first time, said that he does not blame Cousins for wanting a fresh start and wishes him nothing but the best, but focused on the Vikings next season. Lastly, in the NBA, Jamal Murray contract extensions are put on hold until after the Olympics end. Murray, who is currently committed to the Team Canada Olympic basketball team, Nuggets announced extension talks are currently on the back burner, but will resume after the Olympics basketball. Now it's time for Scoops and Scores, where currently, right now, the Rays have a 4-1 lead over the Yankees heading into the bottom of the 6th, with the Cubs having a 7-2 lead over the Orioles. Right now, the Guardians and Tigers are both tied up at 7 apiece, while the Phillies have a 9-1 lead over the Dodgers in the top of the 7th. Right now, the Red Sox have 11-2 lead over the Athletics at the top of the 4th, with the Mets having a 4-0 lead over the Nationals. The Marlins currently have a 1-0 lead over the Astros, and the Pirates and Brewers are currently tied with 0 apiece. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
No, I won't. Men in Black. That was years ago. Enjoy.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Peter, our special guest, my former partner, Mikey C, is in the studio. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Keith Bulluck, ladies and gentlemen. I called him Brian Burns for a second there, but listen, I mean, Keith, to me, is still a better player than Brian Burns. We'll have to see what he does this year. But we have our second guest. We've had him on a show before. We're very happy to have him on. We are now talking to former Devils and Blues winger, Cam Janssen. Cam, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me okay? Because my cat chewed up my headphones, and then my dog chewed up my AirPods, so I'm going on the speakerphone right now. You guys all good?
Yeah, you're good. I want to say something. Did your dog eat your homework too?
No, I was out of town actually for 4th of July, and I left it out, and my wife's parents were here. They let the dogs out, and that's exactly what they go through, which is very bizarre. They like to eat the expensive things in the house, which is always cool.
No, just don't tell your coaches that. I mean,
I don't have coaches anymore. That's
true, but who knows, man? Your wife's your coach, so that's not true.
You are 100% right on that, homeboy. You're right.
Anyways, Cam, let's get into it. I mean, the Devils made some interesting moves this offseason. It definitely made them a better team. They needed a goaltender. They added a goaltender. They had a very good offseason offensive. They have Jack Hughes, who's one of the best offensive players, young offensive players in the league. But what are your thoughts to the acquisitions that the Devils made this offseason?
Well, I thought they were very aggressive. You know, you get the goaltending you need. You got Jake Allen, who's actually with the Blues too, as a backup, who will be great. You got some size. You got that Brendan Dillon, who's going to hit some guys. I think he's like 5th overall in the league in hits, which you guys need. You got McDermott. You got to think like you're going against the big boys. You know, you're going against the Rangers, so it's going to be solid. You know, they got that Matt Rempe cruising around. We all saw what he did over the year. You're going to be able to counter that with some of the guys too. And now you have the skill, but you also have a new coach in Sheldon Keefe. How was Sheldon Keefe in Toronto? It's hard to evaluate because Toronto's such a different animal than Jersey. I bet you Sheldon Keefe went in the locker room and he looks and he's like, where's all the media at? And now he's like, probably could chill out a little bit and not worry about so much stuff and deal with some of these young kids. I think he's going to be a good coach, man. I used to fight his brother all the time in juniors. We used to play against each other out in England too. Tougher than hell. His name's Adam. I got to give him a little shout out. But look, the Devils did what they needed to do, and now they're going to be even more competitive, as they should be, because the fans deserve it. They need to see something. It's been too long.
So they may have to move for 2 defensemen and a goaltender. Brett Pesce, I really like that move too. Markstrom, they make the trade for that. How much better do you think that makes the Devils? Could they be maybe the second best team in the Metro now at this point?
Yeah, I mean, they're up there. You just got to go do it. You know what I mean? Are they going to listen to Sheldon? I think they will. I think they're all excited. The fans are like, let's go. We got a solid goaltender. But you got some guys to deal with. Of course, the Rangers are going to be good. Boston's going to be all right, of course. They're going to be competitive. Carolina probably had a little setback if we're going through the whole Eastern Conference. But yeah, no, they're in the mix. And every other team's looking at them now and probably like, oh, okay, you guys have a solid base. Yeah, you did some good things, but you didn't do enough. But now I think that they could figure it out and put everything in place and really, really be a factor. And I'm kind of excited about it, man.
As everybody knows, we are talking to former Devils and Blues winger Cam Janssen. Cam, you're looking at the enforcers now in the NHL. They're not like they used to be. When you were in the league, the enforcers were completely different. And the Rangers obviously have one of the most unique enforcers in the league. And Speedy, I always mess up his name. So Rempe, who is tall, strong, lengthy. What type of player could Rempe be moving forward as an NHL player?
Just intimidating, a power forward who can get in the mix and score goals because no one wants to be around him. When he's got a long stick, maybe he could break up plays easier. But Rempe got caught a couple times last year. Let's be honest, dude. There's a couple cats that caught him. He still needs to learn a couple things. I just saw a video of him up in Edmonton where he's training with George Laraque. So he's going to learn some stuff, but he can't take stupid penalties. But he's an intimidation factor. He's something different to where if you are in the playoffs, he can get in the mix and run guys over and do this and cause chaos, where then it gets everybody else off their game. But on the other hand, he's so big to where if he hits you, he's so tall to where his elbow's going to come up. He might glaze your chin. He might get penalties a lot easier, big-time penalties with his hits because of his size. So there's a weird balance that he needs to have. But he certainly got caught a couple times last year by that Matthew Olivier, who caught him in his jaw bad. And I'm like, dude, you got to protect yourself, man. You're 6'8" or whatever you are, 6'7". Like, string yourself out and don't get hit like that. But I still think he could be a force. But you guys got guys now too. Listen, if you're fast, he's not that much of a factor. He was playing like 5 minutes. So it's all the other guys on that New York Rangers team that you really need to worry about when they get going. They're dominating during the regular season. Somehow they fall apart during the playoffs. But now the Devils are like, we added some guys. We're a little bit deeper. We're a little bit tougher. We got a goalie. Let's go.
So a couple months ago on the show, we had a guy that you probably played against, and Dan Carcillo, who was mentioning some of the CTE, the injury effects of some of these fighters and the long-term effects. Like, what are your thoughts to fighting it from that standpoint for the NHL players?
Well, I mean, yeah, when you get hit consistently, it's not good. Just like a UFC fighter, just like a boxer or any physical sport, football. I've been watching you guys all night. You're breaking down secondaries with the Minnesota Vikings. Like, I don't know how the hell you do it, but those guys are getting rocked every single play too. So it goes on in a lot of sports, certainly the 4 major sports. And it's not good. But you know how I got hurt most? It wasn't from fighting, and I fought more. I mean, my fights, like, I fought all the time. I'd stay in there for 2 minutes. I got hurt getting hit. I got hurt hitting guys and missing them, and then I rock into the boards. I got hurt more by taking a puck to the leg or whatever. That's the scariest part of hockey. Going 100 miles an hour, trying to hit a guy, you toe pick and you fall into the boards and you rock yourself. I was able to be strong enough to protect myself, not to really get really caught too much. But and then again, and you know, who knows when I get older? Like I did get punched a lot, so maybe I'm going to be affected by it. I'm okay now, but we'll see what happens. But I understand, man. Guys get caught, they go down, and it affects you for a long time.
You know, Cam, you look at the league, and the league has changed completely over the last 10 years. I mean, the nets are bigger, the pads are bigger. I mean, it's a completely different sport than it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And obviously, it's a much faster sport. What do you believe the NHL needs to do to change it to make it even better than it is today?
The NHL is awesome today. There's fights, there's hits. 25 years ago, when you're hooked and clutch, watch some of these games in the 90s. Everybody's hooking and clutching so bad. It's god awful. This game's great. You got guys fighting. You got guys hitting. You got all kinds of stuff. You got superstars out the wazoo. The one thing I would say is the guys are robots when they talk. Like they are. Like, be funny. Like, they're so caught up in just being a robot. And I get it, because you don't want to put yourself in a jam, but every other sport's kind of like loosey-goosey. Football players will say whatever the hell they want. Basketball players have their own little thing. They all got their own podcasts and stuff. The NHL players are they're robots. But I think that's just kind of how it is. You know, like, I'm an outgoing guy, but I had to play it cool because I was playing for the Devils with Lou. I took my social media off. I wish I would have kept it, because I would have had a ton more followers, but I just didn't do it because I didn't want to piss him off, which rightfully so. So I think the game is great. The salary cap's going up. Hell, they want teams everywhere in the NHL. The NHL's in a good spot financially and everything. But I think that the players, they're not marketed well enough.
Mm.
The NHL's kind of nerdy too, right? They don't know what's fun and cool. They really don't. Like, they're kind of like, what's everybody else doing? We're going to follow suit. Like, the players are cool as hell, man. We interview these cats all the time. I play with them. They're cool. But they're so nervous to say anything. I don't know how you change that, but they just need to be able to be themselves and maybe have more internal things like Hard Knocks and whatnot going through the year, and you'll really understand their humor. That's what I think the problem is.
Cam, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of other things that the NHL needs to do to let these guys speak. And I think one of the things that I think that can transition these guys to be like the NFL players, because you have Sauce Gardner all over social media attacking people because he doesn't like somebody, or you have LeBron James opening his mouth politically or saying something stupid, or you have Kyrie Irving doing anti-Semitic views and stupidity that coming out of that guy's mouth. I mean, there's a lot, going on in other sports. I think with the NHL is, I think Gary Bettman is the best commissioner in sports. I do. I really do. Now, when I look at Adam Silver, I look at Roger Goodell, and I look at, obviously, Rob Manfred, I think is the worst, and then Roger Goodell. Gary Bettman is always booed. He's always booed in the draft. The fans don't like him. They think he's an idiot. But this guy really changed the game. He made the game so much more fun to watch. And I think that if Gary Bettman can get these guys to, like, open up, let maybe do a documentary about certain players. Look what they're doing right now for Netflix, the quarterbacks and the wide receivers now. Maybe the NHL needs to do that, where they can open up and let their players be seen for what they are. I mean, Matthew Tkachuk is an interesting guy. Wouldn't you like the cameras to follow that guy? I mean, the guy's out of his damn mind. Some of the stupid things I've seen, some of the skits that he's done on YouTube. So why wouldn't you want to see something like that?
Well, because you get yourself in a jam, and, the NHL is still like fourth fiddle. And if they get jammed up with some guy that says crazy things, that they're kind of worried about it, man. No doubt about it. And another thing is, like, Matthew, guys are complaining about not getting market deals. Like, we talk to these guys too, and like, well, you don't say anything. Like, Nikita Kucherov doesn't say anything in the NHL awards. He stands there like, I'm too good for this. Just be funny. That's your time. The only time the guys are really, I'm not talking about Matthew and Brady and Walt. Those guys are a different story. And I love all of them. They're a unique brand. But a lot of other guys are very just like, boom, boom, I'm going to be Robotronic. The only time they get crazy, for the most part, is when they win the Stanley Cup. And then they'll take their shirts off and be like, bah! Now that I don't want them doing that all the time. We don't want them to be like calling guys out and stuff like that. It's just, Be funny. Be yourself. I sat with all you cats in the locker room. You guys were the funniest damn thing ever. If there was a camera in there, people would die laugh. Now, you'd have to edit out a couple things, and that's probably what they're worried about. But in the majority of the shit, you could put anywhere, and these guys are hilarious, but they're scared to do it. And I get it, because you don't want to get canceled, because somebody will take something of yours so easily. Some nerd in one of these markets will be like, I don't like what he said. Let me look up every tweet of his and blah, 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 blah. And now they're going to bash him. They're going to get him. And they might even cancel him to a point where they'll convince the fans to hate him, and then they'll have to get rid of him. So all that's in the back of their head too. So it's a weird situation that they need to find a happy medium.
But Cam, they're doing that in all the sports. All these guys say whatever they want. I just said Kyrie Irving.
They don't get canceled. Every sport's different. Every sport's different. Those guys are so big in NFL, man. You can hardly cancel some of those guys. They're gigantic. The NHL is different. They're catering to a different audience, dude. Like it's just you could be more. NBA, those guys could do what the hell they want. They own the teams. The NHL guys don't. They don't have enough pizzazz to do any of that stuff. So they got to walk the line, which I get. But how do you transfer their humor into the audience without getting them in trouble?
So one of the things we've seen is also an NHL free agency of $1 billion in spending fee. You're talking about the money going up, and Nashville making big moves. Also, the disloyalty we've seen. Like a lot of times we see the NHL players stay with their teams. You go, Gensel goes somewhere now. Sidney Crosby could be traded. What are your thoughts on NHL free agency?
I don't know if I love it. That's great. Well, that's an organic thing that is exciting to build things up without somebody saying something crazy. That's good. There's always something. You know, the money's coming in and stuff like that. This is a business, man. Like where do I need to go next? And I don't get. You have a short window. So if I was in any of those situations, and I was just grinding the whole time, dude. But if I was a big dog and I had other things pop up, I'm gonna take my time and figure out what I want. I'm going to do it. So if there's free agency and I don't feel like I'm a good fit here or whatever, or the money is so big somewhere else, like I'm taking that. That's why I do like about the NHL, free agency, trade deadline. There's always action going on. And that's just the business of it. And like, maybe they'll be pissed fan base will be mad that somebody left and signed a bigger deal somewhere else. But you know what happens? If you're a good dude and you go back there, they get over it. They all get over it. Maybe a couple people will chirp you here and there. But when time goes on, man, you could just come back to that fan base and they'll be okay.
We are talking to former Devils and Blues winger Cam Janssen. Cam, I've never asked you this question the last time you were on the show, and this is a question that I was waiting to ask you. Your favorite place to play, the loudest place to play, and the dirtiest place to play.
Oh, dude, it's all in the East, man. All by you guys, all you cats out there. Are you guys in New York, by the way? Are you in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I knew it, by the way. You guys are just breaking down all this. It's so funny, man. I love you guys out there. At Madison Square Gardens, I'd have my wife and all our friends from Jersey go there. I'd get them all tickets, man. It cost me out the ass. And I'd go put on a show, get into a fight. There'd be fights in the stands. People would be chirping. I'd have all my big police officer buddies from Jersey, these badass dudes protecting my girl with all their girls too. They're all friends. Just in case something happened, they'd wear Devils gear. People will be chirping. The big boys would look at them, tell them to calm down a little bit. And I'm like literally watching sometimes just in case something goes down on the bench. That's how crazy it was in MSG. I loved it. I would say Chicago too, man. Chicago during the national anthem, when everybody's going crazy and you're sitting on the bench like, whoo, baby, let's go. And, you maybe have to fight somebody. Everybody else are thinking their own different thing. I would get teary-eyed because it was so loud. They have so many people there, packed all the time. And that it was very emotional. But then Philly would be the mean, if I had a dirty hit that game, or maybe I did something the game before, they would come out and say some mean things, wait for you on the bus and stuff like that. So you got Chicago, you got New York, and of course you got Philly. And the Islanders fans are crazy too. Don't get me wrong. The Islanders fans are crazy. Devils fans are good. They're not gonna say crazy things to you. There's not too many fights in the stands. I went to an Islanders game. I was traveling with the Blues doing a fan whatever the hell it was. And I went to the Islanders, and I'm looking around, and guys were just chirping and fighting, all this internal stuff, and it just made me laugh. But no one, everybody was good to me. In the end, they all love hockey. They're all crazy, and it's actually good for the sport.
So one guy that you had consistent beef with when you were fighting with him in the past, and a guy maybe you didn't expect to have some beef with that either fought you or tried to instigate you in the league. Who would that be? Both of those, and why?
Oh my God, dude. I had so many, man. Like it depends on what year it was and where I was playing, right? Like with the Devils, like, oh yeah. There's a bunch of monsters out in the East at the time. Colton Orr to Brian McGrattan, to, John Scott, Big John Scott. I mean, guys that are really, really big and tall that I had to deal with. But I mean, it just depends. It really depends on, like, Colton Orr, when you fought him, he would hit you and punch through your face, right? Which is not good, just so you know, okay? I like when guys nick you, but when they punch through you, then you drive home in your car that night and you don't know you're concussed, and you're with a bunch of people that came in from out of town, and all of a sudden your head starts spinning and you puke all over the car, and everybody's like, geez, are you sick with the flu? You're like, no, he caught me with my helmet off when I was going down and my head hit the ice. And maybe you saw that from the stands, but that was a real thing. I just sucked it up and didn't tell anybody and make a scene out of it. And yeah, I'd puke all over my friends, and they'd be like, what the hell is that? Then the next day I'd be okay. But yeah, man, it was hardcore, dude. When you know you have to fight somebody every other day, and they're mean and they're big and they outweigh you, it wears on your head. And I was really good at not getting caught flush, but sometimes you did, and you just had to deal with it, and stuff like that would happen. So, but then again, I'll tell you, like, my head feels good now, but you never know in 10 years, like, who knows?
When was the last time you put on skates?
Dude, I skate all the time, dude.
Yeah, all right. There are a lot of players that tell me I haven't skated in 2 years, 3 years. Some of them just like, they step away.
Yeah, but those are all the guys that probably have like 30 schmil in the bank. They're probably at different little places. And dude, I have the Blues alumni here in St. Louis. I live way out on the golf course, 40 miles away from St. Louis. But we have this beautiful rink that's associated to the Blues alumni. We have a multi-million-dollar locker room with beer, with everything, with our own plate everywhere. We have our own stall with all of our gear that gets washed every night. I skate with them 3 times a week. So it's all Blues alumni. And then other people pay to come in and have their own stall and skate with us. So it's a really cool thing, man. You go out to breakfast in the mornings. At night, we skate too, where we all party and cook pizza in the locker room and watch hockey. So hell yeah, dude. I'm still skating with the boys.
Well, now you got to invite us to that too, Cam.
Well, do you know how to skate?
Of course I know how to skate. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm just
I played hockey.
I don't know.
Nuts?
I don't know.
All right.
Because the guys will chirp you, just so you know.
I'll chirp
If you're
them
toe
too,
kicking-
man. I know how to speak. I know how to talk. What do you I talk? I sports radio, man, and I don't hold back on anything I say. So if you think I'm going to sit there and say, hey, this, I don't know who's Keith Kachuk. By the way, I'm going to say something about Keith Kachuk, all right? And I don't know if you know him. You probably do.
Of course I do,
yeah. Keith, his kids, I met both his kids, Brady, and I met Matthew, and I met Keith. The nicest one out of all of them is his wife, okay? Every single one of them, and I'm just being honest, they were rude SOBs, okay? They were just rude. And I was on the ice. I was on the ice when St. Louis won the Stanley Cup. I met Brett Hull. Man, that guy was drunk as hell, man.
Of course.
He still is.
Yep. Chris Pronger, very, very nice guy. Big as I didn't realize how big Chris Pronger was until I met him. He's huge. And I met him and Al McGinnis. I met Al McGinnis, and I was on the ice, and I'll never forget. I was standing there, and I walked up to Keith. I said, Keith, can I get an interview for you? I just want to ask you 3 questions. He looked at me, and he said, who do you work for? And I said, does it really matter? And he says, to me, it does. Who do you work for? I said, I work for a company called the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. I've never heard of you. And I said, but I'll give you one question. I'll give you one question. I said, man, that's nice of you. Thank you. And I looked at him. I walked away, and I'm not going to tell you what I said, but to my partner over there, I was like, what an ass.
But listen, no. Think about it though. This guy goes on every freaking radio station in St. Louis. He goes on every single radio station in Ottawa. He goes on and all of a sudden he starts getting jammed up and all these, dude, he is the nicest guy in the world. I swear to God, dude, he was so cool as a teammate. He's cool. He helps out everybody in this town. He doesn't want to do interviews, man. He's so weirded out by it because he might say something stupid because he's real and you might jam his ass up. Now, I mean, it's true. I swear to God, that's how he's thinking. He did that 2 years ago with Florida. No, it was 2 years ago with Florida when they were squeaking in and all of a sudden they beat Boston. Remember, he called out everybody and said they were a bunch of pansy asses. And then he blew up. His kids hated him for a bit. They're like, what are you doing? The team was weird. Like, he gets jammed up, dude. You got to understand that, man. He is such a cool guy to where he can't help himself. He'll answer questions. And not like a phony or a robot. He's real. That's why he turns shit down.
I'm a real person, man. I was going to ask him really funny questions.
You don't know that? You don't know that.
Michael Delzato, me and him were shooting the shit, man. We were hanging out on the ice. He wins his first Stanley Cup, and I'm laughing. I'm giggling with him. I'm asking what he's going to do, and he's done. I'm not going to say but we had to cut some of the stuff out, what he was saying he was going to do.
And Jordan Bennington.
Oh, he's wheeling girls, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I know. He is.
He's still working on Lisa Ann, I heard.
He's taking his shirt off and getting cut up like, what's up? I know what he's doing.
Michael was cool. He was really
totally cool.
Yeah. He's really down to earth.
But Keith is a different level. It's just a different level, man. Like, he's got the kids in the game now. I'm just sticking up. I have to stick up for him.
All right.
Because he's the coolest cat ever. If he wasn't, I wouldn't tell you that.
All right. I believe you.
Yeah.
It's an alumni thing. I understand.
You know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to meet Keith again, and maybe you'll have to hook that up, and maybe we'll shake hands, we'll do a pound, and maybe me and Keith can make up. I have nothing against the guy. I don't know him personally. I just the 2 times I met him when Brady got drafted. I was at the draft. I was working the press area. I was very excited for him and Brady, and it was Matthew, Brady, and Keith. They were answering all the questions for the press, and I asked a couple of questions, but it was when he came off, I walked up to Brady. I said, Brady, can I get an interview with you? And Brady was like, yeah, no, I don't feel like it. And then he walks away, and some hot, chick comes up to him and asks him for an interview, and he's standing there giving her an interview. I was like, that son of a what.
But that's normal too. Hey, but I will agree. Like, I do podcasts now too. And if I went up to somebody and I was cool about it, and they kind of, I'm in a different spot because I played, but we still deal with that too. And I will feel weirded out by them. Or if I met somebody that I knew, like that should like show you respect, and that doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does in a weird, I would be weirded out too. And I'd be like, what was that? I'm like, I don't know if I like him. Just that little interaction, I would make a judgment and be like, I don't like it. But then maybe you see him later on the line, it's a different story. But like, no, like, why would you do that to me, man? Like, I'm just being nice. I get you on that too,
It's hard, man. I understand you're in the press and you don't want to talk to the press because you don't know what they're going to ask you, or they're going to turn something against you. I'm not like one of those. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to hold back on what I say, but I'm going to be honest. And the one thing I could say about some of the guys that I've interviewed over the last couple of years, especially hockey players, is to me, hockey players are very like a robot. Like you say, they answer questions like it was written down in front of their like in a pad. You know what I mean?
I know.
Football players, you don't know how they're going to answer the question. Like you just heard, Keith Bulluck. I mean,
he's cool as hell.
Yeah, Keith is cool. But the one thing I can tell you about Keith is, and we've interviewed him twice now, Keith holds back. I know he does because
he works for the team.
Yeah,
he's got to toe the line. You got to get the guys that have enough, the big guys that made a ton of money, not maybe the biggest names, but just the guys that made a ton of money that don't give a damn, that they're sitting on their freaking 300 acres shooting their guns off or whatever. Some of those hillbilly linemen that made a ton of money that will spew whatever because they're not working for the team. Find those guys, not the big name guys, but the guys that have enough money where they don't need to have the team, like I got to tiptoe around stuff too. Like for sure, I'm dealing with work with the Blues at times and stuff like that. So but but I try to be as like normal as possible. I do. Like it's hard.
Here's how you approach everything. My name is Cam Janssen. I played in the NHL for 7-8 years, and I know you. Do you know me?
In St. Louis, it's easy. You know what I mean? Maybe in Jersey too, it's easy. I love all the people in Jersey, man. I had a
In
good
New
time
York,
out
if
there,
you
dude.
say that to somebody, somebody would smack you. I know you. Do you know me?
Yeah, you look like a jackass. You know.
Well, that's what somebody would say. I'll tell you a funny, quick story. I was in Kmart, a Walmart the other day. Kmart. I was in Walmart the other day, and I was getting milk, and I was looking at 2%, and these two old people are standing in front of the refrigerator, and they're just looking at the milk, and I'm like, I'm staring at them, and I'm waiting for them to pick the milk, and they're just looking at it like it's like moving, like if there's an animal there, and I stand right next to the old lady, and I'm looking inside, and I'm like, I put my hand on my lip, and I'm like, yeah, those milks look really sexy. I mean, I love when they sweat. She looks at me and she says, "You're disgusting." And I grabbed my milk. I walked away and I said, "What did I say? What did I say?" I just said the milk looks sexy. It's sweating. And they're just staring at it. And you want to know something? I forgot something. I was going to get gel. They're still standing in front of the milk when I went up to the cash register. What the hell are two old people doing looking at milk for?
You saying that probably thinks it's like porno for them. You know what I mean? They're probably so old. They're probably just taking their time. They're gonna have like they're gonna eat cereal that night and just probably chill and watch some movies. You know what I mean, man? Like
Oreos,
eat some Oreos and stuff like that.
That's your favorite thing, right?
Yeah, no, I like beer.
Yeah.
Probably more than anything.
I like beer.
I do. Beer is probably the thing that puts most weight on me, which I could probably cut out, but sometimes it's hard.
Puts hair on your chest, and your woman loves that, right?
Dude, I had hair on my chest at like 15. Just weird, like a werewolf. I didn't know what to do.
Cam, we really appreciate your time. You're fantastic. We'll be in touch because I'm going to hold you up to that. I'm coming to St. Louis, man.
Come down, baby.
I'm going to come down to St. Louis. We got to hang out, man.
Right on, guys. Hey, be cool, guys.
You too, man. Cam Janssen, fantastic as always. Great personality. Really is funny. Really, really, really is funny. I know, Mike, you like that. You like Cam.
Well, when he was playing these, he was like that little energizer enforcer. So he was a fun guy to watch. I know he was a little on the smaller side. I think like 6 foot or whatever, but he was fun to watch.
No, he's always, every time he comes on the show, he's always funny. He's always laid back and he tells us funny stories and he doesn't hold back on anything that he says. So I agree with him. I think the NHL players need to open up a little bit more. I really do. I think when you're getting interviewed, you got to show your personality. That's what sells. If you want to market and you want to find a way to market.
Well, right now, the NHL is taking so much backlash with so many incidents that maybe they're just towing the line right now.
Yeah, but you have so many good stars right now.
I understand.
Yeah,
but right now there's such a backlash with so many things.
Well, that maybe by giving the crazy diverse stars that you have from all different parts of the world, it might change that. I mean, I understand the backlash.
There's been a lot of racism. There's been a lot
of course there has been. Of course there has been.
That's what I think. It's just towing the line to eliminate the
Listen,
nonsense.
I grew up a John Van Beesbrook fan. John Van Beesbrook owned St. Mary's over there in Detroit. I think it was Detroit where he was brought up. He said something racist about one of the players on his team. He sold the team and he was fired. He was fired from his own team. Okay. And now he's running Team USA hockey, so it to me, you can fix up some of the things that you've done in the past and what you've said in the past. So I know there is crazy stuff going on in the world
between certain players with race, with then the sexual abuse. There's so much going on.
How many African Americans were drafted this year in the NHL in the draft? A lot. I think there was if I'm not mistaken, I think there was 15, 14 guys that were African American that were drafted this year in this year's draft. What was it? 7 rounds this year? All 7 rounds. I think there was about 15 or 14 African American. I think there were 2 in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. So who's the? I'm so lost right now. With who was the guy that his son was drafted in the top 10?
Iginla.
Iginla. Yeah, Jerome Iginla. His son's half
Right.
African
No,
American.
I'm just saying, but I'm not talking about.
And the
I mean,
Rangers drafted an African American.
Yeah, their
Yeah,
first round
Emery.
pick. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's African American. That's two right there.
No, I'm just saying between, incidents that happened recently with, then this sexual abuse that's been going on
Yeah, well, with the
rampant
Chicago,
between Chicago and then the overseas junior team, the Olympic teams. There's a lot. So I think maybe towing the line.
But Mike, this has been going on
I
for
understand.
years.
Well,
It's been going
guess
on for
what?
years.
It's only coming out now. So because it's been covered from higher authority, which is kind of pathetic, but obviously since society has changed, it cannot be. It's being all uncovered. So it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't. So maybe you just toe the line for a little bit until everything clears away.
No question. Joe Burrow said on Pardon My Take that he is in favor of an 18-game NFL schedule proposal by some modifications. He said that all teams should get 2 bye weeks and a Pro Bowl weekend to be moved to during the season around week 13. He also said all teams should have a bye week late in the season to help injury situations and should be the same week for every team. He says the Pro Bowl game will be skipped by a majority of players, but still could be a good way to showcase the younger players and breakout stars in this format. Former quarterback Chase Daniel called out Burrow for his comments saying that the owners gained leverage over the NFLPA. Daniel added that these types of comments are what happens when top 5 quarterbacks speak for the rest of the NFL players that don't get the same benefits. The NFL made $13 billion last season, and the salary cap increased over $13 million per team this year. This is interesting. I'm going to say this. Joe Burrow has every right to speak. He could say whatever he wants. If he has his opinions, he should be able to speak it. He shouldn't be using the NFL platform to speak it, but if he wants to use it on a podcast, if he's on podcast or he's adding some interesting content on a podcast, I think he has every right to speak up for himself and some of the players that he obviously is standing up for. The problem right now is there are a lot of ex-NFL players that don't like this. There's a lot of ex-NFL players that are jealous of guys like Joe Burrow that's making $55 million a year. He's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Well, him and Trevor Lawrence are the highest paid quarterbacks right now in the NFL. And this guy, who's only been in the NFL for 4 years, hasn't been healthy. He's been healthy for 2 out of the 4 years. So this guy has been in the spotlight his whole career, from all the way from Ohio State, where he never got a chance, to go to LSU and became the number 1 pick in just 1 year. And now everybody's taking shots at him. And it's not just Daniels. There are other people on social media saying that Joe Burrow should not be speaking for us. Joe Burrow should not be saying these things unless he comes to the NFLPA meetings and he speaks to all the players that are involved with the NFLPA. Now, Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. There's no argument to that. And anybody that argues that is an idiot. And Cincinnati is an organization that has not really had a lot of success. If you look at the success over the last 30 years, the closest thing they had was with Boomer Esiason. And that was against the 49ers in the Super Bowl, which they lost. So they haven't had a lot of success, and they finally go to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago and lose against the LA Rams. So I understand the way Burrow is speaking. Burrow knows that if there's more games added, there's more money. And if there's more money, there's more revenue for players to make money. And he's a quarterback that's making $55 million, and he's probably thinking, hey, you know what? In 5 years, I'm going to be a free agent again. I could be making $75 or $80 million with the extra game added and all the TV endorsements and deals and sponsorships that they can get from that extra game. So, yeah, he's looking at it in a bigger way. But, again, there are other NFL players. There are linebackers that are beating up their bodies. Quarterbacks are sitting behind the line of scrimmage. They're not getting hurt. They're not getting most of the time, the only time they get hurt is they hurt themselves. Their foot gets caught, their cleat gets caught in the turf. They tear their Achilles, they tear their knee. Very few times do you see over the last couple of years a quarterback get hurt because they were hit. That's the truth. They get hurt because they run out of the pocket and they hurt themselves. So Again, the linebackers, they're getting torched. Look at the running backs. Look how the beatings they get behind the line of scrimmage. They're not even getting the contracts that they deserve because they're dispensable. That's the way they look at them. They don't want them and they don't need them. After 3 years, they can dry them free and clear and draft another guy in the 5th or 6th round that could do the exact same thing the other guy can do. That's the way they look at it. But that's the wrong way to look at it because, again, the NFL looks at quarterbacks. Quarterbacks go down like crazy. How many times a year does a star quarterback go down? At least 3 or 4 times. At least 3 or 4 times a star quarterback goes down on one of these teams. Last year, I could name Joe Burrow was one of them that comes to mind.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins was another. Aaron Rodgers. Those are 3 right there that I could call out right now. There were more than that, but those are 3 of them. Every year, a quarterback gets hurt. And it's besides Tua getting the concussions, most of those injuries. Now, Joe Burrow, he hurt his finger by hitting somebody's helmet by throwing the ball. He intentionally hurt himself. Aaron Rodgers, he hurt himself. His cleat got caught in the into the grass when he got hit, and his knee went one way and his Achilles popped.
Kyler Murray the year before too.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins too hurt himself. He didn't get hit.
Daniel Jones too was non-contact.
Daniel Jones too. These guys don't get hurt like that, but you have linebackers getting beaten up. They're tearing their pecs. Offensive linemen. Look at Elijah Vera Tucker tearing his pec because he's trying to block for his quarterback.
Look at Trey Greenlaw in the Super Bowl just trying to walk on the field.
Yeah. These guys get hurt, but they don't make anywhere close to the quarterback because the quarterback position is the most important position. I don't want to hear it from the quarterbacks. I want to hear from the other players. I want to hear from the running backs. And people actually listen to the running backs. Saquon Barkley deserves to be treated like those quarterbacks. You're going to tell me Saquon Barkley is not as important as Daniel Jones was when he was on the field? He absolutely was. Go look at their record. Go look at the Giants' record when Saquon Barkley isn't on the field. Honestly, go look at the record. It's a losing record. So, again, that's why a lot of these players don't like when Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes. You don't see Patrick Mahomes going out of his way and saying things. You know why? Because Patrick's smart. Patrick only cares about what's going around him, what's going around his team, and how many Super Bowls he's going to win. Tom Brady was actually like that too. It was a few times that Tom Brady would get on the mic and he would open up and say anything that's going on in his locker room. He would never say anything. And when they would ask him Bill Belichick questions, nobody knew what was going on until now. After the dynasty and all the different documentaries, nobody knew what was going on in that locker room. So some quarterbacks step up to the plate and open their mouths, like Joe Burrow, and he deserves to because he's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the league. But sometimes you got to stay back and wait until somebody comes out with something. Another player comes out with something and says something, a star player at another position say, I agree with him. I agree with him. I agree with that offensive lineman. I agree with that wide receiver. I agree with that corner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and also I think the actual proposal, for what the 18-game season, because it seems like it's inevitably going to happen, like Keith Bulluck was saying when we had him on, and it seems like a lot of these other players too just know it's going to come. So I think the actual proposal for Burrow is not a bad idea, but you're right. I think Chase Daniel, the comments he made too, were just as powerful when you look at all these guys that averaged.
He's a quarterback too. So
he actually was like a high-paid backup quarterback. Like he actually got better contracts than a lot of good players in other positions too. So for him to sympathize for some of these other players in the NFLPA, I give him a lot of credit for that too, because he was him and Sam Bradford are always considered, why is he getting $5 million a year to be a backup or something like that? And he always got it from all these different teams. And I give him credit for sympathizing for that. But I like the idea with Burrow too, trying to at least say, all right, we can expand this maybe to get the Pro Bowl season for a third break.
I'm not saying it's not a good idea that Joe Burrow is coming out with his thoughts, and he should be adding. They should add more, bye weeks and stuff like that. That they should, and that the Pro Bowl should happen in the middle of the season or at the tail end of the season. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but he shouldn't be the one speaking. He shouldn't be the one speaking out for this because the quarterbacks make the most money. They're treated like they're gods.
Right.
You bring out, have a corner say something, or have somebody like a running back or an offensive lineman say something, a guard or somebody say something. Wait until one of these guys speak before you open up. Because again, I'm not taking shots at the quarterback and what the quarterbacks are making, as well as they deserve. They're the best players on the field. They should be getting paid that kind of money, and they make the team that much better. I'm also looking at Joe Burrow. He's been in the league for how many years?
He's going into his 5th year.
He's 4 years he's been in the league. How many years has he been injured? Twice. So out of 4 years, he's had 2 seasons. He's been to 1 Super Bowl, and he's speaking up. I understand he's an elite quarterback. I understand that everybody thinks he's a top 5 quarterback. I don't want to hear it from Joe Burrow. I want to hear it from a guy that is a veteran, that has his own thoughts to the way the game needs to be changed and how it's going to protect the players and where these other players can make more money in the future.
Yeah, I don't even care about the fact that he was the one that was saying it, but I think the bigger message is what the owners and Roger Goodell has to compromise with these players. We were talking about when the 18-game proposal first came out. Like, these players have been so nitpicked by front offices for certain performance-based bonus, milestone bonuses, incentives in these contracts that teams are just trying to tamper with them all the time. We were talking about it with Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs last year, like the way that, they have to earn this particular milestone to even get reset the market for the running backs. Like, those kinds of things have to be implemented where the NFLPA, like Keith Bulluck was saying, has to get a little bit stronger in terms of pushing that kind of thing to win against these owners that are just so stubborn and so egotistical.
Yeah, and again, the owners are going to have their own opinion. They're making money. They're going to make money nevertheless, and the players want to make more money. And 18 games. I remember when Ray Lewis was in the league, and they were trying to add that 17th game, and Ray Lewis said no. He was so against it. And it wasn't just him. Ed Reed was against it. Troy Polamalu was against it. So, and these guys were the best at their positions when they were there. And the NFL was fighting. They finally got the 17. What's next? They want 20? I mean, seriously, it puts these guys at risk. You keep telling you want to protect the quarterback. You're out there trying to protect the quarterback. And all these teams, there are very few teams that have a good backup. Very few teams. So, I mean, if you sit back and you wonder, I understand what Joe Burrow is saying. I also believe that Chase Daniel makes a good point. Why is Joe Burrow speaking? Why is he opening up? If all the players aren't opening up to it, then Joe Burrow shouldn't be speaking. It shouldn't be one person. It should be all of them speaking and agreeing to it.
You would hope there's a ripple effect, maybe like in quantity, because you're right. Maybe if somebody that didn't, like, he's a backup linebacker or something, were to say it first, I don't know if the NFL would take it as serious. So maybe Burrow doing the first one, but you're right. It should be a collection of running backs, linebackers, offensive linemen, defensive linemen that take on much more wear and tear.
They don't care anyway.
The trenches like to get it the most.
The NFL doesn't care.
I know.
I know Mike's ready. I know Mike has something to say, but the NFL's not ready. They don't care what the players have to say. If the owners agree with it and the players are somewhat 50-50 going to agree with it, they're going to add another game. And I best believe in the next 2 years, there'll be an 18th game in the NFL because they're trying to get rid of the preseason. They only want to keep it to 2 preseason games, and they want to go right into the NFL. Do you know the NFL is starting? I think, if I'm not mistaken, September 5th this year. September 5th. We're going into August in what? Another 3 weeks. You're talking about a month and a few days that the NFL is going to start. I mean, that quick. I remember when the NFL was starting at the end of September, October. Remember that? It's different now. The game is different. I think the league is different. But go ahead, Mike.
I didn't say anything.
Well, I thought you were going to say something. You're getting close to your mic. You're about to say something. But I think that the NFL needs to really, obviously wait until other players are going to speak out on this. I mean, Joe Burrow, I understand why Chase Daniel is taking shots at Joe Burrow because he shouldn't be the one speaking. I think there are other players out there that should have been the ones coming out of the woodwork and saying what they feel about it, like Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis was the first person to speak when that 17th game, they were talking about that 17th game being added to the schedule. He did not like it. And that's why it never happened, because when Ray Lewis speaks, everybody listens. Joe Burrow's been in the league for 4 years. He's very well respected by his peers. He's only been healthy for 2 years. I think there has to be a veteran player to come out that's a superstar player, that's been a great player for the last 7-8 years, like an Aaron Donald. He comes out and says that, everybody's going to listen. Everybody's going to listen to Aaron Donald on what he has to say.
Right. Especially now since he's retired too.
That's
I mean,
all
there's
I'm
a chance
saying.
He comes back. Yeah, he could definitely be a big
That's-
spokesperson in
No,
a
I
big
don't think
market.
he's coming back.
No,
I don't either, but I'm just saying, like, I think he definitely could be a spokesperson in a big market.
I don't think he's coming back either. The Association Press reports that Brett Favre's lawyers have asked federal appeals court to bring back a defamation lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe. A judge in Mississippi threw out Favre's lawsuit in October against Sharpe, saying he used constitutionally protected speech during the show. In regard to the welfare of Scandal, Favre was involved in. Sharpe said he was taking from the undeserved and stealing from the people that needed the money. The lawyer called him using the word steal as the form of defamation because he wasn't using the word literally. Favre was found to take or have taken $1.1 million from nonprofit groups to help homeless people, but did not face any criminal charges. Favre put the money in the volleyball team at Southern Miss, where his daughter plays. This is first of all, I can't believe Brett Favre is not in jail. All right. This guy, and I understand he's Brett Favre. I understand he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of this era or the last couple of decades. Okay. Brett Favre stands for that quarterback play that Green Bay always stands for. If you remember Bart Starr and you think of Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and now obviously Love, they've always had great quarterback play over there in Green Bay. But Brett Favre was never a nice guy, ever. I mean, when he came to the New York Jets, he only came to the Jets because he couldn't go to Minnesota, and Green Bay did not want to trade him to Minnesota. That's the reason. That's the truth. They didn't want to trade him to a division team. That's the fact. Okay. Brett Favre went to the New York Jets, told the Jets that he wants his own locker room. He wants this, he wants that. The Jets gave him everything he wanted. Woody Johnson gave him everything that he wanted. How many games did he play? He played, I think, 11 games before he got hurt against New England Patriots on Thursday Night Football. I remember it. I remember it nice and clearly. His career and his season, well, his season was over, not his career. His season was over with the New York Jets. Then, obviously, 1 year, you lose Eric Mangini. He gets fired, which he was told he wasn't going to get fired if he took Brett Favre on. And the New York Jets had Brett Favre for what? A couple more weeks before he told the Jets he wanted to be gone. He wanted to either retire or be traded or let go so he can go to Minnesota. What happens? The Jets let him go. He goes to Minnesota, and he goes all the way to an NFC title game with the Minnesota Vikings. He doesn't win, but he goes there. And then you heard stories when he was with the New York Jets that he was sending private pictures to women that worked in the press, that worked for the New York Jets organization. This is a man that obviously doesn't treat women with respect. He doesn't treat anybody with respect. And he's always been the kind of guy that you never wanted to mimic. You never want your quarterback to mimic. He never liked Aaron Rodgers. And I don't care what Aaron says. Brett always was nice to me. He was never nice to Aaron Rodgers. There were stories coming out that Brett Favre, when he was drafted, when Green Bay drafted him at, I think, 23 or 24, he was pissed. He was pissed. He called up the GM. He called up the president of the Green Bay Packers and said, "What are you doing? I have all these years left." And they told him, "Don't worry about it. You're not going to lose your job." He never helped Aaron Rodgers develop, ever. Aaron Rodgers, over the years, has said, over the years when he was with Green Bay, that he never sat and had a conversation with Brett. Brett Favre was never trying to help him develop into the quarterback that he is. Now, all of a sudden, that Aaron Rodgers is over there with the Jets, and he's trying to help. He tried to help Zach Wilson, and now you're hearing all these stories with him and Tyrod Taylor trying to help Travis out, Jordan Travis, I'm sorry. So I understand that these stories are coming out, and you probably are going to judge him. And Shannon Sharpe had every right to speak about it. It's a free world, okay? We're in a country that it's freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. If you don't like what Shannon Sharpe had to say, then go on his show and attack him. Speak your piece. Say what you feel. Don't go over there and try to sue him. Because the truth is, what you did stealing $1.1 million from a nonprofit organization that you were trying to raise money for and to put it in your daughter's volleyball team, which, by the way, you're worth millions and millions of dollars. Why the hell are you stealing from a nonprofit organization? It shows you that you don't give a crap about the nonprofit organization. You don't care about anybody but your damn self and your family. And that's, again, goes back to Brett Favre when he played in that Monday Night Football game when his father died. Right. Does anybody remember that? Mm-hmm. Does anybody? I know you remember that, Mike. Remember when he threw over, like, I think he threw 5 touchdowns in that game, and he threw almost 400 yards? Yeah. I think it was like 386 yards in that game, some crazy number, and everybody praised him. He practically was put on everybody's shoulder and walked off the field. I don't know if anybody remembers that, okay? Everybody respected him, and I don't want to hear it from – we've had old players that played with Brett Favre. Yep. We've had them, and every one of them said that for all the people that take shots at Aaron Rodgers, that Aaron Rodgers was a better teammate than Brett. Every one of them said it. Every one of them said it. And now you never heard anything. You never heard anything from ex-players that played like Jermichael Finley. He never talked crap about Brett Favre, but he talked crap about Aaron Rodgers. And that's the problem. That's the problem. There's nobody. His own teammates never said anything. It was the people outside of the team that was speaking about Brett Favre.
And it was tempered with the media as well with Aaron Rodgers. Now you're saying it too because everyone's overblowing the relationship stuff, all the stuff.
Everybody knows they didn't like each other.
No, I know. And that kind of thing just magnifies it even further with what Brett Favre is like doing right now. Because you're right. Like everything he's doing, like he has all this money. Like why can't you invest it that way in your daughter's team? We've seen obviously all this other stuff with college sports going on too. I'm sure there's a better way to do it than what you tried to do in 2022. Because even though in 2022 the NIL stuff and the money payment isn't what it is now after the law was passed, there was still progression towards it. You're not going to invest your own money. No, you're going to steal welfare and steal from homeless people. Like that makes you bad. Look, I know Shannon Sharpe maybe didn't have the right legal terms with that. He's not a lawyer. He's not an attorney. He's a guy on a sports show saying of the crazy things that you're doing to try to help your daughter's volleyball team and you're going to steal from homeless people. Like it looks really bad.
It looks really bad. And then the fact that he's not going to jail for this, 1.1 million, that is a felony. That's, I mean, anything over $1,000 is grand larceny. Right. What do you call that? Grand larceny? Yeah. What do you call that?
Grand larceny on steroids.
I don't know what you call that. That what he did is just, I don't know. I don't know how he's not even going to get any jail time. There are other people out there going to jail for stealing $3,000-$4,000 and going to jail for like, a year or 2 years for doing something like that. And this guy steals over $1 million to help out his daughter's volleyball team because he doesn't want to dig into his own pockets. I mean, this is something that Craig Carton did. Right. Remember what Craig Carton did? Craig Carton was stealing from his organizations, millions and millions of dollars. What he was doing, he was taking tickets. He was taking tickets. And he was the free tickets. And he was scalping those tickets and doing it and using that to take the money and do it to use it for his gambling. Right. Okay. And it was given to him to raise money for his organization. Instead, he was taking it to make money for his own awareness.
Financial benefit.
Yeah. His own awareness. I don't know, but I honestly, Brett Favre is a scumbag. He really is. He's not a good guy. And honestly, the fact that the NFL, the fact that his lawyer is trying to press charges on Shannon Sharpe, I don't think any jury or any court system is going, if whatever he's suing him for, is going to give him an opportunity to win money or take money from Shannon Sharpe's pockets.
As random as the juries could be, like even that would be saying, all right, I screwed up a couple of legal terminology. You're going to sue me on that? No, focus on the actual case.
I just think it's embarrassing. I think the whole story is embarrassing for him and his family, and for the Green Bay Packers. That, by the way, he's an alumni. He still works with the organization. He's still there at games. They promote him. His jersey's up in the rafters. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing for the organization. I don't know if anybody remembers. He was there recently at a home game when Jordan Love gave him gave him an award or something like that. I don't remember what kind of award was, but he got an award from Jordan Love. And I remember you see the picture that him and Jordan Love were taking. It didn't even look like Brett even wanted to get close to him, So, I mean, it's a big problem, obviously. In the NFL, there's a lot of bad guys. I'm not saying that Brett Favre's the only bad guy that we've ever seen in the NFL. There are a lot of them. We've had a couple of crazy ones on our show. I'm not going to say they were bad, but they were crazy ones. You know what I mean? So he's not the only one. He won't be the last. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, Fish, what are your thoughts to it? Let's bring him in. I know he had a couple of things to say about this.
Well, it's tough because I remember watching Favre as a kid thinking he was the most entertaining player in the NFL. I don't think he was ever the best player in the NFL, but he was definitely the most entertaining quarterback. So when you see your heroes, the Emperor's New Clothes type of situation here, where you realize he's not a good dude. And this, we don't know exactly the mechanisms, and we don't want to get sued by Brett Favre either for defamation of his character, because I don't know the details of the case exactly. Well, that's the thing. That's what he's saying, that this guy, that Shannon Sharpe, went on a show and said something that was public knowledge and just basically stated that if he did this, then that's a really horrible thing to do.
Freedom
and
of
Favre
speech.
saying he was horrible.
Freedom of speech.
And that's why they threw it out in the first place, because it's freedom of speech. But, he's trying to say, it was unconstitutional how they threw it out, so they're going to try again. This is the last gasp for Favre. He just doesn't want to pay. It's not like he doesn't have the money. This is now turned into an ego thing between him and Shannon Sharpe, who we know has a humongous ego. So it's become a bigger story because of that. But I don't think anyone really thinks Shannon Sharpe is in the wrong here.
No, I do not believe that Shannon Sharpe is going to have to give him any money out of his pocket. I can't see it. And Shannon Sharpe has the money too. I mean, his podcast is bringing in a ton of money. All the different people that he's bringing on in his show, the endorsements and the sponsorships that he's bringing in. Shannon Sharpe doesn't have to worry about money. If he wants to, if he really wants to pay Brett Favre, he could. But he knows Brett Favre's an ass. He came out many, many times on his show about this situation of what he's taking away from homeless people, and Shannon Sharpe just dropped the hammer on Brett Favre, and as well as he should. Brett Favre has always gotten away with things because of who he is, because of his name. If it was me or if it was any of you, everybody else would have probably went to jail for this, stealing $1.1 million from a homeless organization that, by the way, you helped build. So to me, it's disgraceful. I mean, look, Craig Carton saw it, a year and a half, 2 years. Any normal person probably would have saw 10 years for what Craig Carton did. I think he stole like $4 or $5 million. Okay.
And we've seen also like people embezzle from their own company,
But
steal
that's
from
the
their own
problem.
company and get a lot more than what Brett Favre's even getting now.
That's the problem when you're a star, or you're a face, or you're a voice, in a big market. You're going to get away with everything. You're going to get away with something because of your name, because of who you are. It's kind of disgraceful. It really is. Because if the court system really wanted to dig hard on the Brett Favre thing, I mean, Brett Favre, he should have gotten in trouble from what he was doing, sending pictures to that girl. He paid her off and he got away with it. If it was me or you, that's sexual assault. Sexually, what would they call that? That is sexual
harassment.
Assault. Sexual harassment. That's sexual harassment, sending pictures and stuff like that. So it's, to me, it's disgraceful. It's embarrassing and despicable. And again, Brett Favre, one way or another, it's going to catch up to him. I don't know if it's going to catch up to him now. Could you imagine his wife? She's still with this man after all the crazy stuff that's happened. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Cooper Flagg said during the Team USA's development camp that he thinks Michael Jordan is the greatest player ever. And he thinks that Kawhi Leonard is the greatest defender ever. He also called the 1985-86 Celtics the greatest team ever, even over the 72-win Bulls. I disagree with him. He also called Greg Popovich the greatest coach in NBA history. Reports say that Flagg was the most impressive player on the court during the Team USA scrimmage with their under-18 team versus the Olympic team. Flagg is just 17 years old and projected to be the number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft. Speedy, I've been speaking about this guy for 3 years. Yep. 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. 3 years. I said this guy is going to be the number one pick in the draft 3-4 years down the road. And he is. This guy is the white version of Kevin Durant. He is everything that Kevin Durant is. He's long, he's lengthy, he's athletic, he can shoot the three. He's not as good a three-point shooter as Kevin Durant yet, but he's going to develop that shot to be. He is a great all-around shooter. He's a great free throw shooter. I mean, his game fits the NBA style. His body is already built to play in the NBA. I think he needs to put on a little bit more muscle, but he is fit. And this guy is going to be the number one pick. I don't know who's going to be drafted number one next year. Probably Brooklyn. Detroit or maybe Brooklyn. One of those guys. Whoever gets this kid is going to have a superstar. Now, what he has said about Michael Jordan, he's not lying. Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. How does Cooper Flagg know? He never had a chance to see Michael Jordan play because he's 17 years old. 17 years ago, Michael Jordan was done. He was retired. He retired from the Bullets. So he never got a chance to see Michael Jordan. All right. So for him to come out and say that Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time, I don't know how he sees it, but hey, maybe his father's telling him, maybe he's seen clips, but clips don't really show how great of a player was. I'm going to tell you this right now. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. There's no question that he isn't. Now, Kawhi Leonard, greatest defensive player of all time, he's on drugs, okay? I don't know if he knows who Bill Russell was, but Bill Russell was pretty damn good, okay? There were a lot of great defensive players in the past. For him to come out and say that Kawhi Leonard might be the best in this decade. He might be the best defensive player in this decade. If you want to argue that, that's true. But to say that Kawhi Leonard's the greatest defensive player of all time, ridiculous statement. I completely disagree with him. All right. So wrong about that. Greg Popovich, the greatest coach in NBA history, not a chance. Phil Jackson is the greatest coach of all time. That's a fact.
Phil Jackson has had the best talent.
Really? Because
Pretty
that was pretty much the talent that they had until Phil Jackson went to Chicago. They never won a championship. They never won a championship until Phil Jackson went.
No, he's a
to the
great
Chicago
coach,
Bulls.
but I mean the talent around.
Then he went to the LA, the Lakers. They had Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay,
they couldn't win.
He went to the Knicks. They couldn't win.
He didn't coach.
What a coach.
He didn't coach. He was an executive.
I think he coached.
No, he didn't coach.
He coached on one leg.
Yeah, right. He didn't coach.
From upstairs.
Everywhere Phil Jackson went, Phil Jackson won as a head coach. Everywhere
I'm
he
not
went.
disagreeing. But I'm saying he also had the best talent in the league, practically.
Really? Because Greg Popovich has had pretty good talent. I mean, Tim Duncan, the best power forward ever. Oh, he's terrible. How about Tony Parker, who's probably a top 10 point guard of all time? Oh, yeah, horrible. The best six man. Oh, definitely a top 10 point guard of all time. You go look at what he did. First of all, winning wise and what he has done as a point guard, because remember at the tail end, those two other championships that they won, he was the best player on that team. He was the best player on that team, even better than Kawhi Leonard, even better than Ginobili. And by the way, Ginobili was the best six man ever. How many six man awards did Manu Ginobili won? Okay.
Well, when did that award get created?
I understand that, but Manu Ginobili was the best bench player we've ever seen. And he's probably one of the first to come, a Hall of Famer to come off the bench. I mean, seriously. So
probably the only one.
Yeah, I mean, he played with he's coached a lot of great players. Let me ask you a question, Mike.
Sure.
Since those guys, how many championships has he won?
Oh, none.
Okay. How many playoff appearances has he gone since those guys have retired?
I don't even know. Probably none or one.
No, it was like three, but it was like
two.
It was
two.
And then Kawhi Leonard got hurt, and then it was all downhill after that.
It was two. It was two playoff chases. And again.
So does that make him a great coach?
No. I'm not saying Greg Popovich isn't one of the greatest of all time. I mean, Red was pretty good. I mean, he was pretty good. But I'm going to tell you, Pat Riley was pretty good. But I think
Pat Riley also had like one of the greatest Lakers teams ever assembled.
I look at what Phil Jackson did with multiple teams, multiple transitions of teams. Go look. I mean, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, Shaq goes, and he wins with, a bunch of other guys, Metta World Peace and all the other guys.
Pau
Gasol, yes. Pau Gasol. But at the time when Pau Gasol came to the team, everybody was like, oh, Pau Gasol's good, but he's not great. Okay. So that's what everybody used to say when he came from the Grizzlies. Oh, he's a good player, but he's not a great, which a bunch of crock of crap. But so I'm just saying, in my opinion, he wants to say Greg Popovich. That's fine. The greatest coach of all time is Phil Jackson. Until you can prove otherwise, he's the greatest coach of all time. He's won the most. And to me, if you look at the championships and as a player, he won 2 championships with the Knicks. So how many championships does he have? 13, 12? I mean, the guy is a winner. And that's all I'm going to say. So he's wrong. In my opinion, he's wrong about the coach. Now, I do believe this guy is going to be the best player we've seen come out. And you're hearing it from me. He's the best player to come out of the draft since Kevin Durant. That's how good this guy is.
Who?
Cooper Flagg.
No.
Yeah. You've never watched this guy play. Okay. You don't even know who he is.
Wembanyama is going to be the best player in 3 years.
Who?
Ever.
Who?
Wembanyama.
Okay.
He's going to be the best player in the NBA in 3 or 4 years.
I'm telling you right now, this guy is the best player. This guy is the best player since Kevin Durant has come out of the draft. I'm telling you right now, mark my words, this guy is going to be a beast with Duke this year. A beast. Now, I'm not saying Duke's going to win because Shire's the coach. But I don't be surprised if this guy's averaging about 30 points a game, between 28 and 30 points a game. This is how good this kid is. He's a great player. He is a good 3-point shooter. He's not a great 3-point shooter. He will develop a 3-point shot. I guarantee you he will. In the NBA, you're going to have to. This guy is long, lengthy, athletic. He can pass. They say his passing ability is just as good as his shooting ability. Okay. This guy can pass. He's a rebounder. He's a good offensive rebounder. He's a good defensive rebounder. This guy's game is as good as anybody's we've seen in a very long time. I don't care what you guys think with Wembanyama. I'm not saying Wembanyama is not a good player.
He's the best player in the league in 4 years.
He's not. Okay. I'm telling you right now, he's not.
You heard it. I said it. I claimed it. And I'm going to own it.
And I'm going to
be the best player.
You're going to own it? You're going to own it?
I've been pretty much 90% right. You know that. For
There it
how
goes
long?
again. There it goes
For
again.
how long?
There it
You've known
goes with this 90%.
for decades.
You were never 90% right.
Oh
You're
my
on
God.
drugs. You're not.
Do I need the cash receipts now?
No, you can cash whatever receipt
Oh
you
my
want.
God. Don't even go there.
What are you going? Because you're looking. No, don't even go there. You are not 90% right. I can name so many things that you were wrong about. So you're wrong. Why? Because once in a blue moon you've been right about something. Get out of here, Mike.
Never.
You are not 90% right. That
you
is
know that. Everybody else knows
I don't
that.
know
You just
that.
don't want to
You're
accept it.
No.
You don't want. It's okay. I
you like-
understand.
Listen, you like to speak
I
out of your
understand.
ass. You like to
Not
speak out
even
of your
remotely
ass.
close.
You like to speak out of your ass.
It's
It's
okay.
fine.
I
It's
understand.
fine. That's fine. It's good.
It's okay,
Whatever
little
you like
brother.
to do.
I understand.
Little brother. What do you mean, little brother? What are you talking about, little
It's
brother?
okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'm going to tell you don't worry about it. Because for you to think
In
that
4
Wemby-
years,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
going to sit there and go,
All right.
damn, I hate to admit it. Mikey C's right again, like you've done in the past.
No, I never said that.
Oh
in the
my
past.
God, are you sure?
I've said 2 things that you've been right about. Two.
No.
Two.
keep going.
The Noah Syndergaard thing. That's it. And the Jacob deGrom thing. That's about it. I mean, I can name about a couple of things in the past that you have been wrong about.
What about
been wrong about what? What? Think.
What's his name?
Think.
Sam Donald?
Sam Donald, what?
Zach Wilson?
Sam Donald,
When
what
the
are you-
Jets
what are
get
you
a
talking about,
franchise
Sam-
quarterback.
Mike,
They're
what are you
going to
talking
win the
about, Sam
Super
Darnold?
Bowl.
Mike-
I'll put $1,000 on it.
Who?
You remember those bets? You remember, Speedy?
Who? What are you talking about?
When
the
when-
Knicks.
No,
The
no,
Knicks.
the Jets.
The Knicks. It wasn't the
Jets.
Jets.
Sam Donald.
It was the Knicks.
If the Jets get a
was the
franchise
Knicks.
quarterback, they'll win the Super Bowl.
It was Knicks.
And then it was the Zach.
It was the
First, it was
Knicks.
Sam Donald. Then it was Zach Wilson.
I never said Zach Wilson that we're going to win a Super Bowl. I never said they were going to. I never said they were going to win a Super Bowl. See, you take words out of my mouth.
No.
You're just
I know.
like-
No.
You're
I
just
know
like
you.
Jeff.
No,
I
I'm not.
never said that.
I am nowhere near Jeff. I'm only telling you.
I never
what
said
you've
that.
said.
I've never said Zach Wilson. With Zach Wilson, they're going to win a Super Bowl. Never, ever, ever, ever. You're taking words out of my mouth. As far as Sam Darnold is, I thought that
When he
I
got
said-
drafted
now,
number 2, I remember our
said-
conversation.
I said
you were
Sam-
like, all right, I was wrong about Sam Donald, but I think with Zach Wilson, because he could throw the ball much better and more accurate. And the exact words of your mouth that came out to me when we talked about Zach Wilson on the draft were, I'll do it double or nothing. And I was like, bro, don't worry about it. Don't
Are you
worry
done?
about it because
Are you done?
Because they're not going to win.
Are you
again,
done?
And they
Are
didn't win
you
again.
done? I'm waiting for you to be done. So
Okay,
you
I'm
can spit
done.
out.
All right,
All right, you're done.
You can have
Never.
it now.
Okay, I'm going to take the mic over here. Never said anything about Zach Wilson. I said Sam Darnold in 5 years' time they were going to be a Super Bowl contender. I never said they will win the Super Bowl. I said a Super Bowl contender that they will play in the Super Bowl. That's what I said. I never said they were going to win the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. So you're taking words out of my mouth. Okay, you said quote unquote. And the only thing that I remember that you were 100% right about was Noah Syndergaard, and then picking Jacob deGrom as the best pitcher out of all the Met pitchers on that roster. By the way, I took Zach Wheeler. And
No, you did, and I said he does have good stuff.
And I said, honestly, if you want to ask me, I think Zach Wheeler's a better. Still, I think Zach Wheeler's a better.
Well, he's just been more durable, but Jacob deGrom.
I disagree, but
Was
but
it-
I'll
I
say
understand
you were
what you're
right
saying.
about that. I will say that you were right about that. But you saying 90% right, no way in hell you're 90% right. And you want to say Wembanyama? That's fine. A lot of people think that. Everybody would probably think a 7'6" guy, athletic.
All
as
he
well
has
as
to do is just put on weight into
Good.
that body, and
Good.
he's going to be unstoppable.
And we'll see if he does. He's long and his legs are like stilts. So good luck on that. Once his leg goes, once one of his knees go, and then he goes. And that's what. Remember Yao Ming? Remember him? I rest my case. I'm going to tell
You're
you that.
comparing Yao Ming to him?
Absolutely. Yao Ming. How tall was Yao Ming?
I don't know.
7'6". 7'5".
Wembanyama, I thought is 7'2" or 7'3".
No, Wembanyama is 7'6".
Okay. But I'm not worried.
7'6". And
because the game today is much softer, so it's a little different.
Well, I'm telling you, Wembanyama is going to be fighting injury after injury after injury. You watch. It's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Cooper Flagg, what I've seen and what I've studied with, and I've watched this kid play in high school. When he was a 9th grade kid, and I told Speedy, reach out to him 2 years ago. I said, reach out to this kid. I want him on the show. Now we have.
How tall is Cooper Flagg?
6'9", 6'10". I think it's
6'10", I thought.
I think 6'10".
So he has a chance to still grow a possibility.
Yeah.
Dude, this guy is the real deal. You watch. I'm not even gonna have to say anything. He is going to be more impressive as you see him play over and over. He was scrimmaging with the USA team against the USA players, and everybody said he was one of the best players on the court.
He was literally playing against LeBron.
LeBron James, and he was outplaying LeBron James. So I'm going to tell you this right now. This guy is going to be the next big thing. You mark my words.
I'm not denying that he's not the next big thing.
Watch.
I'm just saying Wembanyama is going to be the
he's not.
best player in the NBA in 4 years by far.
Oh, that's your opinion. I disagree. Okay. I disagree. And he'll be a good player. You can argue there's going to be great players in the NBA that are going to compete with him. You're going to compare him to Nikola Jokic in 4 years. He's still going to be in the league. I mean, I don't know how great he's going to be, but there'll be other players that are going to develop where you're going to compare to Wembanyama. So I'm just telling you right now, this kid, there's nobody that's going to compare to this kid. I'm telling you right now, mark my words, wherever he goes, wherever he gets drafted. Is it the Nets? I don't want to see him on the Nets. I don't. I would love to go.
I think it's going to be Brooklyn because of the fact that one, I think every draft is rigged. Brooklyn's a big market. That's the reason why they traded Mikal Bridges, so they make the team worse than it already is.
Well, they say that in 2026 because that's what they're stockpiling right now is the 2026 season, which we had somebody on. We had
Dan
Purcell, who worked with the Grizzlies for the Pelicans. The Pelicans for 10 years. He said that 2026 draft is going to be the best draft in the next 20 years. He says the 2026 draft is loaded with stars.
Yeah, well, that's 2 years away. Yeah. So, but I mean, just going by next year, if this kid's going to be available by next year, I'd say probably the Nets.
Okay. It's interesting.
Well, only because it's a New York market and it's going to help build because of, the whole aspect. I mean, if you think about it, the only other team that I could think that's dying in a big market is maybe the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls. Because usually that's why I think it's rigged.
Well, yeah, they already got a top 5 this year where they were playing, Sam.
Yeah, but there was no. I'm just gonna say this: this year's draft was horrible. Now, usually we said this, Speedy. Usually, when they say it's a horrible draft, you're going to find 3 or 4 superstars in those drafts.
Or you just might find,
or just under the
couple
concept
of
of the lottery
diamonds.
process, though, too.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you this:
basketball is the hardest
sport to predict.
Sport to predict because
I think it's baseball. I think it's
Well,
baseball.
Well, no, it's yes to a degree, but because there's so many rounds in baseball and they obviously cut it, there's just so many levels you have to go through.
How many top 5 picks in baseball history became stars?
Oh, I understand what you're
I
saying,
mean-
but I'm just saying in the sense to where it's hard, from that level. But I'm just talking about as an individual sport that basketball is, even though it's considered a team, with only 2 rounds and a small roster, you kind of almost have the probability of being good. But the problem is, it's the athletes itself.
Did you hear that the NBA wants to make a 3rd round? Did you hear about that?
For what reason?
I don't know, because
pathetic?
they're making not only the G League, they want to make another preseason, like not preseason, minor league where teams have 2 teams, 2 NBA.
more of a development
system. A development system. So maybe some of these.
But
players could
the
be
game's
developed.
already horrible as it is. How much worse do you want to make it?
I mean, the NBA. I wouldn't be surprised if the NBA wants to add more games.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't doubt that, but I really can't even watch anymore unless it has an important meaning to it, because it's horrible. Everybody flops. Everybody looks for a foul.
Thank LeBron James for that.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. That's why I
James Harden.
can't stand them. I can't stand LeBron James.
Well,
he ruined the league.
I wouldn't say he ruined the league because
he ruined the league.
He brought different sponsorships and he brought more money to the league. Now, Michael Jordan
He
really
made it softer for him and his friends to play.
Yeah, but he's driven so many different ways where the NBA can bring in
what
more
other
money.
NBA ambassador decided to change the rules and the regulations to keep it to his soft ass? No one. Kobe didn't. Jordan didn't. Everybody else didn't. They played among. Nobody said, "Let me get my friends to team up to try to win a ring." When everybody let the GM do their job of making a competitive balance.
But he didn't cheat. And when you go back and
I
again,
didn't say he
I'm not,
cheated.
and
I
I would
never
agree
said he
with you.
cheated.
I'm going to say I would agree with you with the whole.
He was
making the
chasing a
trio.
goat that he couldn't catch.
Well, he
That's
was never,
his problem.
Dude, nobody's going to chase Michael Jordan. Everybody can try to chase him.
Tried with his friends to try to get 3 rings in 3 years.
Wayne Gretzky, what he did, the success that Wayne Gretzky did in the NHL, he couldn't chase Michael Jordan. Okay,
Hockey's completely
I'm just
different. I
saying.
understand
I'm
what you're
just saying. When you look at Tom Brady winning 7 Super Bowls, he won more championships than Michael Jordan. I'm sorry, Michael Jordan is the greatest athlete I've ever seen. I don't care what anybody says.
That's interesting.
It's the greatest athlete I've ever seen.
I don't know.
It's not because I'm hating on Tom Brady, because I think Tom Brady is a sensational athlete. But
No, he's
Michael
not.
Jordan, when Michael Jordan played, I knew, okay, as a Knicks fan, I watched Michael Jordan my whole life. All right. I watched him in the prime of his career. And nobody could say that. Mike, you could say it, I could say it. I watched Michael Jordan. My favorite sport growing up was basketball. I watched that man play the game at the top. So did you, Fish. You watched him too. All right. Michael Jordan is the greatest athlete I've ever seen. Any sport, boxing, football, baseball, hockey, racing. I mean, Dale Earnhardt and what he did as a racer. Anybody, Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, all of them. Michael Jordan is the greatest athlete I've ever seen. Muhammad Ali.
He's the greatest basketball player.
I think he's the.
I don't know.
I think he's the greatest athlete I've ever seen. I'm sorry. The guy, his blood was cold. He didn't give a crap. It didn't matter.
That's his personality.
Yeah, it didn't matter. And by the way, he changed sports and he changed endorsements. He was the first person that drove Nike to say, you know what, I'm gonna pay you for every single shoe that you sell. Okay, and he made millions and billions. Michael Jordan, I saw something very interesting that posted up recently. Do you know how much LeBron James has made playing basketball?
More than Michael.
Hold on, I'm going to tell you. $551 million playing basketball in the NBA. Michael Jordan, $95 million. Michael Jordan was the first athlete in sports history to break $1 billion. First athlete to ever do it. Okay?
Right.
So Michael Jordan did it with endorsements, sponsorships, building his name. And that's what everybody's doing now. LeBron, they're all trying to build their name through a product. Michael Jordan is the product. He is the product. You know, and I want to say this, and no offense to Jerry West being, the emblem of the NBA. Honestly, the emblem of the NBA should be Michael Jordan. Just speaking the truth. Michael Jordan, his emblem is on almost every single jersey in the NBA. He should be the emblem in the NBA. That's just my opinion as a fact there.
He's the greatest competitor ever, right? I don't think you can argue about who is more athletic as a physical athletic thing.
Right,
You could say
correct.
Wemby, like you were saying, right, Mikey C?
Right.
You can't
I
deny
never
that.
said the athletic. I think he's the best.
Well, you
But as a whole,
remember the
all
best
around athlete,
player.
definitely
Yeah.
Michael Jordan because of how he was competitive, and nobody can hold a candle to what he did. We were saying other things about
Well,
best
how he
defensive
transcended
players.
the world is completely different.
Yeah,
Because
It's
you could
different,
sit
but
there and say Muhammad Ali did that. He transcended the world with his boxing. And
I
as
think
well
that's a
as
great
his-
comparison, actually. And I would say that's probably the top two if you're going to make a comparison. Two guys that were at the top of their game that were so undeniably great that there's really no question
I
that
don't
they
even.
I think
impacted
it's
the
a
rest
hard.
of the
I
world.
think it's a hard
I'm a
topic
boxing
because
fan.
we all haven't seen, and I could sit there and say, well, Babe Ruth transcended baseball. We just didn't see it.
I'm gonna say this. I'm a big boxing enthusiast. Muhammad Ali is not even the greatest heavyweight of all time. Okay. And the fact that everybody puts Muhammad Ali, the greatest boxer of all time. The only reason why everybody puts him there, and I'm not saying he wasn't a great boxer, is what he did sitting out and not boxing for 5 years because he stood for something. Because he didn't want to fight in a war. He didn't want to go to Vietnam and kill innocent people. That was the truth. Okay. That's the facts. All right. I don't care what anybody says. That's why everybody puts Muhammad Ali over here. All right.
Look, you teach him in U.S. history class. Like I had to teach about him earlier this year. That's how important he is.
Yeah,
Maybe he wasn't the
I'm saying he's
best
not important.
heavyweight ever, I guess. But I was just saying the level of importance. Babe Ruth, I agree, is another one from different generation that transcended the sport because he was so undeniably great. Now, I had to come back before we leave the topic about Popovich being the best coach ever. I still remember when he took Tim Duncan out in Game 6 against the Heat for no good reason, and they end up losing the game on a great shot because Tim Duncan's not in there to box out and get that rebound. It's, in my opinion, one of the biggest coaching mistakes of all time. So since he did that, I can't put him at the top above Phil Jackson at all. At
Phil
all.
Jackson's
Like,
the
just for
greatest.
that one move.
No, I think the greatest coach is, according to everybody, is Red Auerbach.
Yes, I said Red, but he's not. Phil Jackson.
I didn't
remember
really see
Phil-
much of him. So
and Phil Jackson came out and said that his style of game was through Red. I mean, he studied Red. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Phil Jackson, in my opinion, is the greatest NBA coach of all time. And he did it with multiple teams. It wasn't the same team with different stars and different everything. His triangle offense, look what it did for the Golden State Warriors. Look what Steve Kerr did with the Golden State Warriors. Mark Jackson couldn't do it, but when Steve Kerr came in, he did do it. And why? Because he ran the triangle offense, a style of the triangle offense. Phil Jackson's style of the triangle offense. So I think Phil Jackson is the greatest basketball coach. I think, but he's a kid. I don't think he understands. I don't even know if he actually got a chance to see Phil Jackson coach. Even when he was a kid, when he was a baby, with the Lakers, he probably didn't even know what a basketball was at the time. So I mean, honestly, Phil Jackson is just an amazing head coach. Now, as far as an executive, he's horrible. He's probably the worst I've ever seen.
One of the greatest the Knicks ever had.
One of the worst I've ever seen in professional sports history. I mean, the guy's a complete moron. Brandon Nimmo told The Athletic that he directly told Steve Cohen and David Stearns that he wants the Mets to be buyers at the trade deadline. Nimmo added he wasn't worried about the Mets underperforming the way they have against the 500 the teams below 500 recently. The New York Post Joel Sherman reports that he expects both the Mets and the Yankees to be active, especially in the bullpen market. WFAN's Greg Giannotti says that the Mets should try to trade Edwin Diaz and called his contract the worst in team history. The Mets now have 6 prospects in the top 100 in the MLB. Prospects ranking released last week. The MLB.com's ranking, they had them in the top 6 in the top 100. Who cares? Because prospects are prospects. Mike, we talk about this all the time. That doesn't mean nothing. The Mets are 20-10 since the start of June and are now just 2.5 games back of a playoff spot. First of all, the Mets, to me, have a very good coach. And I've said this, a very good manager. I thought Mendoza was a great pickup by them. Thank God they didn't go after Craig Counsell. I told people that I believe Mendoza is going to work out over there. A lot of the Yankee players over the last couple of years have said that Mendoza had a very big impact. DJ LeMahieu, when he came over here, he said that Mendoza was a big part. Gleyber Torres and his development, he came out and said that. I mean, he hasn't had a good season since Mendoza's been gone. So, I mean, there's a lot of players that have spoken highly of Mendoza. So I'm not surprised that they're figuring things out. Now, I do not believe this roster, as far as their rotation, is good. All right. I think this is the fact that they're winning and they're 20-10 in the month of June is pretty spectacular. Okay. And it's not because of hitting. Okay. Because their lineup is not hitting. They're up and then they're down. They're up and then they're down. It's not hitting. It's really been their bullpen. I mean, they're respectable 5th, 6th, 7th inning, 8th inning guys. Except Edwin Diaz, everybody in the bullpen has pitched very well. And yes, but practically everybody else has been very good in the bullpen. They're getting good pitching right now from specific guys and a lot of guys that you wouldn't expect. And I've been very impressed with Mendoza because every string that he's pulled in the month of June has worked. So it says a lot about his coaching ability and his understanding of, developing young players. Even Nimmo is actually hitting the ball better in the month of June. It tells me that, and his swing has changed. If you look at his swing, he doesn't have that arch swing anymore. It has a lot to do with Mendoza and his coaching. I think Mendoza, he should, if this team makes the playoffs, Mendoza should be up for coach of the year, manager of the year. I think he's been sensational. I told everybody, I thought Mendoza was a great pickup by them. And David Stearns got it right about this. They did not dig and pay Craig Counsell. What was it? Like $9 million?
Yeah.
Or some
just have the worst
amount.
record in their division and the worst bullpen in the National League.
I mean, I think they made the right choice, and it says a lot about Aaron Boone. For all those guys that hate Aaron Boone and think Aaron Boone doesn't know what he's doing, guess who was the guy that Aaron Boone brought in first to be on his coaching staff? Mendoza. So it says a lot about what he sees in certain people and the development of their coaching skills. So I think that's been really the thing to watch for the Mets. Brandon Nimmo saying that, who cares what Brandon Nimmo says to David Stearns or Steve Cohen? These guys, David Stearns, he's been successful in Milwaukee, the way he's drafted over the years and what he's done with some of the development of players. And Steve Cohen, he's going to open up his pockets no matter what. If David Stearns thinks that this guy is going to benefit the Mets moving forward after the trade deadline, so be it. He's going to open up his pockets and say, do whatever it takes to make this team better. Steve Cohen is all about spending money, but in the right way. And that's why he brought in David Stearns. Right. And I think, to me, the Mets are going to be out there. I think the National League East is weak right now because the Braves are not healthy. They lost their best pitcher. They lost their best player. And even though they're still in it, they're not the same team. Philadelphia is the best team right now in the majors. I don't think anybody can argue about that right now. I think look at the injuries they have. Harper's not in the lineup.
They just came back today.
I'm just saying he hasn't been in the lineup. Schwarber hasn't been in the lineup
back today.
It's fine, but they haven't been, and they're still winning. So it says a lot about what this team. And by the way, I'm going to just say it. Another Yankee manager that comes from the Yankees farm system and the Yankees coaching staff in Thompson. So the Yankees know how to develop managers. They do. And that's why I think if you're looking for a manager, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a Yankee fan, if you're looking for a manager, look at the success of managers, ex-manager or assistant coaches or managers on the Yankees bench or, playing, bases or third base coach or first base coach. Go look at them. They've been successful. So I'm not surprised about it.
Yeah, and you also look at like the combination of Mendoza and David Stearns getting some random guys to work with this team. And you look at JD Martinez, the impact he's had, Luis Severino, like guys like that have these smaller contracts that have made it work. And that's where I think the conflict is with the Mets. Like, where do they go with those kinds of things? Now, where Brandon Nimmo has to realize from the value perspective is a lot of those guys
could be traded, actually.
Though a lot of those guys could be sold because they're having good years. And that's why that's where a lot of these other teams have taken on that kind of philosophy and made it work for the long term. It's ironic that we mentioned this name because of what he did this year. Mm-hmm. The Orioles did this 2 years ago with Jorge Lopez, who's now throwing his glove into the stands with the Mets. because they were a fringe playoff team. They almost made it that year as a wild card team, but he was the best closer in baseball that year besides Diaz, and they traded him to the Twins because they had good value at the time. The Mets could do that same kind of thing with somebody like Severino. They could do it with some of their good relief arms. They could do it with JD Martinez.
Severino's had a sensational year.
Yeah.
And I thought that was going to happen. I wasn't surprised that Severino was going to go to the Mets and have one of these great years. And Severino's proving his worth, and he's going to make a lot of money in the offseason. If it's not from the Mets, it'll be from somebody
Definitely
else.
not from the Mets.
No, but it'll be from somebody else, the Cardinals or some other National League team that's looking for pitching. But Severino's had a sensational year. He's been the best starting pitcher. No question that he has. So
actually, it's been Quintana.
Yeah,
Shockingly.
but that's another one that they could consider because of the value, if it's there.
And right, in the last 5 starts, he's got like a 0.0.
Well, yeah.
I mean, 8.9 ERA, which is
but
which
I
teams
want
have
him
been
gone.
on in the past.
I'm looking about all around for the whole season. I think Severino's been the best pitcher out of all the Mets starting pitchers, and nobody would have thought that. Nobody would have thought it, but it says a lot about the coaching. And again, going back to Mendoza, I think the guy was the right choice, and I'm not going to be surprised. And by the way, for all the Met fans that didn't like when the Mets brought in a Yankee guy, I remember when they interviewed him about the Yankees organization, he didn't even say the Yankees. He called them the other team. That says a lot about him as a manager and who and where he comes from. He doesn't like the Yankees. He's not a Yankee anymore. He's a Met. And he stands up tall and he speaks up for the Mets. He's the voice of the New York Mets now. So if you're a Met fan, you should be excited about your manager. Okay. Just like I tell the Yankee fans, as much as you hate Aaron Boone, wait until he's gone. I mean, seriously, wait until they bring in the next guy. It doesn't always
Next guy,
work.
that won't be Carlos Mendoza or Rob Thompson.
Go look at Joe Girardi's first 5 years with the Yankees and compare it to Aaron Boone and tell me who's better. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Aaron Boone was the winningest in all of Yankees history
In
the first
5 years.
Yeah, even over even the guys in the 50s
Everybody,
and stuff. So,
everybody.
Yeah.
If you look at the Yankees record in 5 years, everybody, Joe Torre, every single one of them, all the great, Billy Martin, Aaron Boone has the most wins and has been the most successful. Now, he didn't win a World Series because Joe Girardi won a World Series in 5 years. He did. Joe Torre won, 4 World Series in 6 years?
Right.
Yeah, so success and wins and the dominance of what he has been in the American League East, he's been more successful than any one of those guys.
Well, there's gonna be flaws. With
That
every
doesn't mean
manager,
that
too.
but it just tells you that he's not a bad manager.
No, he's not a bad manager. And we were talking about it last year, even with like the Brian Cashman taking shots at the Yankees analytics department too, since it wasn't their fault that they messed
And then
up.
they say, and everybody says, "Oh, well, he's never won anything. He's not a winning coach." How many managers have won a World Series? I mean, seriously. I mean, Bruce Bochy, he's probably the only guy that I could take, off another roster or retirement and bring him in, and he can change the outlook to a team with a blink of an eye. Sure. There are not many guys like that. Okay, Bruce Bochy, I've said this for many, many years, is the best manager in baseball. He did it for San Diego. He did it for the Giants, and now he's done it for Texas. He's done it with 3 organizations, and he did it in the amount of 15 years, 16 years. I mean, his accustomed to the game and driving the players to follow him. It says a lot about him as a manager. And he already said he wasn't taking any job. He wasn't coming back from retirement unless it was for the Texas Rangers.
And there's not even many teams taking a chance on these veteran managers either that are leaving the game. Like you were talking about Joe Girardi. Like nobody took Joe Girardi.
Nobody will ever take Joe Girardi.
Yeah, the Astros took on Dusty Baker, fine. But you also had the other extreme. The White Sox took on Tony La Russa.
Joe Girardi had practically the same talent as Thompson has had. And Thompson in 2 years has had way more success in the 2 years that Joe Girardi had over there. A lot more success. Yeah. And they have a chance to win a World Series this year. I think Thompson is one of the best managers in baseball. And that was Joe Girardi's guy. Right. That says a lot about what Joe Girardi is, and I like Joe Girardi. Joe Girardi is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. He really is. Interviewing him and having a conversation with him, he knows the game of baseball. He's actually a big football fan too. He's a Giant fan, so he'll talk football with you too. So he knows the game. He's also a Chicago Bears fan because he comes from Chicago. But he being that he's been in New York for such a long time. As a catcher and now as a manager, he became a Giant fan. So he loves talking Giant football too. So But Joe Girardi's a nice guy, but he'll never manage in baseball again. You will never see him manage in baseball again because his style doesn't work anymore. It's different. It's a different game.
It's all, and that's why all these like former players are getting hired now too. And it's just the progression of the game now.
All right, so why don't we finish up? And I know you all are Giant fans, so let's get into this. The Hard Knocks situation. I know, Mike. I don't know if you've been watching Hard Knocks. Have you watched the first episode of Hard Knocks?
I actually did because I overheard somebody talk about it, and then Louis keeps bringing it up, says, "Oh, I should watch it." So I kind of actually.
I watched
even though I'm not
most
into
of
that.
the episode. I haven't finished up the last, I think, 12, 13 minutes of it. I will watch tonight's episode, which just started tomorrow. Former NFL executive Michael Lombardi on his podcast said the Giants have no identity. He also took shots at Joe Shane, saying there has been a disconnect with him and a lot of players, particularly Saquon Barkley, which was shown on episode 1 on Hard Knocks. He said that new defensive coordinator Shane Bowen goes against everything the Giants have believed throughout their history. Bowen was reportedly dictating what types of players were right for the Giants, causing many to believe that they have reached the draft. They reached in the draft on the defensive players. Lombardi said that there is a sense that Daniel Jones is a good player that has been unlucky for 3 years. I do believe that too. Lombardi previously called John Mara and the rest of the Giants ownership stuck in time. He even called out Mara after the Giants' 5-1 start in 2022, calling the process stupidity, even with the success they had that season. I'm going to say this. I'm not a Giant fan, but I'm going to agree with Michael Lombardi, okay? This has nothing to do with against the Giants and me taking shots at the Giants organization. Joe Shane, this is a make-or-break year for Joe Shane. This is a make-or-break year. And everybody says, why? This is finally his first year as the GM. Dude, he's been the GM for almost 3 years now. He took over in the middle of this, at the end of the season. He's been there for 2 years. He's had 2 drafts. Stop making excuses for him, all right? This organization made a big mistake. Made a big mistake with Saquon Barkley. And Saquon Barkley is going to make them eat their words when they have to play him back-to-back. Well, not back-to-back, but 2 times this year at the end of the season. They're not going to be very happy when Saquon Barkley puts up 150 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns in a game, because Philadelphia and Saquon Barkley has that marked on their calendars. So that's one. Number 2, as far as Shane Bowen, I don't know who Shane Bowen is. Okay, I don't know who he is, but he's not Wink Martindale. He's not. And the only reason why they brought Shane Bowen in is because he is a yes, sir, yes, man type of a defensive coordinator. He is not a leader. That's what I've heard about him. He follows. Now, Dable is, some people think he's Hitler, okay? There were things said in the locker room at the end of the season that some of the players didn't like him. Some of the coaches, he was shy. 3 coaches backed out. Wink Martindale was let go, or he stepped away. One of the wide receiving coaches stepped away, and somebody else stepped away. O-line coach stepped away. 3 coaches stepped away. There was a reason why he hired those guys. There was a reason why they stepped away. All right. So we don't know the truth behind the scenes on what happened that year. Now, as far as John Mara is concerned, everybody said he's one of the greatest, one of the best owners in all of sports. And the Giants, he's been one of those guys. So the Rooney family and the Mara family have always been the faces of what you want to do as far as owners are concerned when it comes to the NFL. Not Jerry Jones, by the way. But I'm going to say this. Over the last 10 years, everything that he did to Tom Coughlin, kissing Odell Beckham's ass, everything. Ben McAdoo, coach after coach, GM after GM, all of it. What he did to Tom Coughlin was despicable. Tom Coughlin won 2 Super Bowls in the amount of how many years? What was it? 4 or 5 years. Bringing home 2 Super Bowls, the same amount of Super Bowls as Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells has been worshipped by John Mara more than Tom Coughlin has. And Speedy, we've been to Tom Coughlin's, events. We know what he is. We know what type of person that he is. Okay, he stands for the players. He stands for the team. Tom Coughlin took a step back as a coach and became more of a player's coach because John Mara came to him and told him that he has to be one with the team. He has to change his ways. He did that. Okay. Everything and everybody, and you know who got all the credit for all those championships? John Mara, Steve Tisch. It wasn't Tom Coughlin. It wasn't Eli Manning and what Eli Manning did in the playoffs, making those runs, or even Michael Strahan or Justin Tuck on what they did in the playoffs and the domination that they had against the Patriots, not once but twice. The fact is, they made a wrong choice with Joe Schoen, and it's going to catch up to them. Evan Neal is going to be out of the NFL in the next year. The only reason why they're going to keep him is because he was a top 10 pick, and they made a mistake on him. And this Thibodeau thing, everybody, did you watch Thibodeau last year? He had 12 and a half sacks. Look at the sacks and look at the teams he had those sacks against. Look at the end of the season, how many sacks he had at the end of the season and what he had in the beginning of the season, the first 8 games. Not very good, okay? I'm just speaking the truth here. And now everybody keeps talking. This is an important draft for them. I love the kid that they drafted from LSU. I love him. I think he's going to be an outstanding wide receiver. I think he's special. But what you did to Saquon Barkley and what the fans did to Saquon Barkley, and I'm going to tell you this. Tiki Barber, I know he's very close with John Mara. And if you don't think John Mara had something to do with what Tiki Barber said on WFAN, you guys are blind, okay? You know damn well John Mara was not happy about the whole him going to Philadelphia, that he could have gone anywhere else, but he decided to go to Philadelphia. Philadelphia offered him the most money, okay? I'm going to take the most money. And that's why he went to Philadelphia. It had nothing to do with because they're in the same division and he has to play the Giants twice. That was all crap. All those stories coming out over the last couple of months, last couple of weeks about Saquon Barkley wanting to play the Giants twice to stick it to the Giants. That's a lie. Well, will he stick it to the Giants? Oh, you damn well believe he will. He is going to stick it to the New York Giants. Now, as far as Michael Lombardi, Michael Lombardi is a failure. I'm saying this. He's a failure of an executive. So Michael Lombardi coming out and speaking, this isn't the Lombardi from the Green Bay Packers, okay? This is Michael Lombardi coming out and saying something about the Mara and Joe Schoen and all that other stuff. So I'm not going to take everything that he said with a grain of salt, but I'm going to say this. The New York Giants have to win more than 7 games this year if Dable expects to keep his job, if Joe Schoen is expected to keep his job. If they lose more than 6 games this year, there is no way in hell those guys are coming back. There's no way. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Daniel Jones will be gone. Joe Schoen will be gone. Dable will be gone. That whole team is going to have to be rebuilt again. And they're talking about rebuilding this team right now. The only person that's going to be staying there is the guy that they just paid $140 million to, and Dexter Lawrence. That's it. The rest of the team, that could be all she wrote. I mean, Thibodeau could be traded. That whole team is going to have to be rebuilt because that team, I'm going to tell you this right now, there's barely any talent on that team. There is no talent on that team. I don't care what anybody says. I've seen that roster. I'll read off their roster when I hear what you have to say, Speedy and Mike, what you have to say, and what Fish, what you have to say, and even you, what you have to say about your Giants, because all 4 of you guys are Giant fans. So I would love to hear my take. I'm not a Giant fan. You heard my take. I think that the Giants are despicable. I think they're an organization that you're going to see at Hard Knocks, even though they're going to hide all the things that the Giants want to hide. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If you think Joe Schoen is a smart guy and you think that he's a good GM, go watch the first episode. I think guy's a complete idiot.
I think the Giants more of a culture problem than even regardless of the players that they bring in. Like, I think what I took away from Joe Schoen was more of the issues with the player relationships than in terms of the actual drafting of the players and the contracts and stuff like that. I think some of those late picks, some of those contracts have worked, but like the way he handled Saquon Barkley, I think really highlighted, maybe it's John Mara as well. Maybe it's the other front office people. I don't know. But the problem with player relationships and what makes the Giants not as desirable to go to. New York doesn't have the same pull in football as it does in baseball, where you're getting all these big contracts with the Yankees and the Mets, as it would in basketball with the Knicks doing what they've done now.
Because there's no cap in
right.
baseball.
But even so, like football doesn't have that same kind of pull with that New York lust. Like if a free agent is going to make a flashy decision. They're going to go to LA. They're going to go to Dallas. Like
Aaron Rodgers came to the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers was traded to
Brett
the Jets.
Favre came to the
Aaron
Jets.
Rodgers was traded.
Well, he
to the
wanted
Jets.
to be a Jet.
Fine.
He was traded to the Jets because he wanted to be here.
Even so, like I don't think the Giants are going to go into that pull where they're going to.
Did you see him wanting to go play for the Giants?
Well, no, of course not. But that's the problem with the Giants team culture right now, and it makes.
I see you making faces, Mike, but it's
It
true.
makes no sense when you already have a quarterback there.
Who? Who's your quarterback?
They signed Daniel Jones. So why were they trading?
No, they
Aaron
didn't
Rodgers?
sign. Well, hold on 1 second. They didn't sign Daniel Jones when the Jets made the trade for Aaron Rodgers. It was not signed yet. He signed after that. He signed that year.
This is
after
Aaron
that.
Rodgers' second year in New York.
Mhm.
This is Daniel Jones' second year.
Second
He
year.
was
That's right.
signed.
He would no, he wasn't. Aaron Rodgers was traded before Daniel Jones got the contract. That's the truth.
Oh, wait, let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. Daniel Jones was franchised.
Right.
Yeah, but they
Right.
didn't
sign
sign
after, yeah.
They didn't
Right.
sign.
What I'm trying to say is
That's
they
what I'm
kind of
saying.
had the quarterback.
But
that
do you think Aaron Rodgers wanted to go play for the Giants? Do you think he had any interest in playing for the New York Giants? Why would he play for the Giants when the success story of the last? I'm not saying the Jets have been successful. I'm not saying they've been successful, but I think that the Jets have more.
I
talent.
also think Green Bay was not going to trade him in the division, not in the division, in the conference.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of the other teams that were rumored were the Raiders, and I think the Titans at the
A
time.
lot
so
of
that
things,
makes
yeah,
uh,
sense.
mostly everybody was the AFC, get him out of the conference. If I see you either on a schedule thing, maybe once every 4 years, if possible, or possibly the Super Bowl.
Fish, what are your thoughts?
Look, when we talk about the Giants and what Lombardi was saying, they have no identity. Now, Lombardi he was not a great success as an executive,
No,
but
he's
he
not.
was but he was with Bill Walsh in San Francisco, and he was with Bill Belichick in Cleveland, and which, as we know, failed spectacularly. And
I think his
in New
grandfather
England
is
a little bit.
Lombardi, too. I think his grandfather.
I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think there is some kind of connection. Regardless, he's talking about in the 80s how the Giants kicked their ass with the 49ers because the Giants were bigger, faster, and stronger. And that was the way they were going to play. And they were going to draft guys that were bigger and faster and stronger that wanted to work out. And they were just going to, 3 yards in a cloud of dust back in the 80s. It was just going to be a tough game. And with all the passing and all the timing stuff that Walsh wanted to do, it wasn't a good matchup for the 49ers. And that's why the Giants were able to overcome
by the way, I'm
them
sorry to
at
cut you off.
times.
He's not related to Vince Lombardi. Sorry. Just
Interesting.
wanted to let you know that.
But so he basically is making this point that the Giants don't know who they want to be right now. And Joe Shane is responsible for not knowing who they want to be, to the point where he's asking Shane Bowen what types of players he wants on the defense, as opposed to telling him these are the types of players Giants want on their team. And this is the type of players you're going to have. You figure out how to make a defense with that. That it's kind of backwards is what he's saying. And I completely agree. Take a look at the Lions. I think this is the greatest example. The Lions are an example of a team that understands its identity. They are a smash mouth team. They are blue collar, like the city of Detroit, like their head coach. Their GM getters like that. Rob St. Brown, crossing routes, going over the middle, being tough. That's the type of guys that the fans respond to. That's how they play, and that's why I think I would favor them to come out of the NFC this year. I think they're that good because they have an identity, because they did that baseline foundational work that the Giants just haven't done. And that's on Joe Shane. And I think that was a great point by Lombardi.
Just think about it this way. Tom Coughlin could have been there for at least 5 more years.
Well, that I agree. I think he was short-cutted. But to piggyback off what Fish said, I'm sorry, but it's taken Joe Shane to get out of Gettleman's mess until now.
Mess? Dexter Lawrence is a mess?
No, the mess of the salary cap, the bad contracts. It all adds up to where they had barely any maneuverability until finally, possibly this year.
And do you like their signings? Do you like their moves that they made?
I do like Burns. I do like Burns.
I think you overpaid for him.
What are defensive ends and sack masters going for? They're all pretty much getting paid the same aspect. So it's a level playing field when you talk about sacks. Burns is pretty much up there. He's one of the top 5 defensive ends in the league on sacks. You're going to pay. It's a premium position.
Well, I wouldn't say he's a top 5. He's
Okay.
not. He has 8 sacks last year. And he played, again, yes, he played for Carolina, but Carolina's defense was not that bad. Actually, that was the only thing that actually showed up in most of the games was their defense.
But you also got to, with not much maneuverability that he had to do with 2 years worth of the nonsense that Gettleman put him in under the cap restraints. So now that the majority of the players either got released, that dead cap is off, the regular cap is off, now we're starting to see it. And this is going to be listen, I've been saying this from day one. I hate Daniel Jones. Hate.
I don't. I give him
Can't
give him
stand
weapons. Give him weapons.
I don't even know if he could throw accurate enough.
Stop, Mike. Who's he thrown to? Give me a guy that you can say. And don't say Darren Waller, because that was quick and easy.
No.
Give me a guy. Give me a guy. Who's he thrown to? No, he didn't. He didn't throw to Odell Beckham.
He wasn't there with Odell Beckham.
I'm kidding. Oh my God, you all took me seriously.
Oh
no, you're right. He doesn't have weapons, but I don't think he's good enough.
Let's look at the
I don't
Giants
think
wide
he's good
receiving core. Let's go. Last year's Giants, 2023.
No, they're not good. The wide receivers haven't been good.
So again, you're going to say,
but also again, they haven't had the ability
And
to
then
go
you-
spend and bring one in.
and then you get rid of their
Oh, they
best
did. They
offensive
tried Kenny
option.
Galladay. That didn't work.
Who did? That's Gettleman's
I know.
job.
That's still Gettleman, though.
Right.
And Slayton was a Gettleman pick, and he's their best guy. I guess Hodgins?
He's a big mess. Hodgins came over as a waiver
Bill's
thing,
practice squad. Yeah.
practice squad guy. I mean, it's been a mess that Shane is getting out of to allow him to have the money and the maneuverability to build it his way. This is actually the first year. I can't go the first 2 years because he was getting out of the mess that Gettleman put him in.
So you're telling me if he wins 5 games this year,
I need to see how they win.
I'm just asking, if they win 5 games this year, you don't think he's going to get fired?
No.
He should.
No.
He should.
Because I need to see how they win. I need to see how they win because they did draft a couple of kids
Honestly,
that showed that they can play. I can't go by the overall body of work yet because it's been a mishmash piecework with not much area to improve with the capital that he had to improve. It's hard to pick players as it is drafting, just like anything else in any sport. He did hit with the first round corner.
well, we don't know if he hit it. That was one season.
On 1 year, he's done pretty good.
Yeah, he looked
Right.
okay. Yeah, he looked pretty good. I mean, there were some games that he got beat, but again, I want to see. I want
Who
to
drafted Thomas?
Gettleman.
Okay. And Neal was
Gettleman
Schoen's
drafted.
That was Shane's pick in his
Yeah,
first
but-
year. Yeah.
Gettleman.
Him and Thibodeau.
Yeah, Gettleman has drafted very, very well. If you look at his
No,
draft,
no,
they were
I know
really,
that.
really good.
No, he has, but it just the whole overall body of work hasn't worked
No,
out.
he free agency. And that's the same thing with Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas is drafted pretty well, but his free agency market, besides DJ Reed, has been crap. And again, you're going to be looked at that. No matter how good of a scout you were from Baltimore and Chicago, you're going to be looked at on how you built this team and the success that they've had with the talent that you brought in through free agency. And it just hasn't been good. Go up and down the roster over the years that
And if you're right, and that's why I'm saying like this is technically the first year for me of Joe, Shane, and Dable on that side.
I disagree. I think
I
this is
understand what
second
you're
year.
saying.
I think this
to
is
me
second
it's
year.
it's the first year because it took 2 years to get out of a lot of a mess. And the biggest decision was signing a quarterback or moving on. They decided to sign. And in all honesty, if you sign the quarterback, you really can't sign Barkley back because you have an offensive line problem that got messed up under Gettleman.
Yeah. Nate Solder was a terrible.
All right.
There's a lot, right? There's a lot. I understand what you're saying. You made a valid point, but I kind of look at it as like you got to get out of the mess to create your own mess.
I think Joe Shane is an idiot.
And right now, the
mean,
Giants have a lot of, they've been utilizing the cap to their ability, and moving forward, are going to have a lot more cap space to try to build the team even better.
So you brought in Dable, and Dable has been Hitler and a dictator. And
That, I don't know. I mean, I understand.
I mean,
what
this
you're
is
saying.
what people are saying. They say there was a lot of players that didn't like him either. As a matter of fact, the Giants lost a couple players this offseason that nobody's even speaking about. And one of the main reasons why they decided to go elsewhere is because they didn't want to play for him.
Like who?
So I don't know. I'm
Are
just
they
telling
major
you.
players?
If you want me to go up and
No,
down
no,
the
I'm
roster,
just saying,
I don't know.
anybody major?
I probably not because all the other major guys were under contract.
I'm just
So, I mean, you think Daniel Jones likes Dable after he's screaming at him on the sideline? How about giving him some weapons? That has something to do with Joe Shane. Draft some guys. You have a draft.
and you both know this.
Yep,
To bring in high elite type talent is going to cost.
Of course, just
Right.
like the Jets.
Right. The Jets had cap space to do things.
And now they have Aaron Rodgers, which draws people to want to come and play here. So
but
it's
what I'm
not
trying
gonna
to say is
cost
they
them
had
much.
cap space to do things the Giants did not. What they have the year before, 10, 18 million?
Do you think they have cap space now that they give Brian Burns $28 million a year? Brian Burns is not worth $28 million a year. I hope he shows me off and shows me up, because I'm going to tell you this right now. I do not pay a linebacker, and he's not a defensive end. He's a linebacker. And I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's an inside linebacker.
No,
right?
he's outside.
That's an outside.
No,
linebacker?
he's not. He's more of a defensive end type. He's going to be a 3-4
He's the outside
defensive end.
linebacker pass rusher. Right.
Okay.
So technically, like a skinnier guy. You know.
I know he's 6'5". He's 230 pounds. I think I read, and that's fine. I'm going to tell you this right now. The Giants better hope that he shows up game in and game out. You heard it from Keith Bulluck, and he played in the game. 10 tackles a game if you're making $28 million a year. Okay. And if he doesn't do that, the fans are going to let him have it. He's not going to last long over there. And Joe Shane's going to be his foot is going to be out the door, because I don't like that contract. I thought that was a lot of money. And you traded for him too. It's not like, hey, you know what? We're just signing him. They gave up, I think a second
Couple
round.
of seconds,
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Right.
Yeah. So they
Which
gave
was
up
a pretty good deal, because he was going for 2 firsts the year before, and he didn't
Yes.
get the deal. They
But he
show he
didn't have-
kind of Shane got the better of Dan Morgan on Hard Knocks. They actually did show that, which says a lot about the Carolina Panthers prospects going forward. So I guess more so than Shane, perhaps. I think we've been. You said a couple of things about Thibodeau. I just wanted to remind everyone that Michael Strahan sucked after 2 years as well, and pass rushing is not exactly the same. Now having a guy who had faced lots of double teams last year, and now you have Dexter Lawrence in between him, who's going to also require 2 guys. Thibodeau's got one-on-one, not against their best guy most of the time upcoming this season. So Thibodeau, if he can develop in a similar, trajectory for defensive edge rushers, I wouldn't sleep on him. I think there could be a lot of fireworks on this defense from the front seven. The back seven is we'll see, but the front seven I like.
I hope for your takes, and I hope for your sake, but I don't see it. I love Dexter Lawrence. I think Dexter Lawrence is a top 3 player at his position. I think
Correct. Now that Aaron Donald's retired,
I think he's a top 3 player. I mean, I think the Jets and the Giants have 2 of the best, inside guys in the league, in Quinnen Williams and Dexter Lawrence. I think both guys cause havoc. You watch how good with Hassan Reddick on that line, how good a guy like Quinnen Williams is. I mean, he was triple team. He's triple teamed all the time. Watch how good watch what havoc he's going to cause in the middle this year when he's just being one-on-one, with some of these teams. But anyways, I know Scoops is a Giant fan. Your thoughts to the whole Hard Knock so far?
So just commenting on, of course, Mike Lombardi saying that the team doesn't have an identity. I unfortunately have to agree in the sense that, the team hasn't finished in a way that's like promising. I mean, like, look at Fish mentioned the Lions earlier. Look at how the team finished that year when they went 9-8 and didn't make the playoffs. You had Goff, you had their defense, you had Campbell figuring out the team on all cylinders. They're all firing on all cylinders. And you looked at that team, you said that's going to be a playoff team next year. Now, as a kid, of course, watching the Giants, always having a crazy defense. You had guys like Strahan, Umenyiora, Jason Pierre-Paul, salsa dancing Victor Cruz in the early days of Eli. That they all had an identity back then. But right now, I feel like they're kind of they have a bunch of guys that they're just kind of waiting for them to see what they're going to do. Like we mentioned with Daniel Jones, he hasn't had enough weapons to kind of prove what he's done. We want to see, of course, how efficient their defense is going to be after the firing of Wink and this new coach that they brought in, and really Malik Neighbors.
Well, he wasn't fired; he walked away.
Oh, walked away. Yeah, true.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but why does everybody think Rick Martindale, some defensive specialist guru?
He's pretty damn good. I mean,
really, look at his numbers. He's really not that good. And after he left teams, the defense actually got better.
First of all, Mike,
he's okay. He's got some
okay. He had nobody besides Dexter Lawrence. Who did he have on that line?
What was their defense ranked?
Who was his line? Who was his line?
Bottom 5 defense this last year. Look, the Wink
that?
Martindale's defense is a gimmicky defense. It's not something that you see anyone else run in the NFL.
It's crazy, and if it works, it works.
Well, look. He invented it. It's his version of stuff that he compiled over the years. As someone who coaches,
he was so
I
damn
respect
good,
the fact that he has his own
college ball. Well, high school ball.
Well, he decided
That was in college ball. That's what happens. That's what you see these
Right.
schemes
He wants to
usually end
coach.
up.
Probably nobody wanted to hire him in the NFL.
No, well, he interviewed for a couple of jobs. He's just not obviously
Due diligence.
No, defensive coordinators are hard to get jobs. I mean, you have to be like Robert Saleh good with the San Francisco 49ers year in and year out. And that's because that whole team is so talented. And that's why if you look at all the defensive coordinators over the last, I don't know, out of the last 12 years with the San Francisco 49ers, they all got jobs. Every one of them. Why? Because guess what? When you have a good team, you have a talented team, your team's probably going to be good. And your defense is going to be good because the offense is always on the field. So
Wasn't Wink the defensive coordinator of the Ravens?
Yes, he was.
And then when he left, the Ravens got better.
When he had them, though.
Okay, I'm just,
He had a couple of good years,
saying
and it's just a gimmicky defense, Mikey. Like
just-
it works
this
for a little
aspect
bit, but it's not.
Is good is just, it's just a perception from everybody, but it's not reality. That's all.
I disagree. I think Wick Martindale is a good defensive coordinator, and I think I'm interested to see what's going to go on this season with Bowen, because I don't know anything about him. I watched Tennessee.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. I need to see.
Now Tennessee's defense was pretty damn good this year. So
that's what I heard.
But guess what? They had a lot of good talent over there. So I'm
exactly what I said. There's not. I agree. There's not much talent on this team to where because there's not much talent, there is no identity right now.
As of right now, as of right now, the three most talented players are defensive players. 3. They don't even have. Now, I'm not saying that their young wide receiver isn't going to be special.
Right. We don't know.
Thomas is probably one of their best players, though. Left tackle. He's most talented. Andrew
Thomas. Yes, Thomas. Thomas is their best player.
He's actually an all-pro.
Yeah.
Thomas is their best player. It's
Thomas and Dexter by far their best.
Dexter Lawrence, and then I would say Brian Burns now. I mean, you can argue Brian Burns now because he got all that money, so he better show up. He better be putting up good numbers, or the Giant fans are going to crush him. They're going to be like, "We want Saquon." I'm going to tell you this right now: if Saquon runs all over Brian Burns in that defense, you guys, the Giant fans, are going to let the New York Giants organization have it because it's going to be embarrassing. They better do something. They better set up a scheme to stop that guy because you know damn well that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be handing him the rock. They're going to be giving him the rock. Go ahead, Saquon.
Well, the Eagles do have a very good offensive line.
No, very good, but they don't have
over under. Micah McFadden missed tackles versus Saquon this season. 15. This guy, that's what the Giants are dealing with. They have linebackers, one who's really good and one who's this boomer bust.
Yes.
He's a really good linebacker. Micah McFadden is their second linebacker. You really wouldn't like him to be your second guy because you have to have him on the field in this 3-4 defense, which is basically what they said Shane's going to Shane talked to Bowen. Bowen said he's going to run that because Bowen dictated it to Shane. It's a hybrid concept. Everyone's kind of doing something similar to that now with that the 2 gapping nose. And since you have Dexter, why not use it? Same that he had with Jeffrey Simmons in Tennessee, right? So, guys, this is a problem for teams. If they can stop Okereke, Micah McFadden missed so many tackles last year, and he jumped off the page because he had a couple of games where he made tackles. He had way more than he didn't. Now, I've coached a lot of guys, and I have a guy like this I coach currently. He loves to just dive for the tackles, and he makes the big hit once in a while. And it looks awesome, and you're excited about him, and you're like, oh, this guy's going to be great. Except you don't really see the invisible plays where he blows 3 plays in a row. He had so many missed tackles. I could see right now, Saquon, they're just going to block towards Okereke and cut back on McFadden, and it's going to be our nightmare for this season. This is going to be ugly.
I think it's going to be a big nightmare. I think if you're a Giant fan, you're not that Philadelphia game after
Philadelphia has better weapons too. I mean, their receivers are phenomenal.
The whole team is phenomenal. Right. And I don't trust the coaching. That's where I think they're weak at. And the same thing with the Jets. If you look at from top to bottom, roster to roster, and you compare, I said this recently. I had a conversation with an ex NFL player. I said to him, I said, the Jets have the most talented team in the AFC. I said, the problem is Robert Saleh is the worst coach in the AFC. I do not like Robert Saleh. I think he's a terrible coach. And the problem is if Aaron Rodgers isn't on that field and he isn't coaching the team out and he's on the sidelines when the defense is on the field trying to push the defense, to play harder and play harder. I don't think Robert Saleh is going to get enough out of the players. I just think that the team has given up on Robert Saleh. The only reason why he still has the job is because right now Joe Douglas doesn't want to look like a fool if he fires him. And that's the truth. And I think he should have been fired at the end of that last season. Last season was embarrassing to me. I think if you were a Jet organization with the talent that you had and the expectations, you believed in Zach Wilson. You failed on Zach Wilson. You gave up on Zach Wilson, and you said all those things. And then Robert Saleh at the end of the season threw Zach Wilson under the bus when before everything, 2 years before that, he said, this kid's going to be a star. This kid's going to be special. And then all of a sudden, I didn't even want him. I didn't even want him. After all that, you said, he didn't use those words, but in the terminology that he said at the press conference at the end of the season, he said, well, we were looking at other guys too. You know what I mean? Pretty much saying, I wasn't sure if I wanted him either, And Mike, did you remember Mike LaFleur when he left? How much stuff that he said about Zach Wilson? He goes over there and he's successful with the Rams. He's the offensive coordinator for the Rams. The Rams offense they had Puka and all this other stuff. They found a star in Puka. They have Cooper Kupp, and they go all the way, and they play the Lions in the second round of the playoffs. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it just tells you one thing. Maybe it wasn't Mike LaFleur. Maybe it was Robert Saleh. So I don't know, man. I mean, as a Jet fan, even you guys as Giant fans, it's so fitting because the Jets went on Hard Knocks last year. They were on Hard Knocks last year and they failed. Aaron Rodgers was down in 4 plays.
Well, don't they say Hard Knocks kind of like is like a
jinx,
to a curse?
a jinx. Yeah, the Madden curse. And now I believe that the Giants are walking into that too. I think that if you remember what John Mara said, he said, I don't want my team ever to be on Hard Knocks. And what Goodell did at the end of last season, he said, if the NFL comes to you and asks you to be on Hard Knocks, you can't deny it. You cannot deny it. And and they picked 3 teams that didn't make the playoffs. That's what they do. 3 teams that didn't make the playoffs, and the Giants were one of the 3 teams, and they were picked out of the hat. And the Giants are now on Hard Knocks. I would have never thought in my wildest dreams in the years that Hard Knocks have been out, and I've watched it every year, that the Giants would ever be on Hard Knocks. Mara really made it, out there in the open that he did not want his organization being out there in the open for anybody to see what he does on and off the field. But I mean, the Jets changed everything last year with the whole, getting rid of players or dropping players that you can't see that. So I think the Giants are happy like that. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Joe Shane did not look good. In the first 20 minutes, Mike, you watched it. The first 20 minutes, you watched it, didn't you? The first 20 minutes I've watched the first 20, 25 minutes. It was practically all about Joe Shane. He did not look good on the first 20, 25 minutes of that episode. So I'm just speaking the truth. So whatever they took out, it must have been a lot worse than what it was. Okay. Because it didn't look good. That's just my opinion. I don't think Joe Shane's the guy. But
I don't drink a lot of milk.
No, I think somebody drinks a lot of milk, but it's not going to be Joe Shane. That's for sure. Finishing up with this show, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single show. You can mute it, Speedy. I do want to go into Speedy After Dark, and we do this every single show. Mike, I don't know if you know anything about this, right, Mike? You don't know anything?
No.
Oh, that's good, Mike. This is the first time for everyone. The first time for everything. Okay, so Speedy, are you ready for this?
No. Random sexual scenario.
Well, Speedy, I do want to get into punching things, right? Have you ever punched anything?
An object? Yeah.
Have you ever put a hole in a wall?
No.
Where is this going?
Listen, you don't have
Nobody
to say
knows.
anything. It doesn't have to.
Errol links 10 thoughts together and think they correlate.
Have you ever punched a hole in a wall?
No.
You've never punched a hole in a wall? Have you ever seen a hole in a wall?
Yes.
How about in a bathroom? Have you ever seen a hole in a bathroom? Yeah. Okay, where in the bathroom?
On the wall.
Okay. All right. Have you ever seen anything poke right through the wall? Have you ever seen anything poke through the wall?
No.
Do you know what a glory hole is? You don't know what a glory hole is. Have you ever heard of a glory thing? You know, glory thing. I know Mike is probably on his way to sit there, but that's okay. That's Mike doesn't understand anything. He doesn't understand humor because that's just Mike. So you've never experienced a glory hole. How about a donkey punch? Have you ever had that? Have you ever punched a donkey?
No.
Do you know what a donkey punch is?
I don't care.
I'm asking you.
No, I don't.
Well, why? So, what do you think a donkey punch is?
Some kind of thrusting action that I don't care
about. Thrusting action? What kind of thrust?
Something forceful.
Forceful? How about apple pie? You like apple pie? Yeah. Warm apple pie?
Yeah.
Have you ever done anything with warm apple pie?
Besides eating it? No.
Go share a Wu-Tang pie with The Rock.
So see, Mikey doesn't understand what we're trying to do here, but that's okay. He doesn't need to know. But have you ever had warm apple pie?
Yeah.
How about lemon pie? Have you ever had lemon pie?
Not in a while.
Yeah. What's your favorite part of the lemon pie? You know, what's your favorite part?
Lemon.
You like the crust?
Lemon.
You don't like the crust?
It's fine. It's streaky.
It's streaky. What do you mean it's streaky?
You bake pies in different ways.
Yeah, but what do you mean by streaky?
Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not.
Okay.
Pie crusts are streaky, just like pizza crusts.
Okay, pizza crusts. Okay. What's your favorite pizza?
My favorite pizza, in terms of like a general thing, I like Sicilian the most, but I like New York style pizza for a regular pizza.
So you like fat pizza? I like it fat. You like it thick?
I like thick dough, yeah.
Yeah, you like thick
yes,
dough.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thick. All right. So what else do you like thick?
Thickness.
There's not really anything specific. I think besides that, maybe I guess
A thick sausage, right?
no.
You don't like
No,
that?
no.
You like the beef?
Meat doesn't matter.
Meat doesn't matter?
No.
Long, thick,
Nope,
doesn't
doesn't
matter?
matter, doesn't
No, it
matter.
doesn't matter.
Flavor matters.
Flavor matters.
Size doesn't.
Size doesn't matter. Flavor doesn't. How about spice? You
Yeah,
like
that
spice?
matters. Good job.
What's your favorite what's your favorite spice?
My favorite spice?
Yeah,
No, I'm
your
talking about
spice.
spiciness level. There's
I'm asking what you like. You know, what's your favorite spice?
I don't know how to cook that stuff.
I'm just asking you what's your favorite spice in your food. You don't like spice?
No, I talk about levels of spice. There's a difference.
How about pepper? You like pepper?
Yeah.
No, you don't like it?
Not great.
What's your favorite fish? You like cod? You like tuna?
That's a good one.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. You like it thick? You like a thick
Again,
fish?
size doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about slippery when wet? Do you like that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Keep going. What's your
I
favorite
don't have
fish?
no context.
What's your favorite fish? You didn't answer me.
That's true. Not crazy with like every type of seafood. So I mean, I like the ones I had on my trips, but
is it the smell that you like of
crabs
that
and
fish?
lobster are not technically fish, so I'll have to go with something else then. I'll say swordfish. Why not?
Well, swordfish.
Yep.
Okay. Have you ever had crabs?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Have you ever had crabs that hurt you?
A while ago, yeah.
Very itchy in many different ways.
You want to go burn a bush No, in it a was crab? More of a cut, but yeah.
Yeah, more of a cut. How about when they get into your pants? Do they hurt?
They didn't get in my pants.
No crabs got in your pants.
No, luckily I didn't have to deal with
No,
that.
no. But they bite at your feet. They bite at your.
They bought at
toes.
my feet, yeah, my legs.
Yeah. Mike, you liking this? You understand anything about
Not
this?
even paying attention.
I figured.
Good, good answer.
Oh. How about riding horses?
I told you this about a month ago.
No,
I
I
haven't
mean-
done it since I was like 7 years old.
Oh, have you ever ridden a donkey?
No.
How about an ostrich?
No.
Why?
I've never had an encounter with an ostrich.
Have you ever thought of riding on an ostrich?
No.
Why not?
I don't care about getting on top of animals' backs.
How about all right. How about a wolf?
Why would I mess with a predator?
If we put a muzzle on the predator, would you ride him?
No.
Would you ride anything?
What is the benefit?
What is the benefit? Okay, I have a really good question to ask you. You ready? No, but go ahead. No. Go ahead. All right. There's 3 guys in this room right now. Okay. There's one sitting right next to you that you've already said that if it came down to it, you would sleep with, right?
No. I said the options were you, Matty Caps, and him.
Okay. But here's the question. If there was a person in this room that you could take Oreos and they crushed it in their ass and you had to eat it, who would it be?
See, you're trying to get me to say Mikey C. So
I'm
I'm going to go
not
with a different twist.
I'm not-
this time. We're going to go with Scoops on this one.
Why Scoops? I
Just to go with a different twist because everyone's going to think I say Mikey C.
No, but I want no. There's no twist. You got to tell.
There's
the
a
truth.
twist.
What, no,
It's a
I don't-
twist.
I don't want to.
It's all a twist.
I want to know.
Speedy After Dark twist, everybody.
You got to
Today I am.
But you got to tell us why. You got to tell us why if there's a twist to it.
To embrace Scoops, you Scoops ice cream, Oreo sweet dessert, it correlates.
What the hell? That's why you would eat it out of his ass?
I didn't say eat. You said stick it up his ass.
Crushed Oreos. Mikey loves Oreos, by the way. Yes. Do you know what his favorite part of the Oreo is?
I'll let him answer that question.
Mikey, tell him. What's your favorite part of the Oreo?
It's the cookie itself. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no part.
Is it the middle or is the chocolate? You like
It's neither. It's dunking it in the milk.
He likes dunking it in the milk. Speedy, what do you like to dunk in the milk?
Nothing, because I don't like soggy snacks.
So you don't. So wait a second. You eat cookies and you don't you don't dip it in the milk? Dip it in the milk. What do you think, Speedy?
Of course, you would slip up that way.
But tell us, well, why don't you like to?
I don't like soggy snacks.
Enjoy. So why don't you like soggy snacks?
It's like tastes all watery. It's weird.
Tastes watery. You don't like watered things?
Not snacks.
So what do you like watered down? You like soup?
Yeah, that's liquid. That makes sense.
What's your favorite soup?
A loaded baked potato. Loaded baked potato. I'll go with
baked potato. Baked potato.
Loaded baked potato with bacon and cheddar.
That's a soup.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting. Why do you choose the worst? I mean, Mike, what's your favorite soup? I'm going to say chicken noodle, right?
Soup?
Yes.
No.
What is yours?
It's actually New England clam chowder.
That's my second, actually.
Okay. Oh, look at you guys got something in common. Oh, Speedy. How about you, Scoops? What's your favorite?
You ever had chicken tortilla soup? That's pretty good.
Interesting.
It does sound good.
Fish. Your favorite soup?
I mean, I gotta go with the culture. Matzo ball, chicken matzo ball soup, man. This is the way to go. If you can do it right, it's hard to beat.
Speedy, have you ever had an ass soup? No. You've never had ass soup? No. Do you know how to make ass soup? No. Do you want to know how to make ass soup? Why?
Don't care.
I'm asking you.
I'm not doing anything involving an ass.
No, it's ass soup.
I don't care.
It
means nothing.
It does mean something.
Zero.
It has a taste, man.
Okay, congratulations.
You like spices, do you not?
I don't need it out of body part.
I didn't say it's coming out of a body part.
Yeah.
It's called ass soup.
Well, yeah, you don't need to find a regular name and then maybe I'll invest into it. Find a name that's not based on juvenile high school boy talk. Sound like a frat boy. There you go. Scoops. There, perfect.
Wow, Speedy, you're making me lose my train of thought here. Bruce Lee, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. In order, who would you screw?
Flip it in reverse.
Who?
Flip it in reverse of what you said.
No, you got to tell us.
You already forgot your own list?
No, you got to say it. Go ahead.
Okay, MJ, Kobe, Bruce Lee.
Why MJ first?
Most money. Kobe's dead, so that'd be pretty hard to do. And I'm not messing with Bruce Lee, who could easily beat me up.
He's dead
Also
too.
dead. Also dead. Really, only one choice, Speedy. Actually, it's kind of a trick question.
That was a trick question. I wanted to hear how we would answer it.
That you would have to be what they call a necrophiliac if you were to do the other two. You ever hear that term before?
No.
A lover of the dead.
You said smothering.
One more question for you before we go, and this is a really, really good question. You ready?
No, but God.
Okay, here it is. Your favorite dog, your top 3 favorite dogs, and why?
Okay, it's my family's dog is one.
No. You got to tell me what kind of dog.
It's a black lab mix.
Okay. No, it's got to be a straight up animal. You know, it can't be a mix. It's got to be straight.
Oh, he's a mix. I can't help that. That's his breed. He's a black lab mix. He's a mixture of a border collie and a black lab.
All right, that's one. Okay, go ahead.
And then my grandparents' dog that passed away in 2017, Corky. I don't remember his exact breed, but it looked a lot like Toto in Wizard of Oz. It was that type.
A Karen Terrier. Okay.
There was that type. And then my aunt's dog that also just recently passed away too was very playful as a puppy.
Playful.
Yeah.
What do you mean playful?
Playful. He liked to.
You like
play
to
out
lick
in the
you?
yard.
He liked to lick you?
No.
He didn't like to lick you?
No.
He didn't like to lick
No.
you? He didn't like to touch you? Kiss you?
Yes, that's different.
Would you make love to it if he was alive?
No.
Why not?
It's not different.
What do you mean it's different?
With dogs, it's different.
Why is it different?
Because it's no relationship crap.
What do you mean? Dog's man's best friend.
Yes. Best friend, not lover, not sexual crap. Sexual.
You wouldn't love the dog as much as
a different thing.
I mean, I've seen women.
They're a different thing.
I've seen women fall in love with their dog.
Okay, I'm not gonna stop them.
I mean, your dog licked your ass.
Okay.
So, I mean,
And that means nothing.
what do you mean? Did it startle you?
Yes.
Did it feel good?
At the time, and then I didn't think about it for 5 years until you had to randomly bring it up again.
Did it help you? Did it?
No.
Why didn't it help you?
It startled me
Why did it startle you?
because I was blindsided.
I don't understand what you mean by blindsided.
Okay, if something came out of the green screen behind you and just hit your head, you wouldn't be blindsided?
Now, I have one more question for you. And
Answer my question.
What was your question?
If something came out of the green screen right now and all of a sudden is starting to lick you in the back of the head, you wouldn't be blindsided.
No, I'd actually enjoy it. No,
but you would. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about enjoyment. I'm talking about a reaction based on a surprise.
I'd like it. I'd like it.
You wouldn't be surprised that something just jumped that.
I mean, if
like
some
wet surface on your neck.
If some
out
dog,
of nowhere,
I would lock my door and make sure that my dog can't get in there and lick my own ass.
Yeah, there was no lock on the door at the time.
So what did you do? Why don't you stick something under your door so it couldn't have opened the door? You said it does it all the time.
Yeah, he barrels his head through.
Barrels his head through. Barrels his head through. All right, here's the last question for Mikey and you. You ready?
No, but God.
All right, Mikey, your top 3 hockey players. He wants to know your current NHL top 3 hockey players right now.
My current
top 3 NHL hockey players that you like.
I don't know. I got to think about that.
Are you judging talent or just judging like who you like the most?
Speedy, I've got one question
Of a
for you
playing
too, and then I'm
style.
done with you. You ready?
Oh, all right. What do you got?
Your 3 favorite parts on a woman. What? 3 favorite parts
I
on a
don't
woman.
care.
That's not the question. You got to answer. All right. Here it goes. You got to be very calm. Think about it. Think about it. All right. Here it goes.
I guess so go
Come on.
hair, legs, and eyes. I don't know. I'm about to pass out in 3, 2, 1. Mike, you might have to save him. I think he's hyperventilating. Scoop, you're actually pretty
No,
close.
drink some water.
I'm going to turn medical.
Say that again.
Scoops, you might have to like
Say that again.
do
Say that again.
CPR on him
Say
at
that
this
again.
rate.
What is it? Hair,
Legs, eyes.
hair, legs, eyes. Why do you like the legs?
They are a standout.
Hair, legs, eyes should be the name of our fantasy football league we're gonna do with all our betting guys.
Hair, legs.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all our 20 football guests we've had are gonna love that.
Who says that? Hair, legs, eyes. That's great. Hair, legs, eyes. Oh, Speedy. I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna have somebody say it. I'm gonna say, listen. I'm gonna Scoops. The next girl that you talk to, you're gonna go up to. She's gonna say, "What do you like about me? I like your hair. I like your legs, and I love your eyes." Speedy, could you do that in a sexual way for me? No. Do it one time for me. No.
Random sexual scenario.
Come on, just give me one. I can't. Just in a sexual way. Come on, give it to me.
I don't know that.
All right, just do it. Do it.
I don't know how.
Let's just say, listen. I'm gonna do it for you, and you're gonna copy me. Ready? Ready? Baby. Say it, baby.
Baby.
Yeah. All right, here. All right, here. Here we go. Baby.
Baby.
I love your hairs.
I love your hair.
I love your legs.
I love your legs.
And I love your eyes.
I love your eyes.
Now do it yourself. You ready?
I love
No, the whole thing. Here it goes.
Baby. I love your leg. Oh no. I love your hair. I love your
No,
legs.
you messed it up. You got to do it sexual. Baby.
Baby.
Barry White. Like the Barry Whites. Barry White. You know Barry White. You know them. Baby. I love your legs. I love your hair. I love your legs. And I love your eyes. Do it one time. Here we go.
Baby. I love your hair. I love your legs. I love your eyes.
That's awesome. I love him, man. All right, Mike, you got him? So Sonny has Quinn Hughes, Brock, and JT Miller. All Vancouver Canucks, of course.
Well, he's a Canuck fan, right? I mean, even though I'm an Islander fan, I'm really not a fan of one. I don't really have a favorite on the team, which is.
I'm going to predict one.
Go ahead.
Connor McDavid.
No, I think he's awesome, but I'm not a fan. No.
Jack Hughes.
No.
Then who? I'm waiting.
One is Nikolai Ehlers.
Okay.
So I mean, if he comes over, but I don't think so because the old fart is not creative. I like Nikolai Ehlers. I like Rantanen.
Sonny is very
Suspense.
intense. Will Sonny approve of your last one?
Well, you know what? I have to say this. I really do like this guy. He's a rival, but I love him. I always have. I think I always will. And I think
Speedy Petey?
if he was ever on the team, the fans would just think differently. I'm a big Tom Wilson fan.
Ugh.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Tom Wilson.
Yeah, so I think it would be Tom
All right,
Wilson.
all right,
Rantanen,
Speedy.
and
Before we let everybody go, and I'd like to thank Mike for joining us. But first, Speedy, I need you to do it one more time. But I need more sexual. I need more presence of sexual activity here. Okay, you got to do it like. Hold on. Let's get the Barry White. Come on, get the Barry White song. Get one of Barry White's songs. Instrumentals. Do it for me. All right. This will be good.
Give me a title.
All right. My first, my last, my everything. Okay. I want you to get that. All right. It's instrumentals. All right. I want to hear this. I need you to.
How come we had no phone calls today? Were you blocking the calls? Or just nobody called in?
No. We didn't. But no, we had a lot of content today, dude. Well, sometimes we do, depending on the night. All right. Ready, Speedy? Play it. You're waiting for the instrumental over here? Oh, it's an ad. All right. So, all right. There it is. Okay. All right. Now you're going to do this, okay? Right. Baby. No, you gotta get it like, baby. I love your hair. Your hair. I love your legs.
I love your legs.
And I love your eyes.
And I love your eyes.
I want you to bend over.
Nice try. That's where we cut it off.
I would have loved him to say that. I would want you to bend over. Oh man, that would have been funny, Speedy. Anyways, you're funny, Speedy. Thank you to Keith Bulluck for joining us. He was fantastic. Cam Janssen, always great to have him on the show. And well, Speedy, we have Keith. Keith. How many people have invited us out, and we just haven't gone? I mean, we have the Cavaliers play-by-play guy inviting us out this year, so we have a lot of work to do this year, Speedy. A lot of traveling. Are you ready for that?
I think you should. You'll travel. But I got a question. What'd you think of Spidey's extension since every Knicks fan thought he was coming to New York?
Who? Oh, with Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
As soon as they brought in Mikal Bridges, I knew he wasn't going to the Knicks. I knew it. So I'm happy for Donovan Mitchell. I'm very happy for him. I think.
Oh, it's Sonny's birthday today. So which?
All right, let's sing.
So
Speedy,
happy birthday
no,
to
no,
my
no.
friend
No.
who's the ISIS member hiding up north.
Speedy, you got to sing a song. Come on. Happy
No,
birthday.
It's Mike's friend.
All right, but
he sings.
we're going to sing.
Mike
it for
is
him.
singing.
We're
Mike
gonna
is
sing. No,
Mikey
me
C
and
has
you.
to sing.
Come on, get it.
Mikey
Happy
C
birthday.
is singing.
All right, here we go.
Mikey C will sing.
No, it's me and you.
No,
This is our
Mikey C is
show.
singing.
I don't sing.
Mike's the guest of honor.
All right, I'm going to sing
He's
with you.
definitely
All right,
no
you
way
two
I'm
could do a
singing.
duet.
I'm going to sing
That-
with you.
Listen, my boy hiding of ISIS is up in the north. I'm not singing. I just can't say
All
his
right,
location.
we're going to sing, Speedy. This is important to him. You got to do it. This guy is an old fan of ours. All right, are you ready?
Goes
Get the
back-
habit.
It's not my generation. You and Mike.
I'm going to sing with you. Right? Ready?
It's your generation.
When I go
You're-
5, 6, 7, 8, we're going to sing it. You ready? Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8.
Happy birthday to you.
No.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sonny. Wherever you're located. Happy birthday to you.
Very good. How's
Scoops,
Snug
good touch
doing?
with the good touch with the conducting.
Has Snug called?
No, has he called? All the time.
All the time?
All the time he calls. He's a little rat, that likes cupcakes. Speedy, you like cupcakes, right?
I'm shocked Jeff didn't call either.
Well, he's probably, cleaning off the cat crap off his bed that girls like to throw on it, Anyways, thank you to all our special guests and every single person listening to our show throughout the country. Thank you to Spotify, Apple, YouTube. Right now, 162 people following us on all the 3 platforms that we have right now that are on live on the video feed. So all the guys and girls and people listening to us right now, thank you. Keep listening to us over the next couple of weeks. We will be back on we'll be back on Thursday. I keep forgetting that it's Tuesday. It's not Thursday. So we'll be back on Thursday. Who do we have on the show?
Our sneakerhead is coming back on. Time to be determined. Antoine Harris, he will be back on. And we might have, he's going to let me know tomorrow, our friend Mr. Nelson Figueroa might be coming back.
Oh, Nelly, he's supposed to take us to a Yankee game this year. Actually, a Knick game. He was supposed to take you. I'm upset at Nelson. So Nelson owes us a Yankee game. He better take us out. But Speedy, I have to say one more thing. And you just said it. Very, very good. Who's our first guest?
Antoine Harris.
Okay. Now, the first thing we're going to do is get Antoine Harris to send us a new pair of sneakers. And you know what you're going to do with it?
No.
What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean? No.
No.
What do you mean?
Whatever it is, no.
Why? You're not going to wear it?
Not
going to wear it?
Wearing it is different than whatever.
You just said you're not going to do anything with it. Okay. So you're going to give it to Scoops.
Okay. I give it to Scoops.
Okay. He'll give us all sneakers. He's a good dude. Antoine Harris, he's fantastic. Looking forward to him. And, you got to quote his size, right, Speedy?
What?
You got to quote his size. What size?
I don't know what size he is offhand.
You don't know what size he is?
No.
I thought you did. You know how big he is.
That doesn't mean I know his shoe size.
But you know how big he is, right?
Yeah, he's about 6'2", 6'3".
No, but no, I'm talking about his size. You know how
I don't know his shoe size.
Oh, Mike, he's shaking his head. Oh, Mike. Anyways, again, thank you to all the fans. We will be back on Thursday at 7:00 with Antoine Harris. And who's the other guest again?
Possibly, we'll see. He's going to confirm.
Nelson Figueroa.
Was Nelson Figueroa.
I think Nelson will join us. I know he will. He loves us. Anyways, he's doing a great job right now on WPIX. He's fantastic. He's doing such a great job. So we'll have Nelly on the show, and we'll have Mr. Harris. Yeah, that's it. Mikey, thank you for joining us as always. You're fantastic.
Thanks for having me.
You know, a little bit more speaking, a little bit less looking. You know what I mean? I know you.
Well, yeah, too many, you know,
Well,
people come on to it to really dig deep into one of the main purposes of me coming here.
What was it? What was it?
Well, I mean, I got to go back and return history to where the
Okay.
Yankee fans that were on the staff thought, you know, reverse the Juan Soto trade of what everybody says and get that so-called guru guy back up here to sit there and say that King was going to be some special thing not to trade in the Soto trade. And again, somebody looks 90% right.
Oh, really?
Because even you said I wouldn't trade Michael King for Juan Soto. You even said that. I don't know, some pitching guru dude that you had on and whoever else. And I think if you took a poll, Juan Soto is the best thing that ever happened since sliced bread.
Really? Because he hasn't looked good over the last couple of weeks. So I don't know what you're talking
An
about.
overall team, but guys in
well,
all-star.
Aaron Judge.
Guys in all-star.
Yeah,
with
so what?
Judge,
And they're not going to be able to re-sign
and
him at the
everybody
end
wa-
of the year. So
Listen,
what does that
I
matter?
understand that. I'm just saying, you know, everybody was totally against it.
Well,
It's
good for
Michael
them.
King, a
Good
fourth
for
or
them.
fifth
If they
starter,
can re-sign him, it
having
was
a
great.
500
I
record,
told you,
like I basically
Mike,
said.
I
did.
told you that it would be great if they can re-sign him. That they're not going to re-sign him, so it wasn't a great trade. So
I want to ask you a question on that topic. Personally, I don't think the Mets are going to sign him.
It might not be the Mets. It might be the Giants. Could be a lot of different teams that might be interested in paying him. He's going to get mucho dinero. He's going to get like 750.
I think he's going to get 600.
I think I would say 650 and 700. That's what I think.
And you don't think the Yankees are going to touch that?
I think the Yankees will come close, but I don't think the Yankees are going to give him that. I think the Yankees will offer him 550. That's why I think the Yankees they're not going to go higher than 550. And I don't think
I think the Mets are going to back out because I think they're going in a complete different direction. They're not going to.
Oh, I think they're going to go after Burns.
They're going to go after Burns and Fried. If Burns hits free agency because Baltimore has money to spend, I think they're going after Burns and Fried. I think they're going to allocate their money somewhere else. With all, you know, and then obviously possibly make a trade here or there for just one outfielder.
He's right. Blue Jays could get him too. The Blue Jays could get him.
Yeah.
You know, somebody's going to get him. Anyways, Mike, we'll have to get you on the show again. We'll have less guests. If I actually know when you're coming on, we'll make sure there's not any guests, and we can get into the nitty and the gritty. But anyways, thank you to all the fans. Keep listening to us. We will be back on Thursday. Me, Fish, Scoops, and Speedy. And no Mike, because Mike is going to be home hanging out, you know, fiddling with himself. Right, Speedy?
I don't know. Ask Mike.
Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.